Part I. Astoria Greengrass was 5 years old when the garden came alive. It was a Tuesday in late September, the kind of gray English afternoon that couldn't decide between rain and reluctant sunshine. Mother had taken Daphne to Diagon Alley for new robes. Daphne was 7 now and growing like a weed, Mother said, always needing something, and Father was locked away in his study doing whatever it was Father's did behind closed doors. That left Astoria alone in the manor with the house elves, who were too busy with their endless tasks to notice one small girl slipping out the garden door. She wasn't supposed to be near the roses. Mother had said so 100 times in that particular tone she used when she meant it but didn't want to explain why. The thorns will catch your dress, Astoria. You'll ruin your stockings. Go play somewhere else. But Astoria liked the roses. She liked the way the red ones smelled, heavy and sweet like the perfume Mother wore to parties. She liked how the petals felt between her fingers, soft as silk and just as delicate. The Greengrass gardens stretched for acres behind the manor, a carefully cultivated wilderness of hedges and flower beds and ancient trees. Generations of family magic had seeped into the soil, and even at 5, Astoria could feel it, a warmth beneath her feet, a whisper at the edge of hearing. She'd never told anyone about the feeling. It seemed private somehow, hers. She was kneeling by the rose bed, reaching for a bloom that had caught her eye, deep crimson almost, black at the edges, when the ground beneath her began to hum. Not a sound, not exactly. It was more like a feeling that crawled up through her shoes and into her bones, settling somewhere behind her ribs where her heart suddenly beat too fast. The humming spread through her body, warm and strange and somehow familiar, like remembering a dream she'd never had. The roses turned toward her. All of them, every bloom in the bed, shifting on their stems like sunflowers following the sun, except they weren't following light, they were following her. Astoria held very still. She should have been frightened. She knew she should have been frightened. But the fear wouldn't come. Instead, there was only a quiet certainty settling into her chest, a sense of rightness so profound it made her eyes sting. This is mine, something whispered. This is what I am. The grass at her feet began to grow. 3 inches in the span of a breath, soft green blades rising around her ankles like a gentle embrace. The ivy on the manor's eastern wall shivered 40 feet away. And Astoria gasped because she could feel it, actually feel the leaves like extensions of her own. Fingers trailing across ancient stone, still warm from the weak afternoon sun. The humming intensified. The garden was waking up. A cherry tree at the edge of the lawn burst into bloom, pink petals cascading down in an impossible autumn snowfall. The hedge maze rustled, its walls leaning slightly inward as if straining to see her better. Beneath the soil, she felt roots stretching, reaching, connecting, a vast network of living things, all turning their attention toward one small girl kneeling in the roses. Astoria. Grandfather's voice cut through the moment like a blade. She spun around, nearly losing her balance in the suddenly too tall grass, and saw him standing at the garden's edge. Lord Aldrich Greengrass was a tall man, thin and severe, with a mane of gray hair he wore longer than fashion dictated, and a beard he trimmed to precise points. He had been old for as long as Astoria could remember, older than Father, older than anyone, but he carried his age like armor, straight-backed and steel-eyed. She had never seen him look uncertain about anything. He looked uncertain now. More than uncertain. As Astoria watched, something she'd never seen before moved across her. Grandfather's weathered face. His eyes went wide, then wet, and his hands, steady hands that never trembled, shook at his sides. Grandfather, her voice came out very small. I didn't mean to, the roses just. Come with me, child. He didn't sound angry, he sounded. She didn't have a word for how he sounded, like someone who had been waiting for news and finally received it, but couldn't yet tell if the news was good or terrible. She followed him through the garden, the plants settling back to stillness as she passed, and into the manor. Past the sitting room where Mother's tea set waited for her return. Past the library with its towering shelves and leather-bound secrets. Past the family portraits that lined the upper halls, ancient greengrasses who watched her passage with unusual interest, whispering to each other in frames gone dark with age. Grandfather led her to a door she had never noticed before. It was set into the wall at the end of the east corridor, half hidden behind a tapestry depicting some long ago greengrass victory. The wood was darker than the surrounding panels, worn smooth by centuries of hands, and when Grandfather pressed his palm against it, Astoria felt something pulse. Heartbeat that wasn't hers, vast and slow and impossibly old. The door swung open onto stairs that spiraled down into darkness. Grandfather, she reached for his hand, suddenly aware of how young she was, how small. Where are we going? His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady. To the heart of us, child, to the place where it all began. They descended together, the stairs curving down and down until Astoria was sure they must be far beneath the manor's foundations. The air grew warmer as they went, thick with the scent of growing things, and turned earth and something else, something that smelled like magic felt, if that made any sense at all. The chamber at the bottom took her breath away. It was circular, perhaps 30 feet across, with walls of rough stone that seemed to breathe. And through those walls, threading through cracks and gaps like veins through flesh, roots pushed and wound and pulsed with soft green light. They were everywhere, thin as thread and thick as her arm. Ancient and new, all of them glowing with that same gentle luminescence. The light moved, Astoria realized. It flowed through the roots like blood through a body, and at the center of the chamber where all the roots converged, the glow was brightest. There was no torch, no candle, no magical lamp. The roots themselves lit the room, and in their light, everything seemed alive. Sit, Grandfather said, guiding her toward a stone bench worn smooth by generations of use. He lowered himself onto a bench opposite, moving stiffly, and for a moment simply looked at her. The silence stretched, the roots pulsed. Astoria felt the chamber's attention on her, patient and curious, and did not know what to say. Do you know why our family is called Greengrass, Astoria? She shook her head. She had never thought about it. Names simply were. We are an old family. Older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than most of what passes for civilization in the wizarding world. His voice had taken on a cadence she didn't recognize, formal, almost ceremonial. When magic first took root in these isles, our ancestors were there, not as rulers or conquerors, but as tenders, gardeners, if you will. They understood that magic was not a tool to be wielded, but a living thing to be nurtured. They helped it grow, they protected it, and in return it became part of them. He gestured to the glowing roots around them. This is the heart of our family's magic. It lives in the land itself, in every seed, every root, every blade of grass on our grounds, and it lives in us, in our blood, passed from parent to child for more generations than we can count. The greengrass gift for herbology that everyone remarks on, our affinity for growing things, it's not talent, it's inheritance, it's what we are. Astoria looked at the roots. They seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, or perhaps her heart had learned to beat in time with them. But magic must be protected, Grandfather continued, his voice dropping lower. There are times when our family faces great danger, when the bloodline is threatened, when too few of us remain to carry what we hold. A shadow passed across his face. The wars that have plagued our world, they have not been kind to old families. We have lost so many, Astoria. So many names fallen silent, so many gifts extinguished. And when the family magic feels that danger, when it fears for its own survival. He paused, and she saw him struggle with something, with words, or with what the words meant. It chooses a shield. The words settled into the chamber like a stone dropped into still water. The root's glow intensified. Briefly, and Astoria felt something brush against her mind. Not intrusive, just acknowledging. Welcoming. "What's a shield?" she asked, though some part of her already knew, had known since the roses. Turned to look at her. A protector, a guardian. Someone the magic itself selects to carry its full weight, to grow stronger than any greengrass before them, so that they might preserve what we are when all seems lost. Grandfather leaned forward, his eyes bright with that strange mix of joy and sorrow. "It has not chosen. A shield in 4 generations. The last was my own great-grandmother, during Grindelwald's rise, when our numbers had dwindled to a handful, and the family magic trembled at the edge of extinction. She saved us, carried us through until the danger passed. And now it's chosen me. The garden spoke to you today, child. The roses turned, the grass grew. You felt the ivy on the wall, the roots beneath your feet. The magic reached out and found you worthy." His voice cracked just slightly. "Yes, it has chosen you." Astoria looked down at her small hands, pale against the dark fabric of her dress. She thought about the humming she'd felt, the warmth, the sense of rightness that had overwhelmed her fear. She thought about the cherry tree bursting into bloom, the hedge maze leaning close, the vast network of roots that had turned their attention to her, like a crowd turning toward a speaker. "What do I have to do?" For a long moment, Grandfather didn't answer. When she looked up, she saw grief on his face, real. Grief, the kind that made his eyes wet and his jaw tight. "You will train," he said finally. "Learn things your sister will not learn, practice magic most witches. Never touch. The shield must be strong, stronger than ordinary wizards can imagine, because the shield stands between the family and destruction. It will be difficult, more difficult than anything you can conceive at your age." He took a breath. "And it must be secret, even from your parents, even from Daphne. The shield walks alone, that is the burden of it. Others would not understand. They would try to stop it, try to protect you from the weight you must carry, but the magic has chosen. It is not a choice we can unmake. Why can't anyone know?" Grandfather reached out and took her small hand in his weathered one. His grip was gentle but firm, and she could feel the faint pulse of magic in his skin. Family magic, the same power that hummed in the roots around them. Because the shield's power comes partly from secrecy, from being unexpected, unknown, a hidden strength that enemies cannot prepare for, and because he stopped, seemed to gather himself. Because what the family asks of you, child, is too much. If your mother knew, if your father knew, they would fight it, they would try to spare you, and perhaps they would be right to try, but the magic has chosen, and the magic does not choose lightly. It looked into your soul and found something worth building upon, something worth trusting. "Do you think they would be right?" Astoria asked quietly. "To try to spare me?" The question seemed to strike him like a physical blow. For a long moment, he said nothing, just held her hand and looked at her with those bright, wet eyes. "I think," he said slowly, "that I would give anything to take this burden from you. I think you are 5 years old, and the world should be nothing but roses and sunshine and your mother's arms. I think that magic asks too much of children, and always has. But the magic chose you. Not me. I asked once when I first understood what was coming. It refused. It looked past me, past your father, past your mother and sister, and found you. And that means something, Astoria. Something I don't fully understand, but something I trust." He squeezed her hand. "The family magic has never been wrong. In 1,000 years of greengrasses, it has never chosen poorly. So I have to believe, I choose to believe that you are meant for this, that you can carry it. That somewhere inside you is a strength the rest of us can only imagine." Astoria thought about that. She thought about the roses turning, the grass growing, the warmth in her chest that hadn't faded since the garden came alive. She thought about being 5 years old and not Understanding any of this, not really, but understanding somehow that it mattered. "I'll do it," she said. "I'll be the shield." Grandfather closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a single tear tracked down his lined cheek, disappearing into the gray of his beard. "I know you will, child. I know you will." He pulled her into an embrace, and she felt the family magic pulse around them, in the roots, in the stone, in the blood they shared. It felt like approval. It felt like welcome. It felt like the beginning of everything. Part II. 8 years later, Harry Potter was breaking curfew. This was not, in itself, unusual. Since third year, since a certain mirror had connected him to a certain godfather, Harry had developed habits that would have horrified Hermione and baffled Ron. The Marauder's map made it easy to move unseen through Hogwarts corridors, and the thing Sirius was teaching him required practice that couldn't happen in Gryffindor Tower. "The Black family magic isn't pretty, Harry," Sirius had said during one of their mirror conversations, his voice carrying that particular mix of bitterness and dark humor that characterized everything he said about his family. "It's dark, properly dark, not the watered-down stuff they warn you about in defense class. Blood magic, shadow work, curses that have been refined over centuries. But it's effective. And you're a black by blood. Your grandmother Doria was my great-aunt, which makes you as much a black as any of us. You have the right to this magic." He'd paused, something conflicted in his expression. "The Potters have their own traditions, old magic, probably lighter, definitely more respectable, but there's no one left to teach you those, so black magic it is. At least I can make sure you survive whatever's coming." Harry had accepted the training because it was offered, because Sirius was the closest thing to a parent he had, and because, in the quiet, honest part of his mind, he knew he needed every advantage he could get. The prophecy Trelawney had made, the prophecy Dumbledore refused to fully explain. Harry might not know the exact words, but he knew enough. He was marked. Something was coming. And when it arrived, classroom magic wasn't going to be enough. So he learned rituals for strengthening the body and mind, meditation techniques for controlling his magic during emotional extremes, ancient wards and curse-breaking methods passed down through generations of blacks, combat magic that Hogwarts would never teach, not dark exactly, but not light either, just effective. Tonight, though, he wasn't practicing. He was escaping. The goblet of fire had spat out his name 3 days ago, and the world had shifted on its axis. 3 days of whispers that stopped when he entered a room. 3 days of eyes sliding away from his, of conversations going silent, of the particular cruelty children reserved for those they'd decided to hate. Ron's betrayal had been the worst. Ron, who was supposed to understand, who was supposed to be his best friend, looking at him with jealousy and suspicion and saying, "You could have told me you were entering, just let me know you know." Even now, walking through the empty corridors with only the map for company, Harry could feel the anger and hurt churning in his chest. He told Ron he hadn't entered. He told everyone. But they didn't believe him, or didn't want to believe him, and what hurt most was that he couldn't really blame them. If the situations were reversed, if Ron's name had come out of the goblet claiming eternal glory. No, he wouldn't have doubted Ron, not like this. The Gryffindor common room had become unbearable. Every conversation went quiet when he entered. Seamus made comments just loud enough to hear. Dean looked everywhere except at him, even Neville, gentle Neville, seemed uncertain how to act around him now. And Hermione, poor Hermione, caught in the middle, trying to be loyal to both her friends while they tore themselves apart, had started suggesting study sessions as a way to give them time together without forcing Ron to choose. Harry didn't want to make anyone choose. He just wanted to breathe. The map showed the usual late-night wanderers. Filch on the 3rd floor, his dot moving with that distinctive hobbling gait. Mrs. Norris prowling near the kitchens, probably hopping to catch a student. Sneaking food. A prefect doing rounds in the astronomy tower, unaware of the couple hidden in the alcove one floor below. Harry moved through the castle on autopilot, taking passages the map revealed. And Filch would never find, not really caring where he ended up. The castle was different at night, softer somehow despite the cold stone walls. The torches burned low, casting dancing shadows that seemed almost friendly. The portraits dozed in their frames, occasionally murmuring to each other in sleep-thick voices. Harry had come to love these quiet hours, when Hogwarts felt like it belonged to him alone. He was passing through the fourth-floor corridor, a route he'd taken 100 times, when he noticed something strange on the map. A room that shouldn't exist. It was tucked between a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and a suit of armor Harry had walked past countless times. The map showed it clearly, a small chamber roughly circular existing in space that should have been solid wall, and inside the impossible room, a single dot paced in tight circles. A Greengrass. Harry frowned at the name. Greengrass, Slytherin, he was fairly sure, younger than him. He had a vague impression of a dark-haired girl at the green and silver table, quiet and unremarkable, the kind of student who never drew attention to herself. Her older sister was in his year, he thought, though. They'd never spoken. He should have walked away. Whatever a second-year Slytherin was doing in a hidden room past midnight, it wasn't his business. The sensible thing, the safe thing, was to continue his patrol and forget he'd seen anything. But something about the way the dot was moving caught his attention. The packing was tight, repetitive, almost frantic, like someone working through a complicated problem, or like someone trying to hold something together through sheer force of will. And then he felt it. A pulse of magic, deep and resonant, rolled through the stones beneath his feet, but it wasn't like any ritual magic he'd encountered before. This felt green. There was no other word for it. The sensation of rich soil after rain, of roots pushing through earth, of sap rising in ancient trees. It smelled like crushed leaves and growing things, and Harry could have sworn he felt grass brushing against his ankles even though he stood on bare stone. Earth magic. Old earth magic, the kind Sirius had mentioned once in passing. Some of the old families tied themselves to the land itself, Harry. The Greengrasses, the Longbottoms, a few others. Different from what we Blacks do, but just as powerful in its own way. Someone was performing a ritual, alone, at midnight, and something was wrong. The magic felt uneven, like a garden with one patch dying while the rest flourished. Harry had done enough rituals under Sirius's guidance to know that wrongness for what it was, an instability that would compound with every passing moment until something broke. He moved before he could think better of it. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, showing the wizard's famously disastrous attempt to train trolls. For the ballet, concealed a door that Harry's eyes had slid past every time he'd walked this corridor. Powerful concealment charms, layered thick and deep, the kind that told the mind nothing here, move along, don't look too closely. Harry pushed through them like walking through cobwebs, feeling them cling and resist before parting around him. The door itself was old oak, worn smooth by centuries of hands, and it opened at his touch. The wards tied to it were keyed to something he couldn't identify, not intent, not blood, something else. But they didn't resist him. Perhaps they should have. Perhaps the map's magic had created a loophole. Harry didn't stop to analyze it. The room beyond was exactly as the map had shown. Small, circular, perhaps 15 feet across. The walls were rough stone, ancient and unfinished, and into the floor someone had carved a complex runic array that pulsed with deep green light. The air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and growing things. Impossible, this deep in the castle, and Harry could have sworn he saw thin tendrils of vine creeping along the edges of the circle, pulsing in time with the runes. The magic here felt alive in a way that Black family rituals never did, where the black arts felt cold and sharp, hungry for something. This felt nurturing, patient, old as forests and twice as deep. The runes were arranged in concentric circles, 5 anchor points forming a pentagram within a larger boundary, and at the center of it all knelt a girl. She was small, smaller than he'd expected, with dark hair pulled back from a pale, sharp-featured face. Her eyes were closed, her hands pressed flat against the stone floor, and magic swirled around her like a living thing. Harry could feel the power in the room, thick and heavy, pressing against his skin like humid air. He saw the problem immediately. The third anchor rune, one of the 5 points forming the pentagram, was drifting. Not physically moving, but magically destabilizing, its light flickering in a rhythm that didn't match the others. The ritual was designed to draw magic inward, to compress and strengthen the caster's core, but with an unstable anchor, the compression was becoming uneven. Power was pooling where it shouldn't, creating pressure points that would eventually rupture. The structure was different from the black version Sirius had taught him, earth-based, drawing power up from the land, all growth and patience and slow accumulation. The black rituals worked differently. Blood and shadow and sharp edges, magic that cut rather than grew, dark by any definition, but the underlying principles were the same. Core strengthening was core strengthening, regardless of which family tradition you followed, and anchor drift was anchor drift. In another few minutes, the whole thing would collapse. All that gathered magic would snap back into the caster like a rubber band pulled too tight, and the result would be core exhaustion at best. At worst. Harry didn't want to think about worst. The girl's eyes were still closed, her face tight with concentration. She was too deep in the working to notice him, too focused on holding the pattern together through sheer will. Harry could see sweat beading on her forehead, could see the tremor in her shoulders from the effort of maintaining control. She was fighting a losing battle, and she didn't even know it. He didn't announce himself. There wasn't time, and breaking her concentration now would be just as catastrophic as letting the anchor fail. Instead, he moved to the edge of the circle, carefully, not crossing the boundary, that would be catastrophic, and knelt beside the failing rune. He'd done this ritual 6 months ago, in the room of requirement, with Sirius talking him through it via the enchanted mirror. The third anchor had given him trouble too. It always did, Sirius had explained. It governed the balance between magical intake and output, the delicate equilibrium between drawing power in and letting it flow naturally. Most people's magic instinctively resisted that kind of balance. It wanted to move, to flow, not to sit still and be compressed. The fix was simple, if you knew it. Harry pressed his palm to the floor just outside the rune's boundary and reached for his own magic. Not pushing it into the circle, that would contaminate the ritual, introduce a foreign signature into something designed for a single caster, but offering it as a reference point, a stable frequency for the wobbling anchor to sync with. Like tuning a violin to a piano, like 2 hearts learning to beat together. The effect was immediate. The flickering rune steadied, its light strengthening and falling into rhythm. With the others, the girl gasped. She'd felt the change, the sudden stability where there had been growing chaos, but to her credit, she didn't break focus. Her hands stayed flat on the floor, her breathing stayed even, and the ritual continued. Harry held his position as the working built to its peak. The green light intensified, the power in the room concentrating and compressing, and he felt the moment when the magic completed its circuit. Pulse of energy that sank into the girl's core and settled there, reinforcing and strengthening. The ritual had worked. She would be tired, probably exhausted, but her core was intact and stronger than before. The light faded. The runes went dark. The girl slumped forward, catching herself on her hands before she collapsed entirely. Harry stood and stepped back, giving her space. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. She stayed on her hands and knees, breathing hard, trembling with exhaustion that went bone deep. Harry waited, watching, ready to catch her if she fell. The chamber felt very quiet now, very still, all that compressed power dispersed. Then, slowly, she raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were green, not bright like his own, but dark, like forest shadows, like the canopy of ancient trees blocking out the sun. They were wide with shock, with fear, with dawning fury, and they pinned him in place with unexpected intensity. "You," her voice cracked. She swallowed hard and tried again, fighting for composure. How did you?" "The third anchor was drifting," Harry said quietly, keeping his voice calm and level. "Another few minutes and your core would have collapsed trying to compensate. You'd have been looking at weeks of recovery, minimum. Maybe permanent damage." She stared at him. In the dim light of the now quiet chamber, she looked impossibly young, thin and pale and shaking with exhaustion, dark hair escaping from its binding to fall across her face. But her eyes were older than they should have been, carrying something heavy. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered. "No one should. The concealment charms, my wards. I have a map." It wasn't really an explanation, but it was all Harry was willing to give. "This ritual requires a second person. The anchor balance is designed for two magical signatures working in tandem. Doing it alone is ambitious." Something flickered in her expression. Recognition, maybe, or suspicion. "How do you know that?" Harry considered the question. "The true answer, my godfather who escaped Azkaban has been teaching me illegal family magic through an enchanted mirror, because he thinks I need every advantage I can get." Wasn't something he planned to share with a Slytherin he'd never spoken to before, not even one whose ritual he'd just saved. "I know," he said simply. She pushed herself upright, swaying dangerously, and Harry had to resist the urge to reach out and steady her. He could see her trying to compose herself, to pull together the shattered remains of her composure and build them into something functional. The fear was still there. He could see it in the tension around her eyes, the way her hands wouldn't quite stop shaking, but she was pushing it down, replacing it with something more controlled. A mask settling into place. "You can't tell anyone." Her voice was steadier now, but he heard the desperation underneath. The plea, dressed up as a command. "Whatever you think you saw, whatever you think you know. I saw someone performing a core-strengthening ritual alone, when it's designed to be supervised." Harry held her gaze, not challenging, just steady. "I saw someone almost burn herself out because there was no one to catch the anchor drift. I saw a second year doing magic that most adult witches never attempt." She flinched. "I'm not going to tell anyone," he continued. "It's not my secret to share, but you need to be more careful. If I hadn't been walking past, if I hadn't felt the instability." "I know." The words came out sharp, brittle. "I know what would have happened. I've done this ritual before. I know the risks." "Then why do it alone?" The question hung between them. She didn't answer, couldn't answer, he suspected, not without revealing things she wasn't ready to reveal. Her jaw tightened, and he saw something flash in those dark green eyes, pride maybe, or pain. Harry understood secrets. He understood carrying things that couldn't be shared. "Never mind," he said. "You don't have to explain, just be more careful. And if you need someone to anchor the ritual," he stopped, surprised by what he'd been about to offer. Where had that come from? "What?" Her voice was wary, suspicious. "If I need someone, what?" Harry shook his head. "Nothing, forget it." He turned toward the door, then paused, one hand on the ancient wood. "Ask for help if you need it," he said without looking back. "There's no shame in it." He didn't wait for a response. The door closed behind him, and he was gone into the dark corridor, leaving Astoria Greengrass alone with the fatting warmth of magic and 1,000 questions she couldn't answer. Part II. She watched him for 5 days. Not obviously. Astoria had learned subtlety before she'd learned to read, but carefully, methodically. cataloging his movements and habits and patterns with the same precision she brought to her ritual. Practice. Grandfather had always said that knowledge was the foundation of power. Know your enemy. Know your ally, know yourself, and you will never be caught unprepared. She wasn't sure yet which category Harry Potter belonged in. What she saw over those 5 days confused her. Harry Potter was supposed to be a celebrity, the boy who lived, Gryffindor's golden child. Dumbledore's favorite, surrounded by admirers and basking in the spotlight. That was the image she'd carried since before Hogwarts, built from newspaper headlines and overheard gossip and Daphne's occasional remarks. Potter this, Potter that. You'd think he hung the moon the way people carry on. About him. The reality was something else entirely. He sat alone at meals now, a careful distance between him and his housemates. The red-headed boy she'd always seen at his side, Weasley, one of the many Weasleys, had apparently become a stranger. They didn't speak, didn't look at each other, and when they accidentally made eye contact, Weasley's face twisted with something between jealousy and betrayal before he looked away. The bushy-haired girl Granger, the clever one everyone talked about, still hovered near Potter but uncertainly caught between loyalties she couldn't reconcile. When Potter walked through the corridors, people whispered, not the odd whispers of admiration Astoria had expected, but something uglier, contemptuous, suspicious, cruel in the particular way. Children could be cruel when they sensed weakness. Cheat, she heard someone mutter as he passed. Attention seeker. My dad says there's no way he didn't enter himself. Probably used dark magic. Liar. And Potter just walked through it. Head up, face carefully blank, shoulders set against the weight of words he pretended not to hear, like he'd learned to let them slide off him, like this wasn't the first time the world had decided to hate him for something he hadn't done. Astoria recognized that look. She wore it herself. On the 3rd day, she saw him slip away from the castle after dinner, heading toward the lake. She didn't follow, too risky, too obvious, but she noted it, filed it away. On the 4th day, he did it again. Taking the same route at the same time, finding the same spot near the forest's edge where the trees provided cover from watching eyes. On the 5th day, she understood it was a pattern. He was escaping, finding a place where the stairs couldn't reach, just like she did. But the question that haunted her, that kept her awake in her dormitory while her yearmates slept peacefully around her, was simpler. How had he known? Not just that she was there. A map explained that, though she burned to know what kind of map could pierce concealment charms she'd spent months perfecting. But how had he recognized the ritual? How had he known about the anchor drift, about the 2-signature design, about the specific mechanics of core strengthening work? Those weren't things taught at Hogwarts. They weren't things written in library books or discussed in common rooms. They were family magic, old magic, the kind of knowledge passed down through blood and sworn secrecy. The kind of knowledge a half-blood orphan raised by muggles should never have encountered. He had secrets, real ones, heavy ones, as significant as her own. And he hadn't told anyone. 5 days, and no whispers about the Greengrass girl doing dark rituals in hidden chambers. No summons to Dumbledore's office. No knowing looks from professors or sly comments from Slytherin upperclassmen. Whatever he'd seen, he'd kept it. That terrified her more than exposure would have. Because she didn't understand him. Didn't understand his motives, his intentions, what he wanted from her. People always wanted something. That was the first lesson any Slytherin learned. But Potter had saved her ritual and walked away without asking for anything in return. Without even demanding an explanation. Ask for help if you need it. The words echoed in her memory, soft and strange. No one had ever said that to her. Not her parents, who didn't know. Not Daphne, who couldn't know. Not even grandfather, who loved her but had trained her to stand alone. On the 6th evening, she made her decision. Part IV. Harry sat on a fallen log near the forest's edge, watching the last light die over the black lake. The sunset painted the water in shades of orange and gold, broken occasionally by the giant squids. Lazy movements, a tentacle breaking the surface here, a ripple spreading there. The sky deepened. Toward purple at the edges, the first stars beginning to emerge. It was beautiful in the way all wild. Things were beautiful, and Harry let himself sink into the peace of it. He'd found this spot a week ago, after his name came out of the goblet and everything fell apart. It was far enough from the castle that casual walkers wouldn't stumble across him, sheltered by trees on 3 sides, with a clear view of the lake and the mountains beyond. He came here when the common room got too hostile, when Hermione's worried looks became too much to bear, when he needed to breathe without feeling watched. The evening was cold, but Harry didn't mind. Cold was simple. Cold didn't judge him. He heard her coming before he saw her. Footsteps in the grass, deliberately audible, announcing herself rather than trying to sneak up on him. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand pocket, but he didn't draw. The footsteps were too light, too careful to belong to a threat. The Greengrass girl stepped into view a few meters away and stopped, keeping her distance. In the fatting light, she looked different than she had in the ritual chamber. More composed, more controlled, the mask firmly in place. She wore her school robes with precise formality, every button fastened, every fold correct. Her dark hair was pulled back in a style that might have been severe on someone older, but just looked careful on her. Young, she looked very young. But her eyes, those dark green eyes, were watchful and sharp and older than they had any right to be. Potter. Greengrass. She didn't move closer. For a moment, they simply looked at each other across the gap between them. 2 people carrying secrets neither could afford to expose, meeting in the neutral ground between lake and forest. "I've been watching you," she said finally. Her voice was formal, clipped, every word precisely chosen. Pureblood diction, Harry recognized, the way Malfoy spoke, the way all the old families spoke. "This past week, you haven't told anyone." "I said I wouldn't." "People say many things." She folded her arms across her chest, and Harry caught the slight tremor in her hands before she hid them away, nervous despite the mask. "Words are easy, keeping them is harder, I suppose." "So why?" The question came out sharper than she probably intended. "Why help me? Why keep silent? You don't know me, we've never spoken. You're a Gryffindor." She said the word like it explained something. "I'm a Slytherin. You found me doing magic that would get me expelled at minimum, investigated by the Ministry at worst. Why would you protect that?" Harry considered his answer. It was a fair question. In her position, he'd be asking the same thing. "I don't want anything from you, if that's what you're worried about." "Everyone wants something." "Then I want you to not burn out your core doing rituals that require supervision." He shrugged, keeping his voice mild. "I've done that ritual. I know how it can go wrong. Seemed pointless to let you hurt yourself when the fix was easy." She stared at him. Harry could almost see the calculations running behind her eyes, testing his words against her understanding of how people worked, looking for the angle, the leverage, the hidden motive, finding nothing and not knowing what to do with that. "You've done that ritual," she repeated slowly. "A core-strengthening ritual that requires 2 magical signatures to stabilize. That isn't taught at Hogwarts. Isn't taught anywhere really outside of." She stopped herself, but Harry heard the words she swallowed. "Outside of old family magic, pure-blood family magic, the kind of knowledge a half-blood orphan shouldn't have." "I have a teacher," Harry said. "Someone who thinks I should know more than what the professors offer." "Who?" "That's my secret." Her jaw tightened. Fair, her expression said, but I don't like it. "I need assurance," she said after a pause. "Real assurance, not just words. What you saw, what you know it can't come out, ever." Something cracked in her mask just for a moment, and he saw the fear underneath. I'm not being dramatic, Potter. I'm not exaggerating. Exposure would have consequences you can't imagine. Not just for me, for my entire family. I understand. Do you? She took a step closer, then another, and suddenly the gap between them felt much smaller. This isn't about getting in trouble with teachers. This isn't about points or detention or being sent home. This is about things that are bigger than Hogwarts, bigger than both of us, things that have been in motion since before I was born. Her voice shook slightly, despite her obvious effort to control. I need an oath. Harry raised an eyebrow. A magical oath? You want me to swear on my magic to keep your secrets? Yes. And in return? The question hung between them. He wasn't trying to be difficult, wasn't trying to extract payment for something he would have done anyway, but he'd learned enough from Sirius to know how magical oaths worked. They required balance. An oath that took without giving was weak, easily broken, or twisted, subject to loopholes and technicalities. A proper oath, one that would actually bind, needed to flow both ways. Astoria's expression shifted. She'd expected the question, Harry realized, had probably spent the last 5 days preparing for it, turning over options, weighing what she could offer against what she needed. I keep yours, she said. Whatever you're doing, whoever's teaching you, I've seen enough to know. It's not ministry approved, not Hogwarts sanctioned, whatever ancient magic you're learning. Whoever's guiding you, I'll keep it just as secret as you keep mine. Mutual silence, mutual protection. That's not enough. She blinked. What? An oath needs balance, not just equivalence. Mutual silence is symmetrical. We each keep the others secret, but it's not balanced. The weight isn't the same. Harry thought about Sirius's lessons, about the careful way his godfather had explained the architecture of magical agreements. My secret is dangerous, but yours seems heavier, more structured. You're not just hiding embarrassing hobby magic. You're hiding something that goes to the core of who you are. For a long moment, Astoria didn't respond. She just looked at him, and Harry watched the mask crack a little more, revealing something raw and young and desperately tired underneath. How do you know that? She asked quietly. Because I recognize the weight. I carry something similar. He held her gaze. So if we're going to do this, if we're going to bind ourselves to each other, it needs to be more than just silence. It needs to be partnership, alliance, something that gives us both a reason to make this work. What are you proposing? Harry thought about it. He thought about the empty space where Ron used to stand, about Hermione's worried hovering that helped but wasn't enough. He thought about the Triwizard Tournament waiting to kill him, about the tasks he couldn't prepare for, about facing whatever came next alone. He thought about Sirius's lessons, about practicing in the room of requirement with only a mirror for company, about carrying knowledge he couldn't share with anyone who'd understand. Mutual aid, he said slowly, the idea forming as he spoke. Not just silence, active assistance, if one of us needs help, the other responds. Within reason, within ability, within the limits of what we can. Astoria's eyes widened. It was more than she'd expected to offer, more than she'd expected him to ask. That's, she trailed off, visibly recalculating. That's a significant commitment for someone you don't know, for a Slytherin you've never spoken to before last week. Yes. Why would you want that? Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Because I'm tired of doing everything alone, he admitted, and I think you are too. The words landed between them like stones in still water. Astoria's mask cracked further, and Harry really saw, the exhaustion underneath. Not physical exhaustion, though that was there too, but something deeper. The weariness of carrying weight that no one else could see, of pretending to be normal while being anything but, of walking through life with secrets pressed against your chest. Suffocating slowly, because you couldn't tell anyone the truth. He knew that weariness. He lived with it every day. The oath, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. How do we structure it? They worked it out together, sitting side by side on the fallen log as the stars emerged overhead and the last light faded from the lake. The wording mattered. Sirius had drilled that into him, and Astoria proved surprisingly knowledgeable about oath construction. They debated clauses, refined language, tested phrases for loopholes and weaknesses. She knew things he didn't. He knew things she hadn't considered. Together, they built something stronger than either could have managed alone. It took nearly an hour to get it right. When they were satisfied, when every word had been weighed and every implication considered, stood and faced each other in the darkness, wands drawn, tips touching, magic beginning to hum in the air around them. Ready? Harry asked. Astoria nodded. Her face was pale in the starlight, but her eyes were steady. They spoke together, voices overlapping, the words they'd crafted binding them as one. I swear upon my magic to hold the secrets of the other in confidence absolute, to speak of them to no one, to hint at them to no one, to guard them as I guard my own. I swear to offer aid when asked, within my ability to give, so long as such aid does not require me to betray my deepest principles. I swear to never act against the other's interests with knowing intent. Green light wound around their wands, spiraling upward like living vines, then flared bright enough to make Harry squint. The magic recognized them, recognized their intent, their will, the bond they were forging, and accepted it. The light sank into their skin, and Harry felt it settle somewhere deep, a new awareness he couldn't quite name, a thread connecting him to someone else, faint but real, humming quietly with shared magic. When he looked at Astoria, he could tell she felt it too. It's done, she said. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. It's done. They stood there in the darkness, two children carrying weights they'd never asked for, bound now by magic and mutual need. The lake lapped quietly against the shore. The forest rustled at their backs. Somewhere in the castle, life went on without them. Students sleeping, professors patrolling a world that didn't know what had just happened in this quiet place. We should get back, Harry said finally. Curfew was an hour ago. Astoria nodded, but she didn't move. Instead, she looked at him, really looked like she was seeing him for the first time. Potter. Harry, he corrected, surprising himself. If we're going to be, whatever this is, you should probably call me Harry. Something flickered across her face. Not quite a smile, but close. Harry, then. She tested the name like an unfamiliar spell. I'm Astoria, not Greengrass, just Astoria. Astoria. The name felt strange on his tongue, formal and old-fashioned, like something from a storybook, but good strange, right strange. Thank you, she said quietly, for the ritual for this, she gestured vaguely, encompassing everything between them, for understanding. Thank you for trusting me. She let out a sound that might have been a laugh, soft and surprised. I'm not sure trust is the right word, but I suppose we're stuck with each other now. I suppose we are. She turned and walked toward the castle, her dark robes fading into the night until only the pale blur of her face was visible, then nothing at all. Harry watched her go, feeling the thread of connection hum quietly between them, a new presence at the edge of his awareness, faint but unmistakable. He stayed by the lake for a while longer, watching the stars reflect on the water, letting the cold seep into his bones. The tournament still waited. Ron's betrayal still ached. Tomorrow the whispers would continue, and he'd have to face a school that had decided to hate him for something he hadn't done. But tonight, for the first time since his name came out of the goblet, he didn't feel quite so alone. There was someone else now, someone who understood secrets, someone who carried weight, someone bound to him by magic and choice. It wasn't much, but it was something, and in the darkness of fourth year, with everything falling apart around him, something was enough. Part I. The maze was wrong. Harry had known it would be dangerous. The Triwizard Tournament had made that abundantly clear. Through dragons and merpeople and months of whispered threats, but this was different. The hedges. Pressed close, breathing with malevolent intent, and the mist that curled along the ground seemed to swallow sound itself. Every step forward felt like a step deeper into something hungry. He'd lost track of the others within minutes. Fleur's scream had echoed from somewhere to his left, cut short in a way that made his stomach clench. Crumb had passed him once, eyes blank and strange. Wand raised, and Harry had barely dodged the Cruciatus before stunning him and sending up red sparks. Cedric was somewhere ahead. Harry could hear him occasionally, footsteps, and muttered spells, but the maze kept shifting, kept rearranging itself, keeping them apart. The Sphinx's riddle had cost him precious minutes. The blast-ended scroot had cost him a burn across his forearm that still throbbed with every heartbeat. The boggart had shown him things he didn't want to remember. But he kept moving. Forward, always forward, toward the center where the cup waited. When he finally saw it, gleaming blue in a clearing that seemed too perfect, too still, Cedric was already there. They faced each other across the open ground, both battered, both exhausted, both unwilling to hex the other for something as meaningless as eternal glory. Together, Harry had said, and Cedric had nodded, and they'd reached for the cup as one. The hook behind his navel, the spinning, lurching sensation of portkey travel, and then cold air, darkness, the smell of damp earth and something else, something coppery and wrong. Harry hit the ground hard, the cup tumbling from his grip and rolling away into shadow. For a moment, he couldn't see anything. The transition from the maze's dim light to true darkness had stolen his vision. He heard Cedric groan somewhere nearby, heard movement that wasn't either of them. Then his eyes adjusted, and he saw the graveyard. Tombstones rose around them like crooked teeth, ancient and moss-covered, leaning at angles that suggested centuries of neglect. A church loomed in the distance, its steeple a black finger against a sky heavy with clouds, and there, perhaps 30 feet away, stood a cauldron the size of a bathtub, steam rising from whatever liquid it contained. Harry. Cedric's voice was tight with confusion. He was already on his feet, wand drawn, scanning the darkness. Where are we? This isn't. Kill the spare. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, high and cold and utterly without mercy. Harry's scar exploded with pain, worse than anything he'd felt before, worse than he'd imagined pain could be, and through the agony, he heard two words that would haunt him forever. Avada Kedavra. Green light, a rushing sound, and Cedric Diggory crumpled to the ground with his eyes still open, still confused, still 17 years old. Harry screamed. He tried to move, tried to raise his wand, but something slammed into him from behind, a body, heavy and desperate, and then stone was pressing against his back, ropes were coiling around him, and he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but watch as a figure emerged from the shadows. Peter Pettigrew looked worse than Harry remembered, gaunt and gray, with dark circles under his watery eyes and a tremor in his remaining hand that never quite stopped, but he was smiling. Horrible, eager smile as he dragged something toward the cauldron, something wrapped in dark cloth, something that moved feebly and made sounds that weren't quite human. "My lord," Pettigrew whispered, reverent and terrified in equal measure. "We have him, we have." "Potter." The thing in the cloth stirred. Harry's scar burned. "Begin." Pettigrew moved with frantic energy, checking the cauldron's contents, arranging objects Harry couldn't quite see, muttering to himself in a constant stream of half-words and reassurances. The graveyard was silent except for his movements and Harry's ragged breathing and the soft bubble of whatever brewed in that massive iron pot. Harry pulled against the ropes. They didn't budge. He tried to reach his wand. It had fallen when Pettigrew tackled him, lying in the grass perhaps 10 feet away, but his arms were pinned tight against the cold stone of whatever monument held him. Cedric's body lay where it had fallen, eyes still open, still surprised. "Bone of the father," Pettigrew chanted, and Harry saw him levitate something from a nearby grave. Tom Riddle Sr., the headstone read, and drop it into the cauldron. The liquid hissed and sparked. "Unknowingly given, you will renew your son." Harry's mind raced. The ritual. This was a ritual dark magic of the worst kind, and if it completed. "Flesh of the servant." Pettigrew's voice cracked, but he didn't stop. He raised a silver knife, positioned it over his remaining hand, and Harry looked away. He heard the scream, heard the splash, heard Pettigrew's sobbing breaths as he continued despite the pain. "Double willingly given, you will. You will revive your master." When Harry looked back, Pettigrew was stumbling toward him, knife still clutched in his bloody grip, his other arm ending in a ragged stump that dripped red onto the grass. "Blood of the enemy," Pettigrew gasped, grabbing Harry's arm through the ropes, pressing the blade against his skin. "Forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." The knife cut. Pain, sharp and hot, and Harry felt his blood welling up, felt Pettigrew collecting it in a vial with shaking hands. The little man turned back toward the cauldron, toward the waiting thing in its bundle of cloth, and Harry knew with terrible certainty that he was about to watch Voldemort return. No. The thought came from somewhere deeper than fear, deeper than desperation. It came from the place where the bond lived, that quiet thread of connection he'd carried since the night by the lake. The oath. That tied him to someone else. He reached for it without knowing how. Not with his hands, not with his wand, but with something more fundamental, his magic, his will, his desperate need for help. The bond hummed in response, and Harry pushed everything he had into it. "Please, please, I need you." Part I. Astoria was in the Slytherin common room when the world caught fire. She'd been reading a treatise on runic theory that grandfather had sent, disguised as a novel about magical creatures, while her yearmates gossiped about the tournament. The third task was happening tonight, but second years weren't allowed to watch, and Astoria had long since learned to hide her interest in anything that drew attention. The bond flared without warning. Pain lanced through her chest. Not her pain, she realized instantly, but his, and with it came a flood of sensation so intense she nearly cried out. Fear, desperation, the copper taste of blood and the cold press of stone, and underneath it all, a need so raw it stripped away every thought except one. He's dying. Astoria was on her feet before she knew she'd moved. The book tumbled from her lap, the common room's chatter fading to meaningless noise as she focused inward, following the thread of connection that burned like a live wire in her chest. "Greengrass, you all right?" Someone was talking to her. Astoria didn't hear them. The bond was pulling at her, demanding action. And she could feel him on the other end. Harry, her mind supplied. Harry who saved your ritual, Harry who swore an oath under starlight, pouring everything he had into a single desperate call for help. She walked toward the dormitory stairs with steady steps that belied the chaos in her head. Her yearmates barely glanced up. Greengrass was always slipping away to study or practice or do whatever it was quiet girls did, and then she was through the door, alone in the room she shared with 3 other girls who were all downstairs, gossiping about Potter and the maze. She locked the door with a wave of her wand, drew the curtains around her bed, and closed her eyes. Apparition was regulated, not difficult. That's what the ministry didn't want people to understand. Magic itself was simple: intention, destination, deliberation, and the Greengrass family had been moving through earth and root and growing things since before the ministry existed. The only thing that made it impossible for a 13-year-old was a lack of proper instruction. Grandfather had given her proper instruction. She focused on the bond, on the burning thread that connected her to Harry, and let it become her destination. She felt the magic respond, not the sharp crack of standard apparition, but something deeper, like sinking into soil and emerging somewhere else, like roots finding their way through. Darkness to distant water. The world twisted. Astoria went with it. She emerged into hell. That was her first thought. This is hell, and I've apparated straight into it. The air stank of blood and dark magic, thick enough to taste, and the ground beneath her feet was cold with more than just night. Tombstones surrounded her, ancient and crooked, and somewhere nearby she could hear chanting, frantic, desperate chanting in a voice that trembled on the edge of madness. The bond pulled her forward. Through the graves, around a listing monument, toward a clearing where steam rose from something massive and iron and wrong. She saw Harry first. He was bound to a stone statue, an angel, she realized, or something that had once been meant to look like one, with ropes that gleamed faintly with magical reinforcement. His face was pale, twisted with pain, and blood ran down his arm from a fresh cut. His wand lay in the grass between him and a cauldron where a small, hunched figure was preparing to. Astoria didn't let herself think about what was in the cauldron. The wrapped bundle, the way it moved, the sounds it made. She filed it away for later nightmares and focused on what mattered. The hunched man, Pettigrew, her mind supplied from newspaper clippings and family discussions. Peter. Pettigrew, who betrayed the Potters, who everyone thought was dead. He was lifting a vial of what could only be Harry's blood, turning toward the cauldron, about to complete whatever dark ritual this was. Astoria raised her wand. Depulso. The banishing charm caught Pettigrew in the back, sending him sprawling. The vial flew from his grip, shattering against a tombstone, red liquid splashing across ancient stone. Pettigrew screamed, surprise, in fury, in something like despair, and spun toward her with his wand already rising. WHO. Astoria was already moving. She'd trained for this, not this specifically, never this, but combat. Reaction, the ability to keep casting while her heart tried to beat out of her chest. She sent a cutting curse at Pettigrew's legs and dove behind a tombstone as green light. Green light, that was the killing. Curse, he's trying to kill me, sizzled through the space she'd just occupied. Get away, Pettigrew shrieked. You can't, my lord, she. Stupefy, Astoria shouted, but Pettigrew deflected it, surprisingly quick for a man who looked half dead, and responded with another killing curse that forced her to roll sideways into the shadow of a stone monument. Harry, she risked a glance toward where he was bound. Your wand, where's your wand? Grass, his voice was hoarse, desperate. 10 feet in front of me. Pettigrew was between her and Harry's wand. Of course he was. Astoria's mind raced through options. She was powerful, grandfather said so. The shield's power growing stronger every year, but she was still 13, and this was a man who'd spent a decade hiding, and a year serving the darkest wizard in history. Another killing curse screamed past her head. Close, too close. She reached for the earth. It was harder here than at Greengrass Manor, where generations of family magic had seeped into every inch of soil. But this was still earth, still the domain of growing things, and beneath the graveyard's cold surface, roots waited. Old roots from trees that had stood for centuries. Dead roots from plants that had decayed and fed the soil with their essence. Astoria called to them. The ground beneath Pettigrew's feet shifted. He stumbled, caught off guard, and Astoria burst from cover with a spell already on her lips. Not a curse, not yet, just a summoning charm aimed at the grass where Harry's wand lay. A Kia wand. It flew to her hand. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, she could feel its allegiance to someone else, and she pivoted, throwing it toward Harry with all the strength she could muster while simultaneously conjuring a shield to block the curse Pettigrew had recovered enough to cast. The wand landed at Harry's feet. Useless, she realized with a spike of panic. He was bound. He couldn't reach it. Then she saw his fingers move, the smallest motion, but deliberate, and the ropes around him began to smoke and fray, wandless magic. He was burning through his bindings with wandless magic. Pettigrew saw it too. Avida. Astoria hit him with a bludgeoning hex before he could finish, but he turned at the last moment and it only clipped his shoulder, spinning him rather than dropping him. He was between her and Harry now, wand sweeping toward her, and she recognized the gleam in his watery eyes. He wasn't going to stop casting killing curses until one of them connected. Part II. Harry's wrists were raw, his magic nearly exhausted from burning through ropes that had been reinforced with spells designed to hold far stronger wizards. But the ropes were failing, and his wand was there, inches from his feet, and somewhere behind Pettigrew, a dark-haired girl was fighting for her life. Astoria. The bond sang with her presence, with her fear and determination, and the wild surge of power that accompanied her every spell. She'd come. Somehow, impossibly, she'd followed the call across whatever distance separated them and arrived ready to fight. He couldn't let her die for him. The last rope gave way. Harry dropped to the ground, snatched his wand, and came up casting. Reducto. The curse caught Pettigrew in the side just as he was turning to face this new threat, and the little man screamed as something cracked. Harry didn't stop to assess the damage. He was already moving, putting distance between himself and the statue, trying to flank Pettigrew while Astoria did the same from the opposite direction. But his eyes kept drifting to the cauldron, to the bundle beside it, the thing that moved feebly in its wrappings. Voldemort, whatever was left of Voldemort, waiting to be reborn. Destroy it. The thought came sharp and clear. If he could destroy the cauldron, destroy that thing, maybe this would all be over. No more prophecy, no more scar burning in the night, no more of the shadow that had hung over his entire life. Confringo, Harry shouted, aiming not at Pettigrew, but at the cauldron itself. The blasting curse streaked across the graveyard, and Pettigrew, with speed born of desperate terror, threw himself into its path. A shield charm erupted from his wand, barely formed but enough to deflect the curse into a nearby tombstone that exploded into fragments. No, Pettigrew shrieked, you will not touch him. Avada Kedavra. Harry dove behind a stone monument as green light sizzled past. He heard Astoria casting from somewhere to his left, Defindo, stupefy, but Pettigrew was moving now, positioning himself between them and the cauldron, wand sweeping in wild arcs. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. The killing curses came fast, faster than Harry would have believed possible from a man who looked half dead. One scorched the edge of his robes as he rolled. Another shattered the monument he'd sheltered behind, forcing him into the open. Bombarda! Harry returned fire, and the ground at Pettigrew's feet exploded, throwing him backward. But the man twisted as he fell, came up on one knee, and Avida. Pratigo! Astoria's shield snapped into existence between Pettigrew and Harry, not stopping the killing curse. Nothing could stop that, but forcing Pettigrew to adjust his aim, buying precious seconds. Harry used them. Reducto, Incendio, Defindo. The rapid-fire curses forced Pettigrew to shield rather than attack. Astoria added her own, Confringo, Expulso, and for a moment they had him pinned, defensive, unable to do anything but survive. Then Pettigrew did something unexpected. He stopped shielding entirely, let Astoria's blasting curse catch him in the shoulder, spinning him halfway around, and used the momentum to hurl himself toward the cauldron. My lord. Impedimenta, Harry shouted, but Pettigrew was already moving, already reaching for the bundle. The ground beneath him shifted. Not much, just enough to make him stumble, to slow him for a crucial half-second. Harry saw Astoria, both hands pressed to the earth, face tight with concentration, and understood. Expelliarmus. Pettigrew's wand flew from his grip. He screamed in fury and lunged for it, but Harry was faster. Accio. Wand, and suddenly he held two wands, his own and his enemy's. Pettigrew froze. For a moment he looked almost pathetic, wandless, injured, trapped between two children who had every reason to kill him. Then his expression twisted into something ugly. "You think this is over?" He was backing toward the cauldron again, hands raised in false surrender. "You think you've won? My lord will rise. If not today, then tomorrow. If not with your blood, Potter. Then with someone else's. He always comes back." "Stop moving," Harry said. His wand hand was steady now, the trembling gone, replaced by cold focus. "One more step and I'll..." Pettigrew took the step. "Confringo." Harry aimed at the cauldron again, determined to destroy it this time. But Pettigrew threw himself forward, not away, wrapping his body around the bundle that contained his. "Master." The blasting curse caught him in the back and he screamed, but he didn't let go, didn't stop. Shielding that horrible thing with his own flesh. "Astoria," Harry shouted. "The cauldron, can you?" "I'm trying." He saw her straining, hands pressed flat to the ground, trying to make the earth swallow the cauldron. The way it had shifted beneath Pettigrew's feet, but the iron pot was heavy, anchored somehow, and the magic was fighting her. Pettigrew used the distraction. His hand shot out and grabbed a shard of broken tombstone. He hurled it at Astoria with desperate strength. She had to break concentration to shield herself. The earth went still, and Pettigrew ran. Not toward the cauldron, toward Harry, wandless and screaming, left hand reaching for his throat. Harry reacted on instinct, the black training taking over. "Ossium frango." The bone-breaking curse caught Pettigrew in the leg. He went down hard, shrieking, but his hand still reached, still grasped, and Harry had to throw himself backward to avoid its grip. "Incarcerus." Rope shot from Astoria's wand, binding Pettigrew's arms to his sides. He thrashed against them, but she was already casting again, Petrificus totalis, and his body went rigid. For a moment, silence. Harry and Astoria stood on opposite sides of the paralyzed man, both breathing hard, both staring at what they'd accomplished. Then Pettigrew's eyes moved. Just his eyes, the only part of him the body bind hadn't frozen. And Harry saw in them not defeat, but cunning. The hand moved. It shouldn't have been able to, the body bind should have locked every muscle. But the hand looked metallic through some kind of self-transfiguration and tore through the ropes like they were made of paper. Pettigrew surged upward, body bind shattering with a burst of accidental magic born of pure desperation, and his hand closed around Harry's wand arm with crushing force. Harry screamed. He felt bones grinding, felt the wand slipping from fingers that wouldn't obey him. "DPULSO." Astoria's banishing charm hit Pettigrew like a freight train, ripping him away from Harry and sending him tumbling across the graveyard. The hand left furrows in Harry's arm as it was torn free, blood welling up bright and red. But Harry kept his wand. That was what mattered. He kept his wand, and Pettigrew was 20 feet away now, struggling to rise on his broken leg, wandless and wounded and still trying to reach the cauldron. He was crawling toward it, dragging himself across the grass with his silver hand, broken leg trailing uselessly behind, leaving a smear of blood in his wake. His eyes were fixed on the bundle, on his master, on the only thing that mattered to him in the entire world. "My lord," he was whimpering. "I'm coming, my lord. I won't fail you. I won't." "Bombarda." Harry's curse cratered the ground between Pettigrew and the cauldron. The man flinched, but didn't stop, changing direction slightly, still crawling. "Defindo." Astoria's cutting curse opened a gash across his back. He screamed but kept moving. "Reducto." Harry blasted another section of earth. Pettigrew went around it. He wasn't going to stop, Harry realized. Short of killing him, nothing was going to stop him from reaching that cauldron, from finishing what he'd started. "The earth," Harry said, the words coming out ragged. "Astoria, can you?" "I can try." She dropped to her knees, both hands pressing flat against the grass, and Harry felt something shift in the air around her, the Greengrass family magic rising to her call. The bond between them hummed. And for a moment, he could almost feel what she felt, the deep, slow pulse of the earth beneath them. The roots and soil and stone that made up the bones of the world. Pettigrew felt it too. He looked up, eyes wide with sudden terror, as the ground beneath him began to soften. No, no. He tried to crawl faster, but the earth was pulling at him now, sucking at his hands and knees like quicksand. His hand scrabbled for purchase, found none. His broken leg sank first, then his hip, then Evada. Harry hadn't even seen him grab a wand. One of theirs, lost in the fighting, found somehow in the grass. Pettigrew's arm was rising, green light already gathering at the tip. Harry didn't think. He reached for the darkest magic Sirius had taught him, the curses that had been refined over generations of black family hatred, and spoke a word he'd only ever practiced on dummies. And conjured targets. Tabsir. The rotting curse hit Pettigrew in the chest at the same moment Astoria's earth magic pulled him down to his waist. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then his skin began to gray, to crack, to peel away like bark from a dying tree. He opened his mouth to scream, but the sound that emerged was wet and wrong. His throat already decaying. His hands clutched at the air at nothing, as the flesh around it rotted away to reveal yellowed bone. The earth continued to pull him down. The curse continued to eat him alive. Harry watched. He couldn't look away, couldn't stop watching as a man came apart before his eyes, as the earth swallowed what remained, as the screaming faded to gurgling and then to silence. It took perhaps 30 seconds that felt like hours, 30 seconds of watching someone die in the worst way imaginable. Then it was over. The ground closed over what remained of Peter Pettigrew, and the graveyard was silent. Harry turned toward the cauldron. The bundle beside it hadn't moved throughout the entire fight. Couldn't move, perhaps, too weak and incomplete to do anything but watch through whatever senses it possessed, but it was still there, still waiting. Confringo, Harry said, and put every ounce of magic he had left into the curse. The cauldron exploded. Iron shrapnel flew in all directions. The liquid inside, whatever dark potion had been brewing, splashed across tombstones and grass, hissing where it landed. The bundle was thrown clear, tumbling across the ground, and Harry heard a sound from within it, a thin, reedy wail of fury and pain. He raised his wand to cast again, to finish it. But the bundle was gone, vanished, apparated away by magic Harry hadn't felt, couldn't trace, didn't understand. Voldemort had escaped, wounded perhaps, weakened certainly, but not destroyed. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard in the grass, wand slipping from fingers that had finally started to shake, and stared at the smoking ruin of the cauldron. It wasn't over. It would never be over. But Pettigrew was dead. The ritual had failed, and for tonight at least that had to be enough. Harry stood frozen, staring at the patch of disturbed earth that marked where a man had died. Had been killed, by him, by them. His wand arm was shaking. His whole body was shaking. Harry. Astoria's voice came from far away. He turned toward her, moving like a puppet with cut strings, and saw that she was shaking too. Her face was gray, her eyes too wide, her hands still extended toward the ground that had swallowed their enemy. Harry, we need to go. The cauldron. Harry's gaze drifted toward it, toward the bundle that still lay beside it, motionless now. Whatever had been in there, whatever partial existence Voldemort had clung to, it hadn't been enough to interfere, but it was still there, still waiting. The cup, he heard himself say. The portkey, it'll take us back. Where is it? He couldn't remember. Everything after the arrival was a blur of pain and fear and Cedric. Cedric. Harry turned, scanning the graveyard, and found the body lying where it had fallen. Still, silent, eyes still open to a sky he could no longer see. There's someone else, Harry said. The words felt wrong in his mouth, too small for what they meant. Another champion, Pettigrew killed him before you got here. Astoria followed his gaze. He saw her register the body, saw the way her face went from gray to white. Saw her throat work as she swallowed something she didn't want to feel. "We need to take him back," Harry said. "I'm not leaving him here." "Harry, I'm not leaving him." She didn't argue. Together, they crossed the graveyard to where Cedric lay, and Harry knelt beside the boy who'd been kind to him, who'd offered to share the cup, who'd done nothing wrong except stand too close when the killing curse came. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. "I'm so sorry." The cup was nearby. He could see it now, glinting in the grass perhaps 20 feet away. Astoria retrieved it while Harry levitated Cedric's body with hands that wouldn't stop trembling. "When we get back," Astoria said quietly, "we were never both here. You escaped alone, you fought." "Pettigrew alone. I was never here." Harry nodded. The oath would help with that. He couldn't reveal her involvement even if he wanted to. But more than that, he understood. She had secrets to protect, a role to maintain, the shield of green. Couldn't be known. "Can you cast a disillusionment charm?" he asked. "On yourself, I mean, before we go back." Astoria hesitated. "I've read about it, but I've never." "I can do it." Harry raised his wand, grateful for something practical to focus on, something other than the shaking in his hands and the images that wouldn't leave his mind. "Hold still." He tapped her head with his wand, murmuring the incantation Sirius had taught him. The charm spread down her body like cold water, and between one breath and the next, Astoria vanished. Not completely. Harry could still see a faint shimmer where she stood, a distortion in the air, but in the chaos of there. "Return, no one would notice. No one would look." "Can you see me?" Her voice came from the shimmer, uncertain. "Barely, it'll be enough." He paused. "Thank you for coming for." He couldn't finish. What words were there for what she'd done, for crossing impossible distance? Because he'd called, for fighting a murderer beside him, for helping him kill a man and never once hesitating. "The oath," Astoria said simply. "You needed help, I came." The shimmer moved, and he felt the cup being pressed into his hand. Harry took one handle, shifted Cedric's body closer with his other hand. He couldn't see Astoria take the opposite handle, but he felt the cup's weight shift, felt her presence through the bond. "Together," she said. The hook behind his navel, the spinning, lurching sensation, and then light and sound and screaming. And a crowd of faces that didn't understand, couldn't understand, would never understand what had happened in that graveyard. Harry held tight to Cedric's body and let the chaos wash over him. He felt the moment when Astoria released the cup and slipped away, invisible into the crowd, felt her presence receding through the bond as she put distance between herself and the scene. No one saw her, no one looked. In the chaos of screaming parents and shouting officials, one shimmering distortion was nothing. She was safe, that was what mattered. Harry let Dumbledore's hands guide him away from Cedric's body, let the old wizard's voice wash over him without really hearing the words. Through the bond, he felt Astoria moving steadily away, felt her fear and exhaustion and relief, felt her alive. For now, that was enough. Part IV. The nightmares came every night. Harry would wake in the small hours, sheets soaked with sweat, the smell of rotting flesh still thick in his nostrils. Sometimes he saw Cedric falling over and over, green light and surprised eyes. Sometimes he saw Pettigrew sinking into the earth, skin peeling away, mouth open in a scream that never ended. Sometimes he saw both, layered on top of each other, death and death and death until he couldn't. Which was worse, the murder he'd witnessed or the one he'd committed? Hogwarts had closed early. Dumbledore's announcement had been brief and sorrowful. In light of the tragedy, students would return home to their families. Exams would be cancelled. The year would end. Not with a feast, but with silence. Harry had barely heard any of it. He'd moved through those final days like a ghost, packing his trunk, boarding the train, watching the castle disappear without feeling anything at all. The Dursleys had lasted 3 days. That was longer than Harry had expected, honestly. 3 days of Uncle Vernon's suspicious glares and Aunt Petunia's thin-lipped silence before Harry had woken screaming at 2 in the morning and Vernon had decided enough was enough. The letter to Sirius had gone out that night. The reply had come by morning, and by noon, Harry was standing in the entrance hall of number 12, Grimmauld Place, staring at the mounted house elf heads and wondering if he'd traded one nightmare for another. But Sirius was there. Sirius who understood darkness. Sirius who had spent 12 years in Azkaban and come out the other side still capable of love, still capable of hope. Sirius who looked at Harry with eyes that saw everything, the guilt, the fear, the hollow space where something innocent used to live, and didn't flinch. 2 weeks passed before Harry could talk about it. They were sitting in the drawing room, a fire crackling despite the summer heat, when Harry finally found the words. He'd been staring at the flames for an hour, feeling the bond hum quietly in his chest. Astoria was alive. He knew that much, could feel her presence like a distant heartbeat, and trying to make sense of what he'd become. "I killed someone," he said. The words fell into the silence like stones into still water. Sirius didn't react, didn't gasp, didn't flinch. Just sat there in his armchair and waited for whatever came next. "Pettigrew," Harry continued. "In the graveyard, he was trying to bring Voldemort back and we." He stopped, throat closing around the word he couldn't say. The oath held firm even now, even with Sirius, even when all Harry wanted was to share the weight with someone who might understand. "We?" Sirius asked quietly. "I can't," Harry's voice cracked. "There was someone else there, someone who came to help me, but I can't tell you who, Sirius. I swore an oath, a real one, a binding one, and the magic won't let me say their name." Sirius was silent for a long moment. The fire popped and hissed. "Tell me what you can," he said finally. So Harry did. He described the bond, the quiet thread of awareness he'd carried since October, the way it had flared when he needed help, the bridge that had somehow let his ally cross impossible distance to reach him. He described the fight in terms that avoided Astoria's identity, but captured the essence of what had happened. 2 people against one, desperation and dark magic and the earth itself rising up to swallow their enemy. "I used the rotting curse," Harry said. "The one you taught me, Tabe's seer. I watched it eat him alive while the ground pulled him down and I didn't stop it. I could have, maybe, but I didn't." "Would stopping it have kept you alive?" "I don't know, maybe not." "Then you did what you had to do." Sirius leaned forward, firelight dancing across his gaunt face. "Harry, listen to me. Peter Pettigrew was a murderer. He betrayed your parents. He killed 13 people with a single curse. He spent 12 years hiding while I rotted in Azkaban for his crimes. And in that graveyard, he was trying to resurrect the darkest wizard in a century. You stopped him. However, you did it, whatever magic you used, you stopped him. That's not murder. That's war. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true." Sirius's voice hardened. "I know it doesn't feel true. I know you're going to see his face every time you close your eyes, hear his screams every time the world goes quiet. That's the price of doing what's necessary. But the alternative, letting him finish the ritual, letting Voldemort return with your blood in his veins, would have been worse, would have been catastrophic. You made the right choice." "It doesn't feel like a choice. It felt like instinct. Like I just reached for the darkest thing I knew and used it without thinking. That's what training is for, so that when you need it, you don't have to think." Sirius paused. "The person who helped you, this bond you share, tell me about that." Harry tried. He described the oath they'd sworn, mutual secrecy, mutual aid, and how it had somehow become more than they'd intended. He described the thread of connection he could still feel, the way it pulsed with his allies' emotions when they were strong enough, the sense that he was no longer entirely alone in the world. "Family magic," Sirius said when he'd finished. "You've bound yourself to someone with compatible family magic. The old families used to do this intentionally, creating alliances that went deeper then. Politics, ties that couldn't be broken by circumstance or betrayal. But it fell out of practice because the bonds were unpredictable. Unpredictable how? They could grow, change, become things neither party expected. Sirius looked at him with something like concern. "Harry, whoever you've bound yourself to, you need to be careful. These kinds of connections don't just fade. They deepen over time, especially if you keep drawing on them." What happened in the graveyard, calling them to you across that distance? That wasn't a small thing. The bond responded to need, to desperation, and that kind of activation leaves marks. What kind of marks? I don't know, no one does really. The records are incomplete, the knowledge half lost. Sirius sighed. Just be aware, talk to your ally if you can, compare experiences, try to understand what you've created together because you're in this with them now, for better or worse. Harry nodded slowly. The bond hummed in his chest, and somewhere far away, he felt an echo of his own uncertainty reflected back at him. "I'm proud of you," Sirius said. "Whatever happens next, whatever this bond becomes, I want you to know that you faced something terrible and you survived. That takes strength." "I don't feel strong." "No one does after. That's how you know it was real." Sirius stood and crossed to him, pulling Harry into a hug that smelled of dust and old magic and something that might have been home. "Get some sleep. We'll talk more tomorrow." Harry held on longer than he meant to. When he finally let go, his eyes were wet and he didn't bother to hide it. Sleep, when it came, was dreamless for the first time in weeks. Part V. Astoria didn't speak for 3 days after returning home. Her parents attributed it to shock. Everyone was shocked. They said a student had died. It was natural for the children to be affected. Daphne tried to coax her out of it with gossip and sisterly concern, but Astoria couldn't find words for what lived inside her now, couldn't explain why she woke screaming, why she flinched at sudden movements, why the sight of freshly turned earth in the garden made her stomach heave. She'd killed someone. The thought circled endlessly, a vulture over carrion. She'd used her family's magic, the gift she'd been trained to protect, the power that made her the shield, and she'd used it to drag a man into the ground while he screamed and rotted and died. She could still feel it if she let herself. The way the earth had responded to her call, eager and hungry. The way it had closed over him like a mouth swallowing meat. She'd done that, 13 years old, and she'd done that. The bond was her only comfort. Through it, she could feel Harry, distant and troubled, but alive. Some nights, when the nightmares got bad, she'd reach for that thread of connection and just hold it, letting his presence remind her that she wasn't alone, that someone else understood, that what they'd done together. 2 weeks into the summer holiday, grandfather summoned her to the manor's lower chamber. She went reluctantly. The root-lit room had always been sacred to her, the heart of everything she was, everything she'd been chosen to become, but now it felt different. Now the pulse of earth magic that suffused the walls reminded her of other things, of soil parting beneath her hands, of a man sinking into the ground. Grandfather was waiting for her on the same bench where he'd explained her destiny 8 years ago. He looked older than she remembered, lines carved deep around his eyes and mouth, but his gaze was as sharp as ever. "Sit, child." She sat. The roots pulsed around them, and Astoria felt their warmth like a greeting, like an embrace. Part of her wanted to recoil from it. Another part wanted to sink into it and never surface. "You've been troubled since you returned," Grandfather said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "Tell me." The words came slowly at first, then faster, tumbling over each other in their rush to escape. She told him about the bond, the oath she'd sworn months ago, the connection that had grown stronger than either of them expected. She told him about the call, the desperate pull that had dragged her across the country to a graveyard she'd never seen. She told him about the fight, the killing curses, the moment when she'd reached for the earth and felt it answer. She told him about Pettigrew dying and how she'd helped make it happen. "I can feel it," she said when she'd finished. Her voice was barely a whisper. "When I use the earth. Magic now, I can feel what I did. Like the memory is in the soil itself, waiting for me to touch it again." Grandfather was quiet for a long moment. The roots pulsed. Somewhere above them, the manor creaked with age and secrets. "The first kill is always the hardest," he said finally. Astoria looked up, startled. "You think I don't understand?" A ghost of a smile crossed his face, bitter and sad. "I was 16 when I took my first life. Grindelwald's war. A man came for our family, for our magic, and I stopped him the only way I could. I still see his face sometimes when the nights are long." "How do you live with it?" "You remember why you did it. You remember what would have happened if you hadn't." He leaned forward, taking her hands in his. "You killed to protect yourself and your ally. You killed to stop something terrible from happening. That's not murder, Astoria. That's the burden of the shield." "I'm 13. I know you're too young for this, far too young." His grip tightened. "But the world doesn't wait for us to be ready. The magic chose you because it saw something in you, strength perhaps, or determination, or simply the capacity to do what must be done when the moment demands it. You proved it right in that graveyard." "I don't want to be right. I want to be normal." "I know, child, I know." They sat in silence for a while, the roots poolsing around them, the weight of generations pressing down. Then Grandfather spoke again. "Tell me about this bond, this connection you share with your ally." Astoria described it as best she could, the thread of awareness, the way it had flared when Harry needed help, the bridge she'd followed to reach him. She couldn't say his name, couldn't identify him in any way, but she could describe the shape of what they'd created. "The magic knew where to take me," she said. "I just followed it, like roots finding water." Grandfather's expression shifted. Recognition, perhaps, or concern. "The Greengrass family has a history of deep connections," he said slowly. "Not often, once every few generations, but the records speak of bonds that went beyond ordinary oath magic, bonds that tied one of our blood to another person so thoroughly that distance meant nothing." "What happened to them, the people who had those bonds?" "The records are incomplete. The last time something like this occurred was 4 centuries ago, and much has been lost since then." He paused. "I know only that the bond grew stronger over time, that the pair became intertwined. When one was hurt, the other felt it. When one was in danger, the other knew." "That sounds like what we have." "Perhaps, or perhaps your bond will develop differently. Every connection is unique." Grandfather released her hands, sitting back with a sigh. "I wish I had more answers for you, child, but this is uncharted territory. All I can tell you is to be careful, to communicate with your ally, and to pay attention to how the bond changes over time. What if it becomes something I don't want? Then you deal with it together." He met her eyes. "You're not alone in this, Astoria, whatever this bond becomes. You have someone who shares it with you. That's more than most people ever have." She thought about Harry, about the desperation she'd felt through the bond, the gratitude that had followed, the quiet presence that had been her anchor through the worst nights. He understood. He carried the same weight. Maybe that was worth something. "The shield's burden includes violence," Grandfather continued. "Includes doing terrible things so that the family survives. I had hoped you wouldn't face this aspect of it so young, but what's done is done. Now you must learn to live with it." "How?" "One day at a time, one breath at a time, when that's all you can manage." He stood, old bones creaking, and offered her his hand. "Come, I think you could use some time in the garden, the growing. Things remember what we need to feel, sometimes, even when we've forgotten." Astoria took his hand and let him lead her up the stairs. towards sunlight and green things and the slow, patient pulse of earth that had become part of her, whether she wanted it or not. She was the shield she had killed to protect, and somehow eventually she would learn to live with. Both. Miles away, in a grim old house in London, Harry woke from a nightmare and reached instinctively for the bond. He felt her there, troubled but steadier than she'd been, working through something difficult, finding her way. You're not alone, he thought, not sure if she could hear him but wanting her to know anyway. Whatever this is, we're in it together. The bond hummed softly in response, and for a moment, just a moment, the weight on both their shoulders felt a little lighter. Part I. The lake was the same. Harry wasn't sure why that surprised him. The world had shifted on its axis since June, Cedric dead. Pettigrew dead. Voldemort returned in some diminished form, the Ministry calling him a liar, and the Daily Prophet running daily articles about his supposed instability. But the lake didn't care about any of that. It just reflected the October sky, gray and cold and indifferent, while the giant squid traced lazy patterns beneath the surface. He'd been waiting for 20 minutes when he felt her approach through the bond. The connection had changed over the summer, grown stronger, more defined, where once he'd felt only a vague awareness of Astoria's existence. Now he could sense her moods, her general direction. Even if he focused, a rough estimate of her distance. They'd tested it a few times, sending little pulses of intent back and forth across the miles between London and wherever. The Greengrass estate was hidden, not communication exactly, more like tapping on a wall to let someone know you were still there. The first time she'd sent a pulse, 3 weeks after the graveyard, Harry had been sitting in Grimmauld Place's kitchen, staring at a cup of tea that had long gone cold. The feeling had washed over him. Without warning, a gentle nudge, like someone brushing their fingers against his awareness, and he'd known without knowing how he knew that it was her, that she was thinking about him, that she was okay. He'd sent one back immediately, then another, and another. By the end of the summer, they'd developed a crude vocabulary. 1 pulse for I'm here, 2 for I'm thinking of you, 3 for something's wrong. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to remember that somewhere out there, someone understood. Astoria emerged from the tree line looking older than he remembered. Not physically, she was still small, still pale, still sharp-featured in a way that would probably become striking as she grew. But something in her eyes had changed, a weight that hadn't been there before. He supposed he looked the same to her. Harry. Astoria. She settled onto the fallen log beside him, leaving a careful foot of space between them. For a moment, neither spoke. The lake lapped at the shore. A bird called somewhere in the forest behind them. Through the bond, Harry felt her presence more clearly than he'd ever felt it before. Not just awareness, but the texture of her emotions. Nervousness, relief, something complicated he couldn't quite name. It's strange, she said finally, seeing you again, after everything. I know what you mean. Harry watched a tentacle break the surface, curl lazily in the air, and disappear again. All summer I felt you through the bond, but it's different, being here, seeing your face. The last time we were face to face, we were. She trailed off, but he felt what she couldn't say. Through the bond, the graveyard, the fight, the killing. Yeah. They sat with that for a moment. The weight of shared memory pressed down on both of them, and Harry found himself grateful that he didn't have to explain. She'd been there. She knew. The nightmares, Astoria said quietly, are they still? Most nights getting better, but, Harry shrugged. Some things don't go away. What about you? The same. I wake up feeling the earth closing around him, feeling what my magic did. Her voice was carefully controlled, but he could feel the cracks underneath through the bond. Grandfather says it will fade, that the memory will become easier to carry. But right now it feels like it's going to crush you. She looked at him, and something passed between them. Recognition, understanding, the particular bond of people who'd survived something terrible together. "How did your family take it?" Harry asked. "When you told them what happened?" "I couldn't tell my parents. They don't know about the shield, about my training, about any of it. As far as they're concerned, I came home traumatized because a student died, and I needed time to process." Astoria's jaw tightened. "My mother kept trying to comfort me, kept saying it was natural to be upset about Cedric, and I wanted to scream at her that I wasn't crying about Cedric. I was crying because I killed someone, and I could still feel his body sinking into the ground." "But you couldn't say that." "No, I couldn't." She took a breath. "Grandfather was different. I told him everything, well, everything. Except your name. The bond wouldn't let me say that even if I'd wanted to. But I told him about the fight, about Pettigrew, about what we did to stop him." "How did he react?" "He was," Astoria paused, seeming to search for the right word. "Proud isn't right, neither is horrified. He was sad, I think. Sad that I'd had to do it, sad that I'd lost something I could never get back." She looked down at her hands. "He told me about his first kill, during Grindelwald's war when he was only a few years older than me. He said the weight never fully leaves, but it becomes something you can carry." Harry nodded slowly. Sirius had said something similar during their summer conversations, that killing in defense wasn't murder, but it wasn't nothing either. That it changed you, marked you, left scars that didn't show on the outside. "Sirius was relieved I was alive," Harry said. "That was the first thing. He kept saying it over and over. 'You're alive, Harry. You survived.' Like he needed to convince himself it was true. Then later, when I told him about the fight, about the curse I used. The rotting curse." "Yeah," Harry's stomach turned at the memory. He didn't flinch, didn't judge, just said that dark magic was a tool, and I'd used it for the right reasons. That Pettigrew deserved what he got, and I shouldn't feel guilty for giving it to him." "Do you believe that?" "Some days, other days." He shook his head. "Other days I see his face when I close my eyes, the way his skin started peeling, the sound he made before his throat decayed." Astoria was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was very soft. "I feel the earth sometimes. When I'm doing other magic or just walking across the grounds, I feel it. Waiting, like it remembers what I asked it to do. Like it's ready to do it again if I ask." "Does that scare you?" "Terrifies me." She met his eyes. "But grandfather says that's good, says the day I stop being scared of what I can do is the day I become dangerous." They sat with that for a while, letting the silence stretch between them. It wasn't uncomfortable, not the way silence usually was with people. Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria's presence like a warm weight in his chest, steady and real. "Your family," Harry said eventually. "The Greengrass name, how are they handling everything else? The ministry, the denial, Voldemort being back." Carefully, Astoria's expression shifted into something more guarded. "My father's walking a very fine line. He knows Voldemort has returned. Grandfather told him that much without explaining how he knew, but he can't say so publicly. The Greengrass family has survived for centuries by staying neutral, by not taking sides until the outcome is certain. If Father declares for Dumbledore now, and the ministry turns on him, he'd lose everything. Possibly, at minimum, he'd lose influence, contracts, political connections, at worst." She shook her head. "There are people who would use any excuse to bring down a neutral family, claim we're secret. Death Eaters, or blood traitors, or whatever serves their purposes. Father has to protect the family first, even if it means staying silent about the truth. Especially then." Astoria's voice was bitter. "That's the pureblood way, Harry. Survival first principles. Second, I hate it, but I understand it. The Greengrass family has outlasted 3 Dark Lords and 2 Goblin rebellions. We didn't do that by being reckless." Harry thought about that. His own position was so different, forced into the spotlight, painted as a liar, unable to hide even if he wanted to. The idea of staying silent, of protecting himself by letting others believe lies, felt wrong. But he could see the logic in it too, the cold calculation of survival. "What about the bond?" he asked. "Did your grandfather say anything about that?" He was concerned, more than concerned, alarmed. Astoria pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them like a shield. "He said bonds like ours are rare, that when they form, they tend to grow in unexpected ways. He doesn't know what it will become, but he knows it's not something to take lightly." Sirius said the same thing, that we've tied ourselves together in ways neither of us fully understands. "Does that frighten you?" Harry considered the question. The honest answer was complicated. Yes and no, fear and comfort, tangled together in ways he couldn't separate. "A little," he admitted, "but mostly I'm glad it exists, the bond. I mean, this summer when everything was falling apart, knowing you were out there, knowing I could feel you, that you could feel me, it helped, more than I expected." Astoria was quiet for a moment, then very softly, "It helped me too." The admission hung between them, fragile and important. Harry felt something shift in the bond, some new understanding clicking into place. "We need to do more than just talk," Harry said, the decision crystallizing as he spoke. "We should train together, properly. Work on combat, figure out what this connection can do, prepare for whatever's coming." He'd been thinking about it since the summer, all those hours practicing alone in Grimmauld Place, wishing he had someone to spar against who actually understood what they were facing. Astoria's eyes lit up with something like hope, quickly suppressed. "You'd want to train with me. We fought together in that graveyard. You held your own against Pettigrew, and you were 12. Harry shrugged. "I'd be stupid not to want you as a training partner. The question is where. Somewhere private, where no one would see us together." "That would be, yes, I'd like that." She looked younger suddenly, some of the careful composure slipping to reveal the 13-year-old underneath. "But Harry, if anyone sees us, a Gryffindor and a Slytherin, you and a Greengrass, it would raise questions." "I know. I'll figure something out. There are rumors about a room in the castle that only appears when you need it. I've been meaning to look for it." He stood, brushing grass from his robes. "I'll send you a pulse when I find a place. 2 pulses means I've got something." Astoria stood as well, and for a moment she looked uncertain. Not the composed pureblood mask, but something more genuine. "Harry, thank you for wanting to include me, for not treating me like I'm too young to help." "You're not too young, you proved that." He met her eyes. "We're in this together now, whatever that means." She nodded, a small smile flickering across her face before the mask settled back into place. Then she slipped away through the trees, and Harry sat alone by the lake, already planning. He'd find this room of requirement, he'd set up a training schedule, and he'd make sure that when the war finally came, both of them would be ready. The bond hummed quietly in his chest, and somewhere in the castle, he felt Astoria's anticipation, matching his own. Part II. 2 weeks later, Harry sent a double pulse through the bond. "I found something," and felt Astoria's curiosity flare in response. He'd discovered the room of requirement through Dobby, of all people. The house elf had mentioned it, while helping Harry search for a place to hold secret defense lessons, and once Harry had found it, had paced past the blank wall 3 times, thinking about what he needed, he'd known immediately that it was perfect, not just for the DA, but for everything. Now he waited inside, watching the door, feeling Astoria's approach through the bond. The room had configured itself at his request, a comfortable sitting area with 2 armchairs facing a crackling fire, bookshelves lining the walls, everything warm and private. Astoria slipped through the door and stopped, her eyes going wide. "Harry, this is..." She turned in a slow circle, taking in the space. "How did you find this?" "A friend helped. It's called the room of requirement. It becomes whatever you need it to be. Harry couldn't help feeling pleased at her reaction. I've been using it for the DA. Thought it might work for us too. The DA? Astoria crossed to one of the armchairs but didn't sit, still looking around with something like wonder. Your defense group. Dumbledore's army. 28 students now, learning actual magic instead of Umbridge's useless theory. Harry settled into his chair, watching her. Through the bond, he could feel her processing, the awe at the room, the wariness at the mention of his group, a thread of loneliness that she probably didn't realize he could sense. I've heard about it, she said carefully. The Slytherin common room has been talking. Malfoy's furious that you're organizing right under his nose. Good, he can stay furious. Harry leaned forward. But that's not why I asked you here. I wanted to talk about training. Ours, I mean, not the DA. Astoria finally sat, tucking her legs beneath her in a way that made her look younger, more uncertain. What did you have in mind? Sparring, real practice, not just talking by the lake. Harry had been thinking about this since their last conversation, planning how to approach it. You have skills I don't. Ritual magic, earth magic. Whatever else your grandfather's been teaching you. I have combat experience, and the thing's serious has shown me we could learn from each other. I'd like that. The words came out quickly, almost eagerly, before she seemed to catch herself. I mean, yes, that makes sense. Harry noticed the slip, the flash of enthusiasm before the mask came back. She was trying so hard to seem composed, to match his energy rather than show her own. He remembered being 13. Remembered how desperately he'd wanted to seem older, more capable than he felt. There's something else, he said. Before we get to that, the DA, I want to offer you a place. Astoria's expression flickered, longing quickly suppressed. Harry. I know what you're going to say. The Greengrass neutrality, your father's position, the politics. He held up a hand. I'm not pressuring you. I just wanted you to know the offer's there if anything changes. It can't change. Her voice was tight, and through the bond, Harry felt the conflict underneath, the desire to say yes warring with fear. Malfoy's been watching everyone. If I was seen with you, with Gryffindors practicing defense magic, my family would pay for it. My father's trying to keep us safe. And I can't. She trailed off, looking down at her hands. You're not angry. Why would I be angry? You're protecting your family. That's not something I'd ever fault you for. Something eased in her expression. Relief, maybe, or gratitude. She looked younger again, less like the composed pureblood she was trying to be, and more like a scared 13-year-old carrying too many secrets. The sparring, she said, visibly pulling herself together. You said you had ideas. I do, but first, Harry hesitated. There's something I need to tell you, something that happened over the past few weeks. The dreams. Astoria went still. The corridor, the door. You've been having them too. She swallowed hard. I didn't know if it was real. I thought maybe I was imagining things or the stress was getting to me. But yes, the same dream over and over, walking toward a door that I need to open more than anything, and waking up just before I reach it. Those aren't your dreams. Harry watched her face as the implication hit. They're mine, somehow. The bond is sharing them with you. Astoria's composure cracked. What? I've been having them since summer. This corridor in the Ministry of Magic, I think. A door at the end, and the compulsion to reach it. It's not coming from me. I think it's coming from Voldemort. Through the scar. And she looked genuinely frightened now, the mask abandoned entirely. Harry, I've been inside the dreams, not watching from outside, experiencing them like they were happening to me, like I was you. I know, I can feel it when you're there, a kind of doubling. Harry leaned forward. That's why we need to do more than just spar. We need to learn to protect our minds. Sirius mentioned something called occlumency, the art of closing your thoughts against intrusion. If we can learn it, maybe we can Block whatever Voldemort is sending. Occlumency. Astoria repeated the word like a lifeline. Grandfather mentioned it once, part of the old family trainings. He said it was difficult, that most people never master it properly. Then we'll have to work harder than most people. Harry stood and crossed to the bookshelves. Room provided some texts when I asked. We can study together, practice on each other, figure out how to build shields that actually work. You do that, teach me. We'd teach each other, that's the point. He pulled a thick tome from the shelf, The Art of Mental Defense, and turned to face her. We're bonded, Astoria. Whatever's happening to me is happening too. You too, so we deal with it together, agreed. She stood, and for a moment she looked like she might cry. Then she squared her shoulders, pushed down whatever she was feeling, and nodded. Agreed. Harry handed her the book. We'll start with theory tonight, practice sparring next week. Once we have a better handle on both, we can work on the occlumency properly. He paused. And Astoria, you can. Drop the mask with me. I know you're scared. I am too. There's no shame in that. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, some of the tension left her shoulders. You're very bossy, you know that. I've been told. Harry almost smiled. Now sit down and start reading. We've got a lot of work to do. Part II. The room of requirement had reconfigured itself at Harry's request. A wide, open space with padded floors, the walls lined with practice dummies and targets. It looked like a proper training room now, complete with wards that would muffle sound and prevent any stray magic from escaping. Torches burned in brackets along the walls, casting steady light that left no shadows to hide in. This is incredible, Astoria said, turning in a slow circle to take it all in. You just asked for this. Thought about what I needed while packing outside. The room does the rest. Harry was already stretching, loosening muscles that would need to move quickly. Change into something practical. The room will provide it if you ask. We're doing this properly. She hesitated for just a moment, that flash of uncertainty he was learning to recognize before crossing to where the room had produced a changing screen and appropriate training clothes. When she emerged in dark trousers and a fitted tunic, she looked younger somehow, less like the composed pureblood, more like a kid about to do something exciting and slightly frightening. Rules, Harry said, raising his wand. First, we test the bond's limitations. I suspect we won't be able to actually hurt each other. The oath we swore should prevent it, but we need to confirm before we go further. Astoria nodded, taking position across from him and settling into a dueling stance that spoke of her grandfather's training. What did you have in mind? Something minor first. Stinging hex on 3. We both cast, see what happens. Harry raised his wand. 1, 2, 3. Stimulo. They both cast simultaneously. The spells left their wands. Harry saw them, twin streaks of red light, but the moment they crossed the halfway point between them, something happened. The magic didn't dissipate exactly, but it softened, slowed. By the time the hexes reached their targets, they felt like nothing more than gentle pressure, like someone pressing a finger against skin. Interesting. Harry lowered his wand slightly. I felt the intent behind your spell shift, like the bond reached in and changed what the magic was trying to do. Same, Astoria said, eyes wide. Your hex felt almost friendly by the time it reached me. Let's try something stronger. Reducto, aimed at each other's shields. They tried. The same thing happened. The curses left their wands at full power but arrived as gentle pushes, barely enough to rock them back on their heels. They tried cutting curses, bludgeoning hexes. Even a bone-breaking curse from Harry that had worked devastatingly well on Pettigrew. Nothing harmful could get through. The oath, Harry finally lowered his wand completely. We swore not to act against each other's interests. Apparently that includes hexing each other into the hospital wing. So how do we train? Astoria's voice held a note of disappointment. If we can't actually hit each other, we adapt. Harry had been thinking about this possibility since he'd started planning their sessions. The spells don't matter. What matters is everything else. Footwork, reaction time, shield work. Positioning. We use harmless magic and practice the fundamentals. Harmless magic. Tickling charms, color-changing hexes, jelly legs jinxes. Harry raised his wand again, a challenging glint in his eye. If I can hit you with a tickling charm, I could hit you with a killing curse. The dodge is the same, ready. Astoria blinked, then grinned, a real grin, the first he'd seen from her. You're going to regret this. We'll see. He moved without warning, wand slashing through the air. Rictu Sempra. Astoria barely got a shield up in time, the tickling charm splashing harmlessly against it. But she was grinning as she counterattacked, Calaveria, and Harry had to dive to avoid the color-changing hex. Not bad, he said, coming up in a crouch. But you telegraphed it. Shoulder dropped right before you. Cast. So did you. She was already moving, circling. Your chin lifts when you're about to go on the offensive. They fell into a rhythm. Cast, dodge, shield, move. Cast, dodge, shield, move. The spells were ridiculous. Harry's hair went from black to blue to green to a violent orange over the course of 10 minutes, while Astoria spent a full 30 seconds helplessly giggling after a tickling charm caught her in the ribs, but the training was real. Harry pushed the pace, forcing her to react faster, to think less and move more. She was good, better than he'd expected, but she was still learning, still developing the instincts that came from actual combat experience. Through the bond, he could feel her focus sharpening, her confidence growing with each successful dodge. You favor your right side, he called out during a brief pause, both of them breathing hard. Always. Go right first, then correct. Third time you nearly got hit because of it. Astoria blinked, wiping sweat from her forehead. I hadn't noticed that. That's why we train, to find the things we don't notice. Harry raised his wand again. Go again, this time I'll only attack from your left. Force you to break the habit. They went again, and again. By the time 2 hours had passed, Harry was drenched in sweat, his hair had cycled through every color of the rainbow at least twice, and Astoria was visibly exhausted. But she was also dodging better, moving more fluidly, starting to develop the reflexes that would keep her alive when the stakes were real. Same time next week, Harry asked as they gathered their things, the room helpfully providing towels and water. Please. Astoria was still breathing hard, but there was something bright in her eyes, excitement, maybe, or satisfaction. I've never trained like this before. Grandfather teaches me forms and techniques, but he doesn't push like you do. You can handle being pushed. You're better than you think you are. Harry spelled his hair back to black, but we've got a long way to go, both of us. The DA is good for practicing what I already know. But this, training against someone who can feel my intentions through the bond, this is different. Harder, better. Astoria ducked her head, but not before Harry caught the pleased flush on her cheeks. I'll work on the right side thing. Practice in front of a mirror, maybe. Good, and I'll work on the chin thing. He paused at the door. Next week we start on the occlumency. 2. The dreams aren't going to stop on their own. The brightness in her eyes dimmed slightly, but she nodded. I've been reading the book you gave me. It's complicated. We'll figure it out. Harry opened the door, checked the corridor, and nodded for her to go first. Together, remember. She slipped past him, and for just a moment her hand brushed his arm, light and quick, like she wasn't quite sure she was allowed. Together, she agreed, and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Harry waited a few minutes before leaving himself, giving her time to get clear. The bond hummed quietly in his chest, and despite the exhaustion, he found himself looking forward to next week. They had a lot of work to do, but for the first time since the graveyard, he felt like they might actually be ready when the time came. Part IV. The dream came again, 3 weeks into their training. Harry was walking down the corridor, always the same corridor, black tiles and mirror-shine floors. And the door waited at the end. His feet moved without permission, carrying him forward step by step. The compulsion was overwhelming, blotting out everything else, and his hand reached for the handle. He woke gasping, scar-throbbing, and immediately felt Astoria's presence flare through the bond. She was awake, too. She'd been there again. Harry, her mental voice was frightened, younger sounding than she ever allowed herself to be. Person, it was worse this time. I couldn't wake up. I tried and I couldn't. I know, I felt you there. Harry sat up, running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. We need to start. The occlumency, properly, no more putting it off. The next evening, he had the room configure itself as a meditation space, soft cushions on the floor. Candles floating in the air, the walls draped in dark fabric that absorbed sound. He'd researched this. Asked serious questions through the mirror, studied the books until his eyes ached. If they were going to do this, they were going to do it right. Astoria arrived looking tired and scared, the dark circles under her eyes betraying sleepless nights. She'd been trying to hide it during their sparring sessions, but Harry could feel the exhaustion through the bond. Sit, he said, gesturing to a cushion across from him. I've been working out how to approach this. She sat, tucking her legs beneath her in that way she had when she felt uncertain. The book talks about clearing the mind, building walls, but every time I try, the dreams just push through. Passive defense doesn't work against active intrusion. We need something different. Harry leaned forward. The way I see it, we have to practice both sides, attacking and defending. You can't learn to push something out if you don't know what it feels like when it comes in. You want us to, she swallowed, use legilimency on each other. I know it's invasive. I know it means seeing things we might not want to share. Harry held her gaze steadily, but the bond won't let us hurt each other. Whatever we see, it stays between us, and we need to learn this, Astoria. The dreams are getting worse. If Voldemort realizes he can reach me deliberately, if he starts sending things on purpose, then I'll see them too. Her voice was very small. I'll see whatever horrors he decides to inflict. Not if we learn to block him, not if we get strong enough to shut the door. Harry pulled out his wand. I'll go first. I'll try to enter your mind and you practice pushing me out. Then we switch. Okay. She nodded, but he could feel her fear through the bond, sharp and young and trying desperately to hide itself. He remembered being 13, remembered how overwhelming everything had felt. She was doing so much better than he would have at her age, but she was still just a kid underneath the composure. Hey, he waited until she looked at him. We can stop any time you need to. This isn't a test. We're learning together. Something in her expression eased slightly. Okay, I'm ready. Harry raised his wand, met her eyes, and spoke the incantation. Legilimens. The sensation was strange, like stepping through a doorway into somewhere that wasn't quite real. He felt Astoria's mind open before him, and memories began to surface. A 5-year-old girl watching roses turn toward her, a grandfather explaining a burden too heavy for small shoulders, years of training in secret while her family smiled, unknowing at the dinner table. He felt her loneliness, felt the weight of being chosen for something she didn't fully understand, of carrying secrets that set her apart from everyone she loved, felt her terror that she wouldn't be strong enough when the time came. Push back, he sent through the connection. Don't just let me look. Push. She tried. He felt her gather herself, felt something like a wall trying to form, but it was weak, uncertain, and he slipped past it easily. Harder. Imagine I'm Voldemort. Imagine these are secrets you die to protect. Something flickered in her, anger, maybe, or fear transmuted into determination. The wall strengthened, and for a moment Harry actually had to push to stay in her mind. Good, again, stronger. She pushed. He resisted. She pushed harder, and suddenly he felt something green and growing rise. Up against him, earth magic, shield magic, her family's power turned inward to protect. The force of it surprised him, and he found himself expelled from her mind with a sudden jolt. They both gasped, the connection breaking. That, Astoria was breathing hard, eyes wide. That was different. At the end, something helped me. Your family magic, the shield power. Harry was impressed despite himself. You used it to defend your mind, that's. I don't think the books mention that. Grandfather said occlumency should feel natural to greengrasses. Something about our magic being. Rooted, she looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers like she could still feel the power moving through them. I didn't know what he meant until just now. That's good. That's really good. It means you have a foundation to build on. Harry took a breath. Now it's your turn. Try to enter my mind. The fear came back to her face. Harry, I don't want to see things you don't want me to see. The bond won't let you hurt me, remember? And I need to practice defending. He met her eyes. Steadily. I trust you, Astoria. Whatever you see, it's okay. She raised her wand with trembling fingers, and Harry felt her hesitation through the bond. The reluctance to invade, the worry that she'd find something terrible, the deeper fear that he'd find her. Weak for being afraid at all. Legilimens, she whispered. The intrusion was gentler than he'd expected, careful, almost apologetic, but it was still an intrusion. And memories rose without his permission. The cupboard under the stairs, Dudley's gang, years of being told he was worthless, freakish, unwanted. He felt Astoria's shock as the images hit her, felt her anger on his behalf, hot and young and righteous. Felt her pull back instinctively, not wanting to see more. Don't retreat, he sent. Keep pushing. I need to practice expelling you. She pushed deeper, and more memories came. The graveyard, Cedric falling, Pettigrew's face as the earth swallowed him. Harry felt her horror and her recognition, felt the bond resonate as she experienced his trauma as if it were her own. Now try to go for something specific, he instructed. Search for a particular memory. Make me work too. Keep you out. She tried. He felt her attention focus, felt her reach toward something, and then he shoved, imagining. A wall, a door, a fortress of will that she couldn't breach. The first attempt failed, the second too, but on the third, he found the trick of it, not just blocking, but redirecting, sending her attention spiraling into irrelevant memories, while the important things stayed hidden. The connection broke. They both sat gasping, exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Harry, Astoria's voice was hoarse. The Dursleys, what they did to you, is in the past. Don't, the word came out sharp, almost angry. Don't do that, don't dismiss it like it doesn't matter. Harry looked at her, startled by the intensity in her voice. Through the bond, he could feel her emotions crashing over him, fury so hot it burned, grief so deep it ached, and underneath it all a fierce protectiveness that took his breath away. They starved you. Tears were streaming down her face now, and she didn't seem to notice. I felt it. Harry, the hunger, the way your stomach hurt so much you couldn't sleep. I felt you lying in that cupboard in the dark, listening to them eat dinner, wondering what you'd done wrong. You were just a little boy. You were just a child, and they. Her voice broke. She was trembling, he realized, shaking with the force of emotions that weren't even hers. Astoria. She moved before he could finish, closing the distance between them and wrapping her arms around him with a fierceness that drove the breath from his lungs. She was crying properly now, her face pressed against his shoulder, her whole body shaking with sobs. Harry froze. No one had ever held him like this, not once in his entire life. Aunt Petunia's rare touches had been grudging and cold. Mrs. Weasley's hugs were warm but brief. Even Sirius, who loved him, showed it. Through rough pats on the shoulder and fierce grins, not arms wrapped around him like he was something precious, not tears shed on his behalf. He didn't know what to do with his hands. You didn't deserve it, Astoria said into his shoulder, the words muffled but fierce. None of it. You were a child and they were supposed to protect you, and they hurt you instead, and I hate them. I hate them so much, Harry. Something cracked inside his chest. He'd spent years building walls around those memories. Years telling himself it wasn't that bad, that other people had it worse, that there was no point dwelling on things he couldn't change. He'd buried the hunger and the loneliness and the endless knowledge that he was unwanted so deep that he'd almost convinced himself they didn't matter. But Astoria had felt them, had experienced them like they were her own, and instead of flinching away, instead of looking at him with pity or disgust, she was holding on to him like he mattered, like his pain was worth crying over. His arms came up slowly, almost without his permission, and wrapped around her. She was small. He'd known that, but feeling it was different, the narrow shoulders, the way she barely reached his chin, the fragility underneath all that composure. She was 14 years old, and she was crying for him, crying with him, and Harry felt something shift in his chest that he didn't have words for. It's okay, he heard himself say, and the absurdity of it almost made him laugh. He was comforting her for his own trauma. I'm okay now, I survived. Surviving isn't the same as being okay. She pulled back just enough to look at him, her face blotchy and tear-streaked and utterly without the mask she usually wore. You know that, right? Just because you got through, it doesn't mean it was okay. Doesn't mean you have to pretend it didn't hurt. Harry's throat was too tight to speak. He could feel her emotions through the bond, the anger on his behalf, the desperate wish that she could go back in time and save the little boy in the cupboard, and underneath it all, something warmer, something that made his chest ache. I don't. He had to stop, swallow, try again. No one's ever. I don't know how to do this. That's okay. She reached up and touched his face, just her fingertips against his cheek, careful and gentle. You don't have to know. You just have to let me be here. The tears came without warning. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. Maybe when Cedric died. Maybe not even then, but now, with Astoria's hand on his face, and her emotions wrapped around him through the bond, something broke open inside him that he couldn't put back together. He cried for the boy in the cupboard, for the child who'd learned to make himself small and invisible, who'd believed he was worthless because the people who were supposed to love him had told him so. He cried for years of hunger and loneliness, for the birthdays no one remembered and the bruises no one questioned, and the endless, aching knowledge that he didn't belong anywhere. Astoria held him through all of it. She pulled him down onto the cushions and wrapped herself around him, her arms tight, her cheek pressed against his hair. She didn't tell him to stop or that it would be okay or any of the useless things people said when they didn't know what else to offer. She just held on and let him feel it, let him finally grieve for the childhood he'd never had. When the tears subsided, they stayed that way for a long time. Harry's head rested against her shoulder, her fingers carding slowly through his hair. The bond hummed between them, carrying emotions too big for words. Sorry, Harry said eventually, his voice wrecked. I don't know where that came from. Don't apologize. Her voice was soft but firm. Don't ever apologize for feeling things. He shifted, pulling back just enough to look at her. Her eyes were red, her face still tear-streaked, and she was looking at him with an expression that made something flutter in his chest. I saw your memories too, he said. The loneliness, your parents not knowing who you really are. Daphne not seeing you. Pain flickered across her face. That's not the same as what you. It is, though. Harry caught her hand, held it between both of his. Pain is pain. Loneliness is loneliness. You've been carrying this impossible secret for years, and no one in your family really knows. That matters, Astoria, you matter. Her breath caught. Through the bond, he felt her reaction, the desperate, hungry way she absorbed his words, like she'd been starving for them without knowing it. I see you, he said quietly. The real you, not the mask. She kissed him, It wasn't planned. He could feel her surprise through the bond, the impulse that moved through her. Before she could think better of it, her lips pressed against his, soft and warm and tasting of salt from both their tears. Harry's brain stopped working. The kiss lasted only a moment, barely long enough to register, before Astoria pulled back, her eyes wide, her cheeks flushing red. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I didn't mean to, I shouldn't have." "It's okay." His voice came out strange, breathless. I mean. They stared at each other. Through the bond, Harry felt her embarrassment and fear tangled up with something else, something hopeful and terrified and very, very young. "I've never done that before," she admitted in a small voice. "Kissed anyone." "Me neither." "Oh," she blinked. "Really? Really?" A tiny smile tugged at her mouth. "So we're both rubbish at it then." Harry felt an answering smile spread across his face. "Probably." We should practice more, the occlumency, I mean." Her blush deepened. Not that. Right, the occlumency. Harry was definitely not thinking about kissing her again. Definitely not. Same time tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. She stood, smoothing her robes with hands that weren't quite steady. And, "Harry, thank you for seeing me." "Thank you for seeing me too." She slipped out of the room, and Harry sat alone in the candle-lit space, touching his lips with fingers that still trembled slightly. The dreams would keep coming. Voldemort would keep pushing. The war was still looming on the horizon, dark and terrible and inevitable. But right now, in this moment, none of that seemed to matter quite as much. Astoria had kissed him. Astoria had held him while he cried. Astoria had seen the worst parts of him and hadn't looked away. For the first time in his life, Harry thought he might understand what it felt like to be loved. It was terrifying, it was wonderful, it was both at once. He stayed in the room for a long time, feeling the bond hum with something new and fragile and precious, and let himself hope. Part I. The vision came during History of Magic. One moment, Harry was staring blankly at Professor Binns, letting the droning voice wash over him. While he thought about the occlumency, exercises he and Astoria had been practicing. The next, his scar exploded with pain, and he was somewhere else entirely. A dark corridor, black tiles, the door he'd been dreaming about for months. But this time, he went through it. The room beyond was circular, lined with doors. He moved through one, then another, then another. Blur of strange spaces, filled with stranger things, until he reached a vast chamber filled with towering shelves, and there, at the end of a row, a figure was crumpled on the ground. Sirius. His godfather's face was twisted in agony, his body contorting under the effects of the Cruciatus curse. A high, cold voice echoed through the space. "Bring me the prophecy, Potter, or watch him die." Harry jerked back to consciousness with a gasp, nearly falling out of his chair. The classroom swam. Around him, concerned faces, Hermione's hand on his arm, Professor Binns still droning obliviously about goblin rebellions. "Harry," Hermione whispered. "Harry, what's wrong?" He couldn't answer. His heart was pounding, his scar still throbbing, and all he could think was Sirius. Sirius is being tortured. I have to go. I have to save him. The bond flared. Astoria's presence cut through the panic like a blade of cool green light. He felt her attention focus on him from wherever she was in the castle, felt her alarm at his emotional state, felt her reaching toward him through their connection. "Harry, what happened?" "Sirius." He pushed the images toward her, the corridor, the room, his godfather screaming. "Voldemort has him. He's torturing him. I have to." "Stop." Her mental voice was sharp, cutting through his spiral. "Breathe. Think, is this real?" The question hit him like cold water. "What?" "The dreams, Harry. The visions. We've been practicing occlumency for months because Voldemort can send you things that aren't real. How do you know this is actually happening?" Harry wanted to argue, wanted to insist that this was different, that he'd felt Sirius's pain, that he couldn't take the risk of being wrong. But Astoria's calm pressed against his panic through the bond. And somewhere underneath the fear, his brain started working again. The dreams had been sent before. Voldemort knew about the connection, and Sirius had given him a way to check. The mirror, he realized. I can use the mirror. Yes, relief flooded through the bond. Check first. Please, Harry, just check. He raised his hand, interrupting Professor Binns mid-sentence. Sir, I'm not feeling well. May I go to the hospital wing? Binns waved vaguely, already resuming his lecture before Harry had finished asking. Hermione looked like she wanted to follow, but Harry shook his head slightly and slipped out of the classroom alone. He found an empty corridor, ducked into an alcove, and pulled the two-way mirror from his pocket. His hands were shaking as he activated it. Sirius Black. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Harry's heart clenched, the panic threatening to overwhelm him again. Then Sirius's face appeared in the glass, very much alive and entirely untortured. Harry, Sirius frowned at him through the mirror. Shouldn't you be in class? What's wrong? The relief was so intense that Harry's knees nearly buckled. He sagged against the wall, mirror clutched to his chest, and felt Astoria's matching relief echo through the bond. Harry, Sirius's voice sharpened. Talk to me, what happened? I had a vision. Harry's voice came out rough. You were in the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort was torturing you. He said to bring him the prophecy or he'd kill you. Sirius went very still. I'm at Grimmauld Place, he said slowly. I've been here all day. Whatever you saw, it wasn't real. I know that now, but it felt real. It felt. Harry stopped, swallowing hard. Astoria made me check. She reminded me about the occlumency. About how the dreams have been sent before. If she hadn't, you would have gone. Sirius's voice was flat. You would have rushed to the ministry to save me from something that wasn't happening. Yes. Through the mirror, Harry watched his godfather's expression shift, fear and anger and something that might have been pride all tangled together. Stay where you are, Sirius said. Don't do anything. I'm calling an order meeting right now. What? Why? Because if Voldemort is sending you visions to lure you to the Department of Mysteries, that means he wants something there. Something he can't get himself. Sirius's eyes glittered. And that means we might have an opportunity. An opportunity for what? A trap, Sirius smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. Stay put, Harry. I'll contact you within the hour. The mirror went dark. Harry slid down the wall until he was sitting on the cold stone floor, his whole body trembling with the aftermath of adrenaline. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's presence wrap around him, not words. Just warmth, just the steady reassurance that he wasn't alone. Thank you, he sent. If you hadn't stopped me, you would have figured it out yourself, eventually. Maybe not in time. She didn't argue with that. They both knew it was true. What happens now? She asked. I wait. Sirius is calling the order. He said something about a trap. A trap. He felt her turning the idea over, using Voldemort's plan against him. I think so. Harry, her mental voice was careful. If there's a trap, if they're planning something at the ministry, you'll be part of it, won't you? He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Be careful, she said. Whatever happens, be careful. I will. The bond hummed between them, carrying promises neither of them could fully keep, and Harry waited for his godfather to call. The order's plan was simple. Harry would go to the Department of Mysteries alone, exactly as Voldemort wanted. He would retrieve the prophecy, confirm the Death Eater's presence, and then the order would spring their trap Aurors. And order members alike, hidden and waiting for the signal. You don't have to do this, Sirius said through the mirror, his face tight with worry. We could find another way. There is no other way. The prophecy is keyed to me. I'm the only one who can retrieve it without triggering the wards. Harry kept his voice steady, though his heart was racing. And if I don't show up? Voldemort will know something's wrong. He'll try again, and next time we might not have warning. The boy's right. Mad-Eye Moody's scarred face appeared over Sirius's shoulder. Best chance we've got. Constant vigilance means taking opportunities when they come. He's 15 years old. He's faced you-know-who 3 times already and lived. He can handle a retrieval mission. Moody's magical eyes swiveled to focus on Harry through the mirror. You know how to apparate, boy. Yes, sir. Good. Ministry entrance directly to the department, grab the prophecy, get out. Don't engage unless. You have to. We'll handle the rest. Harry nodded. Astoria had taught him apparition over the past months. Illegal, technically, but she'd argued that knowing how to escape was more important than ministry regulations. He'd practiced until he could do it silently, smoothly, without the telltale crack that would announce his arrival. Signal when you have the prophecy, Moody continued. The coin Hermione made for your little army, we've keyed into it. 1 pulse means you're clear, 2 means they've engaged, 3 means you need extraction. Understood. Harry, Sirius's voice was rough. If anything goes wrong. It won't. If it does, get out. Don't play hero, don't try to fight them alone. Just get out and let us handle it. Harry wanted to promise, but the words stuck in his throat. They both knew that if it came down to it, Harry wouldn't run, couldn't run, not if people he cared about were in danger. I'll be careful, he said instead. Sirius's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Tonight, midnight, the order will be in position by 11. I'll be there. The mirror went dark, and Harry was left alone with the weight of what he was about to do. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's presence, steady, worried, fierce. She couldn't come with him, they both knew that. Her presence would raise too many questions, compromise the trap, potentially expose their connection to enemies who would use it against them. But she would be with him anyway. Through the bond, she would feel everything that happened, and Harry took comfort in that even as he feared what it might mean for her. Be safe, she sent. I'll try. Come back to me. The words settled into his chest like a promise, like an anchor. I will. Part I. The Department of Mysteries was exactly as his visions had shown it. Harry apparated directly into the circular room, his arrival silent thanks to months of practice with Astoria. The walls were lined with identical doors, the only light coming from candles that burned with blue flame, and for a moment he stood perfectly still, orienting himself. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's presence, distant but alert, watching through their connection. He pushed reassurance toward her and moved forward. The Hall of Prophecies stretched before him when he found the right door, row after row of glowing orbs disappearing into shadows, so deep they seemed to swallow the light. His footsteps echoed in the impossible silence, each sound magnified and returned until it felt like an army was walking beside him. Row 97. That's what the vision had shown him. That's where the prophecy waited. He found it easily. A small, dusty sphere with a yellowed label bearing his name and Voldemort's in faded ink. His hand closed around it, and the orb glowed briefly at his touch, acknowledging him as one of its subjects. For a moment, he just stood there, holding the thing that had shaped his entire life. This prophecy, these words spoken before he was even born, had killed his parents, had sent Voldemort to Godric's Hollow on a Halloween night 15 years ago, had condemned Harry to a cupboard under the stairs, to years of neglect and hunger, and the endless knowledge that he was unwanted. All of it because of this. He wanted to smash it right there, wanted to grind it beneath his heel and scatter the fragments across the cold stone floor. But that wasn't the plan. The plan was to retrieve it, confirm the Death Eaters were present, and then very good, Potter. Harry spun. Lucius Malfoy emerged from the shadows between the shelves, his pale face illuminated by the prophecy's glow. His wand was already drawn, his expression a mixture of triumph and contempt. Behind him, more figures materialized. Death Eaters, a dozen at least, their silver masks gleaming in the dim light. They moved to surround Harry, cutting off his escape routes, forming a loose circle with him at the center. "Now hand it over," Malfoy said, "and perhaps we'll let you live." Harry's hand tightened on the orb. "I don't think so. You're surrounded, boy, outnumbered. Your little rescue mission has failed. There was never anyone to rescue." Malfoy smiled, cold and cruel. "The Dark Lord knew you would come, knew you couldn't resist playing the hero, rushing off to save your precious godfather. And now here you are, exactly where he wanted you." "Funny thing about that," Harry kept his voice steady, though his heart was racing. "Sirius is fine. I checked before I came." Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, doubt quickly suppressed. "But I thought I'd come anyway," Harry continued. "See what all the fuss was about, this prophecy. Voldemort wants so badly. You will not speak the Dark Lord's name." "Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort." Harry raised the prophecy above his head. "Seems like an awful lot of trouble for a glass ball. Give it to me, Potter, now." "You know what? I don't think I will." He threw it at the floor. The orb shattered with a sound like breaking ice. A ghostly figure rose from the fragments, Trelawney. Harry realized, her voice echoing through the chamber as she spoke words he couldn't quite make out. Over the ringing in his ears, and then dissolved into nothing, taking her secrets with her. Silence. Malfoy's face contorted with fury, all pretense of composure abandoned. "You fool! You absolute fool! Do you have any idea what you've done? The Dark Lord will." "Will what? Torture me? Kill me? He's been trying to do that since I was a baby. Not very good at it, is he? Kill him." Spells erupted from every direction. Harry Dove rolled, came up casting, stupefy, pratigo, reducto, and ran. The Hall of Prophecies became a maze of light and shadow. Curses shattered orbs on every side, unleashing a cacophony of ghostly voices as prophecies screamed into existence, only to be cut short by stray spells. Harry dodged and weaved, using the towering shelves as cover, fighting his way toward the door he'd entered through. A killing curse missed him by inches, close enough that he felt the heat of it against his cheek. He spun, fired back Confringo, and saw the explosion catch 2 Death Eaters, sending them flying into the shelves. He touched the DA coin in his pocket and sent 2 pulses. Engaged. The response was immediate. The door behind the Death Eaters exploded inward, blown off its hinges by a combined blast from half a dozen wands. The order poured through, Sirius and Lupin and Tonks, Moody and Kingsley and others Harry didn't recognize, their spells lighting up the darkness like lightning strikes. The trap had sprung. What followed was chaos. Curses flew in every direction, some missing by inches, some finding their marks. A Death Eater fell, screaming, clutching his face. Another crumpled silently, stunned before he could raise his wand. The shelves of prophecies collapsed in cascading destruction, orbs shattering by the hundreds, filling the air with ghostly whispers and acrid smoke. Harry fought his way through it all, trying to reach Sirius, trying to help where he could. A cutting curse grazed his arm, slicing through his sleeve and leaving a line of fire across his skin. He barely felt it. Death Eater lunged at him. Harry's stunner caught the man in the chest, and he went down hard. "Harry." Sirius's voice cut through the noise. Harry turned and saw his godfather dueling 2 Death Eaters at once, his wand moving in blurs of light, spells flowing from him with the fluid grace of someone who'd been raised on combat magic from childhood. And then Bellatrix Lestrange stepped out of the shadows. She was laughing, actually laughing, her head thrown back, her wild hair streaming behind her like a dark banner. The battle raged around her, but she seemed untouched by it, untouchable, as if the violence existed for her entertainment alone. "Hello, cousin," she crooned, her voice carrying even over the sounds of battle. "Miss me?" Sirius's face hardened into something cold and dangerous. Bella. The blood traitor and the half-blood hero. Bellatrix's wand traced lazy patterns in the air, casual and contemptuous. The Dark Lord wants the boy, but he said nothing about keeping you alive, dear cousin. Perhaps I'll send your head to your werewolf lover as a gift. Try it. She attacked without warning, a blast of purple fire that Sirius barely deflected, the heat of it singing. His hair, and suddenly they were dueling, curses flying so fast Harry could barely track them. He raised his wand to help, but a spell from somewhere else caught him in the side, spinning him around and driving the breath from his lungs. He hit the ground hard, rolled, came up casting. The Death Eater who'd hit him fell to his stunner, and Harry was already moving, fighting his way back to Sirius, determined to help against Bellatrix. 2-on-1 should have been an advantage. It wasn't. Bellatrix Lestrange was insane. Everyone knew that. 14 years in Azkaban had broken something. In her, had twisted whatever dark impulses she'd possessed before into something monstrous and unpredictable, but insanity didn't make her weak. If anything, it made her more dangerous, a duelist. Without fear, without hesitation, without any of the restraints that held normal witches and wizards. Back. She laughed as she fought, deflecting their curses with casual contempt, returning fire with spells that scorched the air and cracked the stone floor. Her wand work was erratic but brilliant, flowing from defense to attack and back again, in patterns that seemed random, but always landed exactly where she intended. Is that all you have? She taunted, dancing away from Harry's reductor curse. The chosen one and the Black family disappointment. My sister's mongrel brats could do better. Sirius snarled something unintelligible and pressed his attack, but Bellatrix simply laughed harder. Slipping aside from his curses like smoke, a jet of red light grazed her arm. She didn't even seem to notice. Come now, cousin. Surely our dear aunt taught you better than this. Or did all those years in Azkaban rot your brain as well as your morals? Harry saw an opening, a split second when Bellatrix's attention was fully on Sirius, and took it. Stupefy. She deflected it without looking, her wand moving as if guided by instinct rather than sight. The reflected spell flew past Harry's ear, close enough that he felt the wind of its passage. Naughty, naughty, Potter. Attacking a lady from behind. What would your mudblood mother say? Rage surged through him, but before he could respond, the air itself seemed to change. A pressure descended on the chamber, heavy and cold and utterly malevolent. Voldemort had arrived. The Dark Lord appeared in the center of the room like a nightmare made flesh. He didn't apparate. There was no crack, no displacement of air. He simply was, one moment absent and the next present. As if he'd always been there, and they'd only just noticed. His red eyes swept across the battle with cold calculation. Death Eaters and Order members alike froze. For a split second, a moment of pure, primal terror that transcended the chaos of combat. Bella, Voldemort's voice was soft, almost gentle. Focus on my dear cousin, keep him occupied, I will deal with Potter myself. Bellatrix's face lit up with devotion so intense it bordered on religious. Yes, my lord, with pleasure. She turned her full attention on Sirius, driving him back with a barrage of curses so vicious that he could do nothing but defend. Harry wanted to help, but Voldemort was already moving toward him, wand raised, and there was no time, no space, no choice. So, Voldemort circled him slowly, red eyes gleaming in the dim light. The boy who destroyed my prophecy. The boy who has defied me at every turn, who has survived through luck and the sacrifices of others, who somehow convinces himself that he matters. Harry kept his wand up, tracking Voldemort's movement. I've survived because you keep failing to kill me. Maybe you're just not as powerful as you think. Bold words from a child. Voldemort smiled, a terrible expression on that inhuman face. Do you know what that prophecy said, Potter? Do you know why I want you dead? I know you're afraid of me. I know whatever it said scared you enough to spend 15 years trying to kill a baby. Afraid, Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that made Harry's skin crawl. I fear nothing, least of all a child who has survived this long only through luck and the sacrifices of others. Your mother's. Protection is gone now. You have nothing. Then fight me. Stop talking and fight. Voldemort's smile widened. As you wish. Avada Kedavra. Harry Dove. The green light missed him by inches, shattering a shelf behind him and sending prophecy. Orbs cascading to the floor. He rolled, came up casting Expelliarmus Reducto Confringo, but Voldemort deflected everything with contemptuous ease, barely seeming to move his wand. Is that the best Dumbledore's golden boy can manage? Voldemort advanced, firing curse after curse. Harry blocked, dodged, retreated, but there was nowhere to go. The Dark Lord was hurting him, he realized, driving him toward a corner where he'd have no room to maneuver. Pathetic, your father showed more fight before he died. Your mother at least had the courage to beg for your worthless life. Rage erupted through Harry, hot and blinding. He channeled it into his magic, throwing everything he had at Voldemort, Reducto bombarded Defindo, but the Dark Lord simply laughed, batting the spells aside like annoying insects. Anger makes you weak, boy, unfocused, easy prey. Harry raised a shield just in time to catch a curse that would have taken his head off. The impact drove him backward, his feet sliding on the smooth floor. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's terror, distant but intense, a mirror of his own fear. She was watching, he knew, feeling everything he felt, unable to help. Crucio. The curse hit Harry square in the chest. Pain. Pain beyond anything he'd ever experienced, beyond thought, beyond reason. Every nerve in his body was on fire, every cell screaming in agony. He heard himself screaming too, distantly, as if from very far away, and felt his legs give out, felt himself crumple to the ground, felt the cold stone press against his cheek as his body convulsed, and through it all, he felt Astoria. Part I. Astoria woke screaming. The pain came without warning. One moment she was asleep in her dormitory bed, the next her entire body was being torn apart from the inside. She convulsed against the mattress, her back arching, her hands clawing at the sheets, and the scream that ripped from her throat was barely human. Harry, Harry, Harry. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything but feel. The pain wasn't in her muscles or her bones or her skin. It was deeper than that, woven into the very fabric of her mind. Her magic, her soul, it was coming through the bond, she realized distantly, through the connection that had grown so strong over the past months. Harry was being tortured, and she was feeling every second of it. The Cruciatus curse. It had to be, nothing else could hurt like this. She heard herself screaming again, or maybe she'd never stopped, and somewhere far away, voices were shouting, hands were shaking her, but none of it mattered. All that mattered was the pain. Endless and overwhelming, drowning her in agony that wasn't even hers. Astoria, hands on her shoulders, shaking hard, Daphne's voice high with panic. Astoria, wake up. What's wrong? What's happening? She couldn't answer. Another wave of agony crashed through her, and she curled in on herself, tears streaming down her face. Through the bond, she felt Harry struggling, felt him trying to fight through the pain, trying to reach for something, anything. The bond pulsed. It wasn't a conscious decision. Astoria didn't choose to send her magic through their connection any more than she chose to keep breathing. It simply happened, a surge of power flowing from her core through the bond and into Harry, answering his desperate, wordless need. She felt her strength leave her, felt her magic pour out of her like water from a cracked vessel, draining her reserves, emptying her in ways she hadn't known were possible. And through the bond, she felt Harry receive it, felt him gasp as power flooded into him, as her magic merged with his and gave him the strength to move, to think, to fight. The cruciatus lifted. Not from her. She still felt the echoes of it, phantom pain rippling through her nervous system. But from Harry, someone had interrupted the curse. Dumbledore, maybe, finally arriving to help. Through the bond, she felt Harry struggling to his feet, felt his gratitude and wonder as her magic continued to flow into him, sustaining him when his own reserves were depleted, felt him reach for their connection like a lifeline. Astoria. I'm here. She could barely form the thought, exhausted beyond anything she'd ever experienced. I'm with you. Your magic, I can feel it. Take it, take whatever you need. Just survive. She felt him draw on her power, felt her strength become his strength, felt the bond stretch and reshape itself into something new, something deeper, something that went beyond emotional connection into the very core of what they were. When it was finally over, when the battle ended and Harry was safe and the connection between them settled into a new equilibrium, Astoria collapsed against her pillows, utterly spent. Astoria! Daphne was crying, she realized. Her sister was kneeling beside the bed, tears streaming down her face, her hand gripping Astoria's with desperate intensity. Astoria, please say something. What happened? Should I get Madame Pomfrey? No, the word came out as a croak, barely audible. No, I'm okay, just a nightmare. That wasn't a nightmare. Daphne's voice shook. You were screaming like someone was torturing. You were convulsing. I thought you were dying. Astoria forced herself to meet her sister's eyes. She saw the fear there, the confusion, the desperate need for an explanation that made sense, and she couldn't give one, couldn't explain about the bond, about Harry, about the magic that connected them in ways that shouldn't be possible. It was a nightmare, she repeated. A very bad one, that's all. Astoria. Please, Daphne, her voice cracked. Please just let it go. I can't explain, not now, maybe not ever, but I need you to trust me. I need you to believe that I'm okay. Daphne stared at her for a long moment. Her expression shifted through fear and confusion and something that might have been hurt, the pain of being shut out, of watching her sister suffer without knowing why. But Daphne had been raised in the same pureblood tradition as Astoria. She understood about secrets, about things that couldn't be spoken aloud. Okay, she said finally. Okay, but if this happens again, if you need help, you'll tell me. Promise me. Astoria. I promise. Daphne squeezed her hand one more time, then retreated to her own bed. Astoria lay in the darkness, staring at the canopy above her, and reached for the bond. Harry was there, exhausted, battered, but alive. She could feel his relief and his fear, and underneath it all, a fierce, burning love that matched her own. Are you all right? He asked. I felt your magic flowing into me. I'm tired, but I'm okay. She sent reassurance through the bond, though she wasn't sure how much she believed it herself. What happened? Is it over? Dumbledore arrived. Voldemort fled. The Death Eaters are being arrested. A pause. Sirius is alive. Everyone's alive. Relief washed through her, so intense it brought fresh tears to her eyes. Good. That's good. Astoria, what you did. I couldn't have survived without you. Your magic. I know. I felt it too. She closed her eyes, feeling the new shape of their bond, the deeper connection that had formed in the crucible of shared pain. The bond changed, Harry. When I gave you my magic, it changed something between us. I felt it. It's like you're closer now, more present. I can feel your heartbeat. She could feel his too, she realized. A steady pulse that matched her own, two hearts beating in tandem across the distance between them. We'll figure it out, Harry sent. Together. When this is over, when I'm out of the ministry, we'll figure out what this means. Together, she agreed. The bond hummed between them. Deeper now, stronger, shot through with something that felt like magic and love and the unbreakable promise of two souls intertwined. Astoria lay awake until dawn, feeling Harry's presence like a second heartbeat, and let herself hope. Part IV. The lake was quiet in the evening light. Harry sat on their usual log, watching the sun sink toward the horizon, painting the water in shades of gold and red. His arm was still bandaged where the cutting curse had caught him, and there were bruises on his ribs that ached when he breathed too deeply. But Madame Pomfrey had done her work. Well, physically he was nearly healed. The rest of him was harder to fix. He felt Astoria's approach through the bond before he saw her, a warm presence drawing closer, threading through his awareness like sunlight through leaves. The connection between them was different now, deeper. He could feel her heartbeat if he focused, could sense her emotions with a clarity that would have seemed impossible a week ago. When she emerged from the trees, he stood. She looked tired, pale with shadows under her eyes that spoke of sleepless nights, but she was here. And she was alive, and when she reached him, he pulled her into his arms without thinking. They stood like that for a long moment, just holding each other. No words, no need for words. "You scared me," Astoria said finally, her voice muffled against his chest. "When the curse hit you. When I felt it through the bond, I thought you were dying." "I thought I was too." Harry tightened his arms around her. "And then something happened. I felt you. Felt your magic pouring into me. It gave me enough strength to hold on until Dumbledore arrived." She pulled back to look at him. "I didn't mean to do it. I didn't even know it was possible. One moment I was drowning in your pain, the next my magic was just flowing out of me, into you. The bond is changing." "Yes," Astoria's expression was troubled. "Grandfather was alarmed when I told him. He's never heard of anything like this, magic passing between bonded individuals across that kind of distance. He thinks it might be because of what we've been doing, the occlumency practice, entering each other's minds. He says we've been blurring the lines between ourselves." Harry took her hand and led her to the log, settling beside her with their shoulders touching. The sun continued its slow descent, and he tried to find words for everything that had happened. "Voldemort is furious," he said. "The prophecy is destroyed. His trap failed. Half his inner circle is in Azkaban now, including Lucius Malfoy. I heard the whole school's been talking about it." Astoria paused. "Draco's been impossible, raging at anyone who looks at him wrong, making threats about what his father will do when he gets out. As if his father isn't going to spend the next decade in a cell. Good, let him rage. The other Slytherins are watching, though, calculating. Some of them are realizing that the Dark Lord might not be as invincible as they thought." She glanced at him. "You did that, Harry. You showed them. He can be defied." "I showed them he can be delayed. That's not the same thing." "It's a start." They sat in silence for a moment, watching the light change on the water. Through the bond, Harry felt Astoria's emotions, worry and hope and exhaustion, and something warmer underneath. Something she held close and protected. "What happens now?" she asked. "Over the summer?" "More training. Sirius wants me at Grimmauld Place, working with the Order. He says after what happened at the Ministry, Dumbledore's finally taking my preparations seriously." Harry paused. "And we need to figure out what happened with the bond. How your magic reached me, whether we can do it deliberately." "I've been thinking about that." Astoria shifted closer, leaning against his shoulder. "The bond responded to need, to desperation. What if we could learn to channel it intentionally, share strength? When we're not in crisis. We'd need to practice, push the bond, see what it can do. We'd have to be together for that, regularly." Harry heard the question underneath the statement. "Sirius will help. He knows about the bond now. I had to tell him, after what happened. He'll make sure we can meet. And Grandfather knows on my end. He's not happy about it, about any of it, but he understands." She was quiet for a moment. "He says bonds like ours don't happen by accident, that the magic chose us for a reason. Do you believe that?" "I don't know, but I believe in us, in what we're building together." She turned to look at him, her gray eyes serious. "Whatever happens next year, whatever the war brings, we face it together. That's what we promised." "Together," Harry agreed. The sun touched the horizon, bleeding red and gold across the sky. Somewhere in the forest, a bird sang its evening song. "Owls are done," Harry said eventually. "Results won't come until summer, but it's over. 5th year is over. How do you feel?" "Tired, relieved, scared about what comes next." He turned to look at her. "But mostly I feel lucky that I have you, that whatever comes, I'm not facing it alone." Astoria's expression softened. Through the bond, he felt her response, warmth and gratitude, and something fiercer underneath, something that made his heart beat faster. "You'll never be alone again," she said quietly. "I won't let you." The words hung between them, heavy with promise. Harry reached out and touched her face, tracing the line of her jaw, the curve of her cheek. She leaned into his hand, her eyes drifting closed. "Same time next year?" he asked, his voice rough. "Same time next year, and every week over the summer if I have anything to say about it. I'll hold you to that." She opened her eyes, and something in her expression shifted. A decision made. She leaned up and kissed him. It was soft and slow and deliberate, nothing like the impulsive press of lips after the accoumancy session. This was a choice, a promise, a declaration that needed no words. Her hand came up to rest against his chest, over his heart, and Harry felt the bond sing between them, resonating with something that felt like home. When they finally pulled apart, Astoria's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright. She held his gaze for a long moment, letting him feel everything she wasn't saying through their connection. Then she stood, squeezed his hand once, and slipped away through the trees without looking back. Harry watched her go, feeling the bond stretch between them like a golden thread. The sun sank below the horizon, and the first stars emerged in the darkening sky. 5th year was over. The prophecy was destroyed. Voldemort was still out there, still dangerous, still hunting him. But Harry had survived, had fought and bled and nearly died, and come out the other side still standing. He had Sirius, had Dumbledore, had the Order. And he had Astoria. The bond hummed quietly in his chest, carrying the echo of her kiss, the warmth of her presence, the unspoken promise of everything yet to come. He stayed by the lake until the stars filled the sky and let himself hope. Part I. The summer had been good to them. Harry lay on his bed at Grimmauld Place, staring at the ceiling, and let himself appreciate how far they'd come. The bond between him and Astoria had grown stronger with deliberate practice. Could communicate now, not just emotions and pulses but actual words, thoughts passing between them as clearly as speech. The magic sharing they'd discovered during the ministry battle could be controlled, channeled intentionally when they focused. And the accoumancy had given them something unexpected, privacy. They'd learned to shield parts of themselves from each other, to create boundaries within the bond that allowed them to be close without being completely merged. It was a relief, honestly, as much as Harry valued their connection. There were thoughts he'd rather keep to himself, moments of embarrassment or doubt that didn't need to be shared. "You're brooding again," Astoria's voice whispered through the bond, warm with amusement. "I'm reflecting. There's a difference." "Is there?" He felt her smile from wherever she was. The Greengrass estate, probably, getting ready for dinner with her family. "What are you reflecting on?" "How much better this summer has been than last year. Training with Sirius, practicing with you. Actually feeling like I'm making progress instead of just waiting for the next disaster. The disasters will come regardless. At least now we're ready for them." "Are we?" "More ready than we were." A pause. "I have to go. Mother's calling for dinner. Talk later." "Always." Her presence faded to a gentle warmth in the back of his mind, and Harry closed his eyes, letting himself drift. Dumbledore had been working with him too, after the ministry battle, lessons on Voldemort's history, on the nature of dark magic, on things Harry suspected were building toward something important. The headmaster was preparing him for something, though he hadn't yet said what. The piece lasted another 3 hours. Harry was in the kitchen with Sirius, discussing wand movements for a particularly tricky shield charm. When the bond exploded with sensation, not pain, not exactly, but need, desperate, overwhelming. Need, flooding through their connection like water through a broken dam. He gasped, dropping the wand he'd been holding, and grabbed the edge of the table to steady himself. Harry, Sirius was on his feet instantly. What's wrong? I don't. Harry couldn't finish the sentence. The bond was pulling at him, demanding his attention. Demanding he move. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Then the Patroness arrived. A silver lynx burst through the kitchen wall, Kingsley Shacklabolt's deep voice emanating from its mouth. Death Eater attack in Diagon Alley. All available Order members respond immediately. Sirius was already moving, grabbing his wand, shouting for the other Order members in the house. Harry followed without thinking, the bond still screaming at him, and when they apparated to Diagon Alley, he understood why. Chaos. The shopping district was on fire. Shops burned, their facades crumbling into the street. People ran, screaming in every direction while masked figures stalked through the smoke, casting curses at anything that moved. Order members and Aurors were engaged in a dozen separate duels, but the Death Eaters had the advantage of surprise and position. Stay close, Sirius shouted, already firing spells at a Death Eater who'd targeted a fleeing family. Harry tried to obey. He really did. But the battle had a momentum of its own, and within minutes he'd been separated from his godfather, driven down a side street by a pair of Death Eaters who seemed to have identified him specifically. He fought back, stunners and shield charms, and the occasional darker curse Sirius had taught him. But there were two of them and one of him, and they were driving him backward, forcing him toward a dead end. Then the building beside him collapsed. Harry dove, but not fast enough. Debris caught his leg, pinning him to the ground, and pain lanced up through his hip as stone pressed against flesh. He tried to pull free, couldn't, and looked up to see the Death Eaters advancing, wands raised. Nowhere to run now, Potter, one of them said, his voice muffled by the mask. The Dark Lord will be so pleased. Harry raised his wand, knowing he couldn't fight from this position, knowing he was about to die. The ground exploded. Not around Harry, around the Death Eaters. The cobblestones beneath their feet erupted upward like a living thing, stone and earth and ancient magic surging from the ground in a wave that swallowed them. Whole, one moment they were standing, wands raised, ready to kill. The next they were gone, buried to their chests in solid rock, their wands knocked from their hands, their screams muffled by the dust that filled the air. Astoria stepped out of the smoke. She moved with a purpose Harry had never seen from her before, her wand already pointed at the debris pinning his leg. The stone lifted, not gently, but efficiently, hurled aside like it weighed nothing. And she grabbed his arm, hauling him to his feet. Can you walk? Yes. Harry put weight on his leg and winced, but it held. Astoria, how did you? Later. Her voice was clipped, focused. Through the bond, he felt her concentration, the effort of holding the Death Eaters trapped while simultaneously planning their escape. We need to move, now. She half-dragged him toward a side alley, away from the main battle. Harry tried to help, casting a quick healing charm on his leg as they moved, but Astoria was doing most of the work, her magic flowing into him through the bond, keeping him upright, keeping him moving. There's an apparition point behind the apothecary, she said. 30 seconds, can you make it? Yes. They ran. Harry's legs screamed in protest, but Astoria's magic kept him going. A Death Eater appeared. In their path, she didn't even slow down. A gesture, a pulse of power, and the ground opened beneath him, swallowing him to the waist before solidifying again. 20 seconds, 15, 10. They reached the alley behind the apothecary, and Astoria shoved him toward the wall. Sight along to Grimmauld Place. Hold on. Wait, the Order, I should help. They have reinforcements, you're injured. Her eyes met his, fierce and frightened. The bond pulled. Me here, Harry. It wouldn't have done that if you weren't in real danger. Don't make me watch you die. He didn't have an answer for that. Astoria grabbed his arm, and the world compressed around them. When it expanded again, they were standing in the narrow street, outside Grimmauld Place, the sounds of battle replaced by the quiet of the London night. Inside, Astoria said, already stepping back. Get inside and stay there. You're not coming. I can't. My family. Through the bond, he felt her fear, not for herself, but for what she'd just done. Harry, my parents saw me leave the dinner table. They'll have questions I can't answer. Astoria. I have to go. She was already retreating, putting distance between them. I'll contact you through the bond when I can. Just stay safe, please. She disapparated before he could respond, the crack of her departure echoing in the empty street. Harry stood alone for a long moment, his leg throbbing, his mind reeling. Then he limped toward number 12, already dreading the conversation that would follow. The order members returned an hour later. Sirius came through the door first, his robes singed and his face tight with worry. When he saw Harry sitting at the kitchen table, his expression cycled through relief, fury, and back to relief again. You're alive. I'm alive. Where the hell did you go? 1 minute you were beside me, the next. Sirius stopped, taking in Harry's bandaged leg, his dust-covered clothes. What happened? Death Eaters separated us, targeted me specifically. Harry kept his voice steady. I got pinned by debris. Someone helped me get out. Someone, Sirius's eyes sharpened. Who? Harry tried to answer. The words rose in his throat. My bonded ally, the girl I've been training with, the person who saved my life twice now and stuck there. The oath held firm, preventing him from revealing anything that could identify Astoria or compromise her position. I can't tell you, he said, the familiar frustration rising. You know I can't. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he frowned, something working behind his eyes. Questions he wanted to ask, conclusions he was drawing, words he was choosing not to say. Okay, he said finally. Okay. He crossed to the cabinet, where he kept the fire whiskey, and poured 2 glasses. We're going to talk about this, he said, handing one to Harry. Not tonight, you're exhausted and I need to report to the order, but soon. Soon, Harry agreed. He only hoped Astoria's conversation with her family was going as well. It didn't. Astoria apparated into the entrance hall of Greengrass Manor and found her entire family waiting for her. Her father stood in the center of the marble floor, his face carved from ice. Her mother hovered behind him, one hand pressed to her mouth, her eyes red-rimmed and frightened. And Daphne stood apart from both of them, her expression a mixture of fear and hurt, and something that looked almost like recognition. Astoria, her father's voice echoed in the vaulted space. Explain yourself. She straightened her spine, calling on every ounce of pureblood training she possessed. The dust from the battle still clung to her robes, and she could smell smoke in her hair, but she refused to show weakness. I cannot. You cannot. No, father. I am bound by oaths that prevent me from discussing what just happened or why. Oaths, her mother's voice shook. What oaths? When did you, how could you have, you're 15 years old. I know, Astoria kept her voice steady, though her heart was racing. I know this is difficult to understand, but I need you to trust me. What I did tonight was necessary, and I cannot explain why. Her father stepped forward, looming over her. He was a tall man, her father, broad-shouldered and imposing, with the kind of presence that made lesser wizards step aside. But Astoria had killed a man in a graveyard. She had fought Death Eaters twice now. She had survived things that would have broken most adults. She didn't step back. You disappeared from the dinner table without a word. her father said, his voice deadly quiet. You. Apparated, illegally, I might add, to what appears to have been a battle. You returned covered in ash. And blood, and you expect us to simply trust you. Yes. That is not acceptable. Then call the head of house. The words came out calm, measured though Astoria's hands were. Trembling at her sides. Call grandfather. He can explain what he's able to explain, and perhaps that will be enough. Silence stretched between them. Her father's eyes bored into hers, searching for weakness, for cracks. In her composure, he found none. The head of house, he repeated slowly. You're telling me father is involved in this? I'm telling you that he has answers I'm not permitted to give. Not permitted, her father's voice rose. By whom? Who has the authority to bind my daughter to oaths without my knowledge or consent? Astoria said nothing. There was nothing she could say. From behind her parents, Daphne spoke. Her voice was soft, almost hesitant, but it cut through the tension like a knife. The nightmares. Everyone turned to look at her. Daphne's face was pale, her dark eyes fixed on Astoria with an intensity that made her stomach clench. Last year, Daphne continued, you woke up screaming, convulsing. I thought you were dying. You said it was just a nightmare, but I knew it wasn't. She took a step forward. This is connected, isn't it? Whatever happened tonight, it's the same thing that happened then. Astoria couldn't answer. The oath prevented even confirmation. But her silence was confirmation enough. I'm calling father, her father said finally, his voice flat with barely controlled fury. If he's involved in whatever this is, he'll answer for it, and so will you. He strode away toward his study, robes billowing behind him. Her mother followed, but not before. Casting one last look at Astoria, a look that mixed fear and disappointment and a terrible, helpless love. Daphne lingered. I don't understand what's happening, she said quietly, moving closer until they were nearly face to face. I don't know why you can't tell me, or what you've gotten yourself into, or who's pulling your strings. No one's pulling my strings. I chose this. Then help me understand why. Daphne's voice cracked. You're my little sister, Astoria. I'm supposed to protect you. How can I do that when you won't tell me what's going on? The irony cut deep. Daphne wanted to protect her, her older sister, who didn't know the first thing about shields or oaths or the weight of family magic. Daphne, who slept peacefully every night while Astoria trained and bled and killed to keep them all safe. Daphne, who had no idea that the little sister she wanted to shield was the shield itself, chosen at 5 years old to protect the Greengrass. Bloodline from threats Daphne couldn't even imagine. I'm supposed to protect you, Astoria thought. That's the whole point. That's what I am. But she couldn't say any of that. The oath held firm, and all she could offer was what she'd already given. I know you, Astoria, Daphne said finally. Whatever this is, whatever you've gotten into, you wouldn't do it without a good reason. I wouldn't. Then I'll trust you for now. Daphne reached out and gripped her hand, squeezing hard. But please, please be careful. Whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, just be careful. I can't lose you. She released Astoria's hand and walked away, leaving her alone in the entrance hall with the weight of secrets pressing down on her shoulders. Astoria waited. Through the bond, Harry's presence reached for her, worried, questioning. Are you all right? I will be. Grandfather's coming. He'll handle my father. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for the bond to pull you into. Don't. She cut him off, fierce even through their connection. Don't apologize for surviving. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. She felt his gratitude, warm and complicated, and let it steady her as she waited for Lord Aldrich Greengrass to arrive. He came through the flue 20 minutes later, his silver hair immaculate, his robes formal despite the late hour. He took in the scene with a single glance, Astoria standing alone in the entrance hall, her parents visible through the doorway to the sitting room, Daphne hovering on the stairs, and his expression shifted into something unreadable. "Father," Astoria's father emerged from the sitting room, his voice tight. "Perhaps you can explain. What's happening with my daughter?" "Perhaps I can." Lord Greengrass's voice was calm, measured. "But not here. Cyrus, Alara, we need to speak privately. Daphne, return to your room." "But now." Daphne hesitated, her eyes meeting Astoria's for a moment. Then she turned and climbed the stairs, her footsteps fading into silence. Lord Greengrass gestured toward the sitting room. "Shall we?" They filed in, Astoria's parents taking the settee, her grandfather claiming the armchair by the fire. Astoria herself moving to stand beside him. Her father's eyes narrowed at the positioning, but he said, "Nothing." "What do you know?" Lord Greengrass asked without preamble. Astoria's father recounted the evening's events, the family dinner, Astoria's sudden departure, her return covered in ash and blood, speaking of oaths that bound her tongue. "I see." Lord Greengrass was quiet for a moment, then he turned to Astoria. "Tell them what you can." Astoria took a breath. "I am bound by an oath of mutual secrecy and aid with an ally." The oath was sworn willingly, with full understanding of its implications. When that ally was in mortal danger tonight. The bond between us, activated, it pulled me to them and I answered. "An ally," her father's voice was flat. "What ally, who has the authority to bind my daughter?" "Cyrus," Lord Greengrass's voice cut through like a blade. "There are things you don't know, things I've kept from you for Astoria's protection and the protection of this family." "What things?" The old man was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with the weight of years. "Astoria is the shield of green." Her mother's sharp intake of breath filled the room. Her father went very still. "That's impossible," he said. "The shield hasn't been called in 3 generations. The magic chooses." "The magic chose her when she was 5 years old." Lord Greengrass met his son's eyes. "I've been training her ever since. The rituals, the combat, the connection to the family magic, all of it. She is the protector of this bloodline, Cyrus. That is her burden and her purpose." Silence stretched between them. Astoria watched her parents process the information, her mother's face cycling through shock and fear and something that might have been grief, her father's expression hardening into something more complex. "You kept this from us," her father said finally. "For 10 years you kept this from us." "I kept it from everyone. The fewer who know, the safer she is." Lord Greengrass leaned forward. "The bond she's formed, I don't know who it's with. The oath prevents her from telling even me. But I know it exists, and I know it ties her to someone whose survival the family magic has deemed significant." "Significant how?" "I cannot say because I do not know." The old man's voice was careful. "What I know is that the shield's magic responded to this bond. That means whoever Astoria is tied to, protecting them serves the Greengrass bloodline. The family magic doesn't make mistakes." Her father turned to look at her. "Where did you go tonight? What did you fight?" Astoria felt the oath tighten around her throat. "I can't tell you where. I can only say that my ally was in danger, that I helped them survive, and that I fought to protect them." "Fought who?" "I can't say." Her father's jaw tightened with frustration. "You can't say where, you can't say who, you can't say what can you tell us?" "That I'm alive, that my ally is alive, that I did what the bond required of me." Astoria met his eyes steadily, "and that I would do it again." Something flickered in his expression, fear, pride, a terrible understanding. "Show me." "Cyrus," her mother began. "No, if my daughter's going to war, I need to know she can survive it." He stood, his wand appearing in his hand. "Show me what you can do, Astoria. Show me the shield." Lord Greengrass raised an eyebrow. "You're certain?" "I need to see it. I need to understand." The old man nodded slowly, then rose as well. "Ilara." Astoria's mother hesitated, her face pale. Then she stood, drawing her own wand with trembling. Fingers. They moved to the Manor's training room, a large, warded space that Astoria had used for practice. Sessions with her grandfather countless times. Her parents took positions on one side, her grandfather on the other, forming a triangle around her. 3 against 1. Her father was a skilled duelist, trained in the old pureblood traditions. Her mother was less combat-focused but precise, methodical, and her grandfather had been teaching her everything she knew for 10 years. Astoria drew her wand and let the earth magic rise within her. "Begin," Lord Greengrass said. Her father moved first, a testing spell, a stunner aimed at her center mass. Astoria didn't bother to shield. She simply stepped aside, letting the spell pass, and answered with a pulse of power that turned the floor beneath his feet to quickite. He sank to his ankles before he could react, his balance destroyed. Her mother's curse came next, more cautious, better aimed. Astoria caught it on a shield of compressed earth that materialized from the floor itself, then sent the shield hurtling toward her. Mother like a discus. Alara dove aside, but the distraction gave Astoria time to complete her next. Working. The walls answered her call. Stone flowed like water, rising up around her mother's wrists and ankles, pinning her in place. At the same time, Astoria stamped her foot, and the floor erupted beneath her grandfather, not to trap him, but to launch him backward, off balance, his counterspell going wide. Her father had freed himself from the quickite. He came at her hard now, spell chains flowing from his wand reducto, defindo, incarceris, but Astoria moved through them like smoke. The earth told her where he was aiming before he finished casting. The stone whispered his intentions. She was everywhere and nowhere, a ghost in her own element. She ended it with a simple gesture. The floor opened beneath all 3 of them, swallowing them to the waist, then solidified. Not painfully, she was careful about that, but inescapably. They were trapped. Their wands still in their hands, but their arms pinned to their sides. The whole fight had taken perhaps 40 seconds. Astoria stood in the center of the room, breathing hard, her wand lowered. The earth magic sang in her veins, fierce and protective and utterly, absolutely hers. "Enough," her father said quietly. "I've seen enough." She released them with a thought, the stone flowing back into the floor as if it had never moved. Her grandfather rose first, brushing dust from his robes, his expression unreadable. Her mother stayed on the ground for a moment, staring at Astoria like she'd never seen her before. Her father crossed the room and stopped in front of her. His face was pale, his expression a mixture of fear and reluctant understanding that Astoria had never seen before. "I don't approve of this," he said quietly. "Whatever your grandfather has gotten you into, whatever oaths you've sworn, whatever alliance you've made, I don't approve. You're my daughter. You should be safe. You should be protected." "I know, but," he took a breath. "I understand now. You don't need my protection. You never did." He reached out and touched her cheek, an awkward gesture, unfamiliar but genuine. "You're the shield of green." I didn't know what that meant until tonight. I'm not sure I fully understand it now, but I know my daughter, and I know she wouldn't do this without a good reason. Tears pricked at Astoria's eyes. "Father, go to bed. We'll speak more in the morning." He withdrew his hand, the moment of vulnerability passing. "And Astoria, next time you run off to save someone's life, try not to disappear from the dinner table. A simple excuse would suffice." It was as close to acceptance as she was going to get. Astoria nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. Her grandfather caught her arm as she moved toward the door. "You did well tonight," he said quietly. "Both in the battle and here. The bond pulled you to him and you answered. That took courage." It didn't feel like courage. It felt like necessity. "The best courage always does." He squeezed her shoulder. "We'll talk more tomorrow about the bond. About what happened, about what comes next. But for now, rest. You've earned it." Astoria climbed the stairs to her room, feeling the bond hum quietly in her chest. Grandfather handled it, she sent to Harry. My parents know about the shield now, about the bond too. Not who you are, the oath wouldn't let him say that, but they know it exists. They know I'm protecting the family. Are you all right? I think so. My father actually touched my face. That hasn't happened since I was 6. She felt Harry's complicated reaction, relief and guilt, and something warmer underneath. He also made me fight all 3 of them, she added, to prove I could handle myself. How did that go? I won. A pause. Then through the bond, she felt his quiet pride, his fierce affection, his absolute lack of surprise. Of course you did. Get some sleep, she sent. We'll talk more tomorrow. Tomorrow, he agreed. She fell asleep with his presence wrapped around her like a blanket, and for the first time in hours, she felt safe. Part I. She's a Greengrass. Harry looked up from his breakfast the next morning, startled. Sirius stood in the doorway of the kitchen, his arms crossed, his expression somewhere between amused and exasperated. I can't. I know you can't confirm it, but I'm not asking you to. Sirius crossed to the table and sat down across from him. Earth magic, Harry, old earth magic, the kind that makes the ground itself answer. There are maybe 3 families in Britain that still practice it at that level, and only one of them has a daughter the right age, who also happens to have disappeared from a formal dinner last night. Harry's stomach dropped. Sirius. Relax, I'm not going to do anything with the information. Sirius poured himself tea, his movements deliberately casual. The Greengrasses are neutral, have been for centuries, whatever your ally is doing. She's risking her family's position every time she helps you. I know. Does she know, really understand what it means? Sirius's eyes were sharp. Neutrality isn't just a political stance for families like hers. It's survival. It's how they've outlasted wars and dark lords and ministry purges. If she's seen associating with you, with us, it could destroy everything her family has built. She knows. Harry thought about Astoria's face in the aftermath of the graveyard, the weight in her eyes when she talked about her father's position. She knows, and she comes anyway, because of the bond, because of me. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. She must really care about you. Harry felt heat rise to his cheeks. It's complicated. I'm sure it is. The smile widened into something more teasing. Young love usually is. Sirius. I'm just saying, Harry, if you're going to be bonded to someone, magically, emotionally, whatever this is, you could do worse than a girl who will apparate into a war zone to save your life. He took a sip of tea. Even if she is a Slytherin. How did you? 3rd year Slytherin, Earth Magic, Greengrass family. It narrows it down quite a bit. Sirius sat down. His cup. But I'm done speculating. What matters now is what we do going forward. What do you mean? I mean the training is going to intensify, significantly. Sirius's expression sobered. What happened? Yesterday, getting separated, getting pinned, that can't happen again. You're not just fighting for yourself anymore, Harry. You're fighting for her too. Every time you put yourself in danger, you're pulling her in after you. Harry hadn't thought about it that way. The bond had saved his life, yes, but at what cost to Astoria? She'd exposed herself to her family, risked her father's fury, put her entire position in jeopardy. All because the bond had demanded she come. There's something else, Sirius continued. Dumbledore wants to meet with you, today if possible. He's been following the reports from Diagon Alley, and he has concerns. About me. About what you faced, about how prepared you are for what's coming. Sirius met his eyes. He wants to take a more active role in your training, Harry. I've told him you've already mastered occlumency. Which surprised him, by the way, so he's not worried about your mental defenses. But there are other things he wants to teach you. Things about Voldemort, things about the war. What kind of things? Sirius hesitated. That's for him to explain, but Harry, Whatever he tells you, whatever he shows. I want you to remember that you don't have to face it alone. You have me, you have the order. And you have your friend. Harry nodded slowly. Whatever Dumbledore had planned, whatever secrets he was about to reveal, Harry would face them the same way he faced everything else now. Together. Part II. The lessons with Dumbledore changed everything. Harry sat in the headmaster's office, watching memories swirl in the pensive, and tried to process what he'd just learned. Tom Riddle's childhood, the murders, the transformation from troubled orphan to Dark Lord, and the Horcruxes. You're telling me, Harry said slowly, that he split his soul, multiple times, into different objects. That is correct. Dumbledore's voice was grave. Horcruxes are among the darkest of dark magic. Objects that contain a piece of their creator's soul, anchoring them to life even if their body is destroyed. It is how Voldemort survived your mother's protection all those years ago. His soul was already fragmented, already bound to the physical world through his Horcruxes. How many? I believe 7. 7 pieces, including the fragment that remains in his current body. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, suddenly looking very old. We have already destroyed one, the diary you encountered in your second year, but the others remain hidden, protected, waiting. Harry's mind raced. 7 pieces, 7 anchors keeping Voldemort alive. No wonder nothing had worked, not his mother's sacrifice, not the failed ritual at the graveyard, not any of the battles since. As long as the Horcruxes existed, Voldemort couldn't truly die. What are they, the other Horcruxes? That is what we must discover. I have theories, suspicions based on Voldemort's personality, his obsessions, his history. He would have chosen objects of significance, items that represented his heritage or his victories. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. I believe I may have located one such object. Ring that belonged to his grandfather, hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt family home. What do you need me to do? For now, learn. Understand your enemy as I understand him. The memories I've shown you, the glimpses into Tom Riddle's past, they are your weapons, Harry. The more you know about him, the better prepared you will be to face him. Harry nodded, filing the information away. He would need to share this with Ron and Hermione. They'd been his partners in everything since first year, and they deserved to know what they were truly fighting against. And Astoria, she would know too, through the bond if nothing else. They couldn't keep secrets from each other anymore, not really. The occlumency helped with privacy, but something this important would leak through regardless. The thought should have bothered him. Instead, it felt right. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Weeks later, Harry found himself in another difficult conversation. He'd cornered Snape after class, literally blocked the door to the potions classroom, and demanded answers about Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin had been acting strangely all year, disappearing for hours at a time, looking pale and haunted, clearly working on something that terrified him. Mr. Potter, Snape said coldly, I fail to see how Mr. Malfoy's activities are any of your concern. They're my concern because Dumbledore made them my concern. Harry held his ground, refusing to be intimidated. I know about the Horcruxes, Professor. I know what we're really fighting against, and I know Malfoy is up to something Voldemort ordered him to do. Snape's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. The headmaster has taken you into his confidence. He has, which means I know enough to be dangerous. Harry met the potions master's eyes. I also know about the unbreakable vow you made with Narcissa Malfoy, to protect Draco, to finish his task if he can't. The silence stretched between them, heavy and cold. How, Snape said finally, do you know about that? I overheard, at Slughorn's party when you and Malfoy were arguing. Harry didn't flinch. I know he's supposed to kill Dumbledore. I know you promised to do it if he fails. And what do you intend to do with this information? I intend to stop it. Whatever Malfoy's planning, whatever method he's using, I'm going to find out and I'm going to stop it. Harry's voice hardened. But I need to know if you're on our side, Professor. Really on our side. Or if you're just playing both ends against the middle. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, bitter sound. You are very like your father, he said. Arrogant, presumptuous, convinced that you know better than everyone else. I'm nothing like my father. I'm just trying to survive. Aren't we all? Snape moved toward the door, and Harry stepped aside to let him pass. Headmaster knows about the vow, Potter. He knows about Draco's task, and he has his own plans. Plans that are not for you to question or interfere with. Do you understand? I understand that you're not denying any of it. I am neither confirming nor denying anything. I am simply telling you to trust Albus Dumbledore, as I do. Snape paused at the threshold, and to stay out of matters that don't concern you. He swept away, robes billowing, leaving Harry alone in the empty classroom. That went well, Astoria's voice whispered through the bond, dry with irony. He didn't curse me. I'm counting it as a win. Did you learn anything useful? That Snape's definitely involved, that Dumbledore knows about the vow, and that everyone seems to have plans except me. Harry sighed, gathering his things. I'll tell Ron and Hermione about the Horcruxes tonight. They need to know. And the bond. Will you tell them about us? I can't. The oath won't let me. I've tested it. Every time I try to explain, the words just won't come. Frustration leaked through their connection. Sirius figured it out on his own, but I can't confirm it even to him. Maybe that's for the best. The fewer people who know, the safer we both are. Maybe. Harry headed for the door. I'll see you tonight. Our usual place. I'll be there. The bond hummed with warmth, and Harry let it steady him as he walked back to Gryffindor Tower. Part IV. The bathroom was covered in blood. Harry stood frozen in the doorway, his wand still raised, staring at Draco Malfoy's crumpled form. The curse had worked better than he'd ever imagined, better than the scribbled notes in the Half-Blood Prince's book had suggested. Sectum Sempra, for enemies. Draco was bleeding from a dozen wounds, his face white, his eyes rolling back in his head. The water from the broken sinks mixed with the blood, spreading it across the floor in a pink tide. Harry, Astoria's voice was sharp with alarm. What happened? I felt. I cursed Malfoy. I didn't know what the spell would do. I didn't. Moaning Myrtle was screaming, her voice echoing off the tiles. Murder! Murder in the bathroom. Harry's legs unfroze. He lunged forward, dropping to his knees beside Draco, trying to remember. Healing spells, trying to do something. But the wounds were too many, too deep, and the blood just kept coming. Then Snape was there. The potion's master shoved Harry aside, his wand tracing patterns over Draco's body, his voice murmuring something that sounded almost like song. The wounds began to close, slowly, reluctantly, and Harry felt something in his chest unclench. He wasn't dead. Draco wasn't dead. Snape sent Draco to the hospital wing, then turned to Harry with an expression of pure fury. Where did you learn that spell? Where? A book, an old potions book. It just said for enemies. I didn't know. Bring me the book, now, and then report to the headmaster's office. Snape's voice was deadly quiet. You will tell him exactly what you've done, Potter, and you will pray that Mr. Malfoy survives the night. Harry fled. He found Astoria by the lake that evening, after hours of interrogation and punishment, and the sick, guilty weight of what he'd almost done. She was sitting on their log, watching the water. And when he emerged from the trees, she stood and opened her arms. He walked into them without a word. They stood like that for a long moment, her arms around him, his face pressed against her hair, the bond carrying emotions too complicated for speech. She already knew what had happened, had felt it. All through their connection as it unfolded, the confrontation, The panic, the spell, the blood. I almost killed him, Harry said finally, his voice muffled. I almost killed Draco Malfoy. Astoria pulled back, her expression unreadable. Malfoy was about to cast Cruciatus on you. I felt it. Through the bond, felt your recognition of the spell, the way your body reacted before your mind. Caught up. That doesn't make what I did okay. It makes it self-defense. She said it simply, without hesitation. Harry, he was about to torture you, if you hadn't stopped him, you'd be the one in the hospital wing right now, if you were lucky. Harry stared at her, he'd expected. He wasn't sure what he'd expected. Comfort, maybe. Reassurance, not this calm, practical assessment. You're not horrified. I'm concerned about you. I'm not horrified that you stopped someone from torturing you. Astoria took his hand and led him to the log, settling beside him. We've killed to protect ourselves. We watched Pettigrew die. This is no different, except that Malfoy survived. She paused, and her expression shifted into something harder. What I am is confused. Harry, you have a dozen spells that could have stopped Malfoy without nearly killing him, stunners, body binds. That bone-breaking curse Sirius taught you. Why in Merlin's name? Did you use a spell you'd never tested? The question cut through his guilt and landed somewhere more uncomfortable. She wasn't wrong. I don't know, he admitted. It was in the book, the Half-Blood Prince's book. It said for enemies. And I panicked. I reached for something, and that was what came. You panicked. Astoria's voice was carefully neutral. You, who have faced Voldemort 3 times, you, who have trained with Sirius and Dumbledore and me. You panicked against Draco Malfoy. Put like that, it sounded absurd. Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. I wasn't thinking. I saw him raising his wand, heard the beginning of the curse, and I just reacted. The spell was in my head. I'd been reading it that morning, and it came out before I could think of anything else. That's the problem. Astoria's voice softened slightly. You weren't thinking, you let instinct take over. And your instinct reached for an unknown spell instead of the training. We've spent 2 years drilling. Into you, she squeezed his hand. The self-defense part, that's not what concerns me. Malfoy made his choice when he tried to cast Cruciatus. But the fact that you forgot everything you know in the heat of the moment, that concerns me. Harry let out a long breath. She was right. She was absolutely right, and it was somehow worse than being condemned for nearly killing someone. I need to be better, he said quietly. You need to trust your training. The spells you know, the reflexes we've built, they're there for a reason. Astoria leaned against his shoulder. Unknown magic is for when you have no other choice. You had a dozen other choices. I know. So next time, use them. It wasn't forgiveness, exactly. It was something more useful, honesty. The kind of honesty that came from someone who'd fought beside him, who knew what he was capable of, who wouldn't let him off the hook just because he felt guilty. Snape knew the counter-curse, Harry said after a moment, which means he knew the original spell, created it probably. How would Snape know a spell from a student's old textbook? Harry frowned. He hadn't thought about that. The Half-Blood Prince's book was decades old, filled with annotations and invented spells. Snape knowing the exact counter-curse, knowing it instantly, without hesitation. Maybe he's seen it before, Harry said slowly. Or maybe the prince was someone Snape knew, someone who taught him the counter-curse. Astoria's eyes narrowed. That's a dangerous spell to leave lying around in a textbook. Whoever created it wasn't thinking about who might find it. Dumbledore's furious, Harry said. Not just about the spell, about all of it, my obsession with Malfoy. The risks I've been taking, the way I've been handling the Horcrux information. What did he say? That I need to trust him, that he has plans I don't understand. Harry's jaw tightened. That Snape is on our side, and I need to stop treating him like an enemy. Do you believe him? I believe Dumbledore believes it, but I also believe Snape made an unbreakable vow to help Malfoy. Kill Dumbledore. Those two things don't add up. Astoria was quiet for a moment. Through the bond, Harry felt her processing, considering turning the problem over the way she always did. Maybe they do, she said finally. Maybe Dumbledore knows about the vow and has already accounted for it. Maybe the plan, whatever it is, includes Snape doing exactly what he promised to do. You think Dumbledore wants Snape to kill him? I think Dumbledore is dying. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. His hand, Harry, you've seen it, the blackened skin, the way he keeps it hidden. Something is very wrong with him, and he's not telling anyone what it is. Harry thought about the headmaster's withered hand, the way he deflected questions about it, the strange, sad look in his eyes when he talked about the future. If he's dying anyway, then maybe he'd rather go out on his own terms, and maybe Snape is the one he trusts to do it. It was a horrible thought, but it also made a terrible kind of sense. I hate this, Harry said quietly. All the secrets, all the plans within plans. Why can't people just tell me the truth? Because the truth is complicated. Because knowing everything would make it harder, not easier. Astoria took his hand. We do what we can with what we know. That's all anyone can do. They sat together on the log, watching the stars emerge one by one. The year had been brutal, full of revelations and betrayals and near disasters that had almost broken them. But they were still here. Still together, still fighting. I should go, Astoria said eventually. It's late and we both have classes tomorrow. Same time next week. Same time next week. She stood but didn't release his hand. Harry, I'm glad you didn't kill him. Draco, I mean. Not because I care about Draco, I don't, but because I care about you. Another death. On your conscience, I don't want that for you. Neither do I. She leaned down and kissed him, soft and brief, a promise more than a passion. Then she slipped away through the trees, leaving Harry alone with the stars and the distant hum of the bond. 6th year wasn't over yet. There were still Horcruxes to find, still Malfoy's plan to stop, still the looming confrontation with Voldemort that seemed to draw closer every day. But Harry had survived this far, had fought and made mistakes and kept going. He would keep going still. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Part I. The wards screamed. Astoria woke in her Slytherin dormitory with a gasp, her heart pounding, her skin crawling with a sensation she'd never felt before. The family magic was calling to her, not gently, not subtly, but with a desperate, clawing urgency that pulled at something deep in her chest. The manor, something was attacking the manor. She was out of bed before she fully understood what was happening, pulling on robes over her nightdress, shoving her feet into shoes, her wand already in her hand. The other girls in her dormitory slept on, oblivious. The family magic spoke only to her. Harry, she reached through the bond as she ran, pushing urgency and alarm. The manor is under attack. I'm going. She felt him jolt awake, confusion flooding through the connection. What Astoria, wait. I can't wait. The wards are failing. Follow when you can. She was already through the common room, already sprinting through the dungeon corridors toward Snape's office. The potions master kept his flu connected to the network. She'd learned that months ago, filing it away as potentially useful information. She'd never expected to use it like this. The office was locked. She didn't care. A pulse of earth magic shattered the lock and she was through the door, grabbing flu powder from the mantel, throwing it into the flames. Greengrass Manor. The green fire swallowed her, and she spun through the network, emerging seconds later in the entrance hall of her family home. Chaos. House elves apparating frantically, her mother's voice screaming from somewhere upstairs, her father shouting orders in the distance, and underneath it all, the terrible, grinding pressure of wards being torn apart. Astoria didn't stop to explain her presence. She followed the pull of the family magic, running through corridors she'd known since childhood, bursting through the doors to the west garden. Death Eaters, a dozen of them, maybe more, pressing against the failing wards like wolves at a wounded deer. And at the center of the garden, holding the line alone, her grandfather stood against them. Lord Aldrich Greengrass was 73 years old, but in that moment, he looked like a warrior from another age. The earth churned at his command, stone walls rising to deflect curses, the ground itself becoming a weapon. But he was one man against many, and even as Astoria watched, a cutting curse slipped through his defenses, opening a gash across his shoulder. Grandfather. She ran to his side, her magic already rising to meet the threat. Lord Aldrich's eyes found hers, relief and grim determination warring in his expression. The west flank, he said, his voice tight with pain. They're trying to circle around. I see them. She didn't wait for further instruction. She moved. Lapidus. The spell turned the ground beneath two Death Eaters to loose gravel, and they stumbled. Off balance. Before they could recover, Astoria gestured, and the earth swallowed them to their chests. Then solidified into stone. They weren't dead, not yet, but they weren't fighting either. A third Death Eater raised his wand toward her grandfather. Astoria didn't bother with a spell. She simply willed the ground to spike upward, and a pillar of stone impaled him through the chest. There's another one, a Death Eater shouted. The daughter, take her down. 3 curses flew at her simultaneously. Astoria threw up a shield charm and dove behind a stone. Planter, her mind racing. There were too many of them, 9 still standing, plus the 2 trapped in stone, and more figures were emerging from the darkness. Reinforcements. Harry, she sent through the bond, pushing urgency and location now. Glamour your face, they can't. No, it's you. His response was immediate, 30 seconds. She counted them down while trading curses with the Death Eaters, keeping them focused on her. Away from her wounded grandfather, Confringo caught one in the shoulder, spinning him around. Defindo opened a gash across another's leg. Not kills, she didn't have the angle, but it slowed them down. 20 seconds, 15, 10. Harry apparated into the garden with his wand already moving, his features blurred by a hasty glamour. That made his face forgettable, unremarkable. Reducto. The curse caught a Death Eater in the chest, sending him flying into the manor wall with a sickening crack. Before the body hit the ground, Harry was casting again, Ossium Exploda, and another crumpled as his ribcage shattered inward. Astoria burst from cover, her magic rising to meet his through the bond. She felt him lock onto her position, felt their power interweave. 8 left, she said, falling into position beside him. +2 I've trapped. Then we finish this fast. They moved together. It was nothing like their training sessions, nothing like the careful, controlled sparring they'd practiced. In the room of requirement, this was war, brutal, bloody, and absolute. Harry fought with the cold precision Sirius had drilled into him, his wand a blur of motion, curses flowing from him in chains that left no room for response. Astoria combined her spellwork with the earth itself, Saxum Iasio, sent fist-sized rocks hurtling at lethal speed, while the ground shifted beneath enemy feet, disrupting their balance, their aim, their ability to fight back. But it was the bond that made them unstoppable. Harry felt a curse coming before it was cast and stepped aside, his own spell already flying toward the attacker. Astoria sensed his intention to flank left and moved right, catching the Death Eater who tried to exploit the gap with Defindo across the throat. They didn't speak, didn't need to, the bond carried everything, every thought, every instinct, every flicker of awareness. A Death Eater raised his wand toward Harry's back. Terra Surget, Astoria commanded, and a spike of stone erupted from the ground, taking him through the chest before the curse left his lips. 2 more tried to flee. Harry's Sectum Sempra caught the first across the back, and he went down in a spray of blood. The second made it 3 steps before Confringo took him off his feet. One of the remaining Death Eaters, older, more experienced, had stopped fighting. His eyes were fixed on Harry, narrowing despite the glamour, and his hand was moving toward his left forearm. "The mark," Astoria shouted. "He's calling." Harry's defindo took the man's arm off at the elbow before his fingers touched the dark mark. He screamed, clutching the stump, and Harry silenced him permanently with a reductor to the chest. "No survivors," Astoria said, her voice flat. "They can't report back. They can't tell anyone you were here." "I know." They hunted down the last of them together, methodical, efficient, merciless. Harry caught one with a blasting curse mid-apparition. Astoria collapsed the ground beneath another, burying him alive. The final two fell to their combined assault, Harry's reductor shattering one's shield while Astoria's Petrificus Totalis froze him, and then her earth magic pulled him down into the soil like a man sinking into quicksand. By the time it was over, 12 Death Eaters lay dead in the gardens of Greengrass Manor. Astoria stood in the moonlight, her breathing steady, her hands clean despite the carnage around her. She looked at the bodies, scattered across her family's gardens, bleeding into the ancient soil, and felt nothing but cold satisfaction. "The earth," she said quietly. "It should take them." Harry looked at her. "They came to our home. They threatened our family." Her voice was ice. "They don't deserve graves. They don't deserve to be found. Let the manor have them." She knelt and pressed her palm to the ground. The family magic responded, not the shield, but something older, something that recognized her as Greengrass, as protector, as the one who defended this land. The earth opened. One by one, the bodies sank into the soil. Slowly, silently, the ground accepting them like water. Accepting stones, the blood soaked downward, the grass closed over disturbed earth. Within minutes, there was no sign that anyone had ever died here. No evidence, no trace. 12 Death Eaters, buried forever in the grounds of Greengrass Manor. Astoria rose, brushing dirt from her hands, and turned to find her grandfather watching her. He was sitting on a stone bench, one hand pressed to his wounded shoulder, his eyes fixed on her with an expression she couldn't read. "Well," Lord Aldrich said quietly, "I suppose I know who your ally is now." He glanced at the unmarked ground where 12 bodies had just vanished, then back at Harry. "It seems the Dark Lord's followers have finally tired of our neutrality. Apparently, we don't wish to take sides translates poorly into Death Eater." They moved inside once the wards were repaired, a temporary patch, enough to hold until proper restoration could be done. Astoria's father had taken charge of securing the grounds, her mother was seeing to Daphne, and the house elves were cleaning the garden of any remaining traces of battle. Not that there was much to clean. The earth had taken the bodies. The earth remembered. Harry sat in her grandfather's study, looking thoroughly out of place among the ancient books and family portraits. Astoria stood beside him, her hand brushing his, drawing comfort from the contact. Lord Aldrich lowered himself into his chair with a wince, his shoulder freshly bandaged, but clearly still painful. For a long moment he simply looked at them, at Harry, at Astoria, at their hands that had found each other without conscious thought. "Harry Potter," he said finally. "Of all the wizards in Britain, my granddaughter could have bound herself to." She chose the one with the largest target on his back. "Yes, sir. I watched you fight together tonight. I've never seen anything like it, 2 people moving as one. Anticipating each other's actions, sharing power across the bond." He paused, something complicated crossing his face. "It was terrifying, and it saved my life." Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. "I owe you thanks, Mr. Potter. You came when she called, fought beside her, helped defend this family." Lord Aldrich's voice was quiet, genuine. "The Greengrass family does not forget its debts." "There's no debt, sir. Astoria called, I came. That's how it works." The old man studied him for a moment, then let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "Yes, I suppose." "It is." He looked at Astoria. The war is coming to us whether we like it or not. Neutrality may no longer be possible. Not when the Dark Lord sends 12 of his followers to remind us that neutral isn't enough for him. No, Astoria agreed. It isn't. Then we adapt. He rose slowly, wincing as his shoulder protested. Mr. Potter, you should return to Hogwarts before anyone notices your absence. We will speak again, but not tonight. Tonight we all need to rest. Harry stood, still holding Astoria's hand. Thank you, sir, for understanding. Understanding. A ghost of a smile crossed Lord Aldrich's face. I'm not sure I understand anything about what I saw tonight, but I know my granddaughter, and I know she doesn't give her loyalty lightly. That's enough for now. He left them alone in the study, and Astoria turned to Harry, the adrenaline of the battle finally fatting into exhaustion. You should go, she said softly, before anyone else sees you. Are you all right? I just killed 8 people. She considered the question. I should feel something, horror, guilt. Something, but I don't. They came to hurt my family and I stopped them. That's all. Harry pulled her into his arms. That's enough. For now, that's enough. She let herself lean into him for a moment, just a moment, before pulling back. Go, I'll contact you through the bond tomorrow. He kissed her forehead, brief and gentle, then stepped back and disapparated. Astoria stood alone in her grandfather's study, surrounded by the weight of centuries, and let herself breathe. Part II. 3 days later, Dumbledore took Harry to the cave. The journey there was unsettling enough, apparating to a remote cliff face, climbing down to a hidden entrance, swimming through icy water into a cavern that reeked of dark magic. But it was what waited inside that made Harry's blood run cold. The lake stretched before them, black and still and wrong in ways he couldn't articulate. The air itself felt heavy, thick with enchantments that pressed against his senses. And in the center of the cavern, barely visible through the darkness, a small island glowed with sickly green light. The Horcrux is there, Dumbledore said quietly. On that island, protected by magic I've only begun to understand. They crossed the lake in a small boat that materialized at Dumbledore's call, the water so still it might have been glass. Harry kept his wand out, his eyes scanning the darkness, the bond humming with Astoria's distant attention. She was following along, feeling what he felt, seeing fragments of what he saw. Something's wrong with the water, she sent. I can feel it through you. Something dead. I know. Stay alert. The island was smaller than it had appeared, barely large enough for the two of them to stand on. At its center sat a stone basin filled with glowing emerald liquid, the light casting strange shadows across Dumbledore's face. The potion cannot be penetrated, vanished, parted, scooped up, or siphoned away, the headmaster said, his voice clinical despite the circumstances. Nor can I reach through it to retrieve the Horcrux at the bottom. I must drink it. Harry stared at him. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's alarm spike. You must make me drink it, Harry, Dumbledore continued. Whatever I say, whatever I do, you must not stop until the basin is empty. Do you understand? No, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. I beg your pardon. I said no. Harry kept his voice steady, though his heart was pounding. I'm not going to force feed you poison without understanding why. What is this? What does the potion do? It will cause me great pain. It may show me terrible things, fears, regrets, memories I would rather forget. Dumbledore's voice was patient, as though explaining to a child. But it is the only way to reach the Horcrux. We must. Why you? I'm sorry. Why does it have to be you who drinks it? Harry gestured at the basin. You said the potion can't be vanished, can't be parted, can't be scooped out. But you're assuming it has to be drunk by one of us. What if we transfigured something to drink it? What if we found another way to empty the basin? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. The magic would likely reject such attempts. Have you tried? No, but... Then try, Harry's voice hardened. Professor, I've followed your lead all year. I've trusted your plans. Your lessons, your judgment. But I'm not going to watch you poison yourself without at least attempting alternatives. Through the bond, he felt Astoria's approval, fierce and proud. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, something unreadable in his expression. Then, slowly, he drew his wand and began testing alternatives. They spent 20 minutes attempting everything they could think of. Conjured creatures dissolved the moment they touched the potion. Transfigured cups failed to hold it. Vanishing spells slid off the surface. Like water off glass, Dumbledore even attempted to freeze the liquid, to transform it into something else, to summon the Horcrux directly from the basin's depths. Nothing worked. I appreciate your thoroughness, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly, but I'm afraid we've arrived at the same conclusion. Then let me drink it. Absolutely not. Why? Because you're expendable and I'm not, Harry laughed bitterly. You've been preparing me all year, Professor, showing me Voldemort's past, teaching me about Horcruxes, making sure I understand what needs to be done. You know you're dying, your hand proves that. So this is what your grand exit: poison yourself retrieving a Horcrux, die a hero's death. Dumbledore's expression flickered. Surprise, perhaps, or something sadder. You see more than I gave you credit for. I see a man who's been planning his death for months and hasn't bothered to tell anyone. Harry's voice cracked. I see the person who's supposed to be leading us against Voldemort deciding to sacrifice himself without asking if maybe, just maybe, we still need him alive. Harry, drink the potion if you have to. I'll help you, I'll get you through it, I'll carry you out of here if I have to, but don't pretend this is the only way, and don't pretend you're not choosing this. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle lapping of the dark water against the island's edges. You're right, Dumbledore said finally. I have been making choices I didn't share with you. Choices about how this war should end and what role I should play in it. Perhaps I was wrong to keep you in the dark. Perhaps. Almost certainly, the headmaster smiled sadly. Very well, Harry, I will drink the potion and you will help me, but when this is over, if I survive, we will talk, properly, about everything I've been keeping from you. That's all I ask. Dumbledore raised the conjured goblet, dipped it into the basin, and drank. The next hour was agony. Harry held the cup to the headmaster's lips again and again, forcing him to swallow despite his screams, despite his pleas, despite the tears streaming down his face. Dumbledore begged him to stop. Begged for death, begged to see people long dead whose names Harry didn't recognize. Through the bond, Astoria shared his horror, his determination, his desperate hope that this would be worth it. Keep going, she sent when his resolve wavered. You have to finish it. I'm torturing him, you're saving him, there's a difference. Keep going, he kept going. When the basin was finally empty, Harry reached in and pulled out the locket. It was heavier than he expected, cold against his palm, and something about it made his skin crawl. Water, Dumbledore gasped. Please, water. Harry looked at the lake, the dark, still water that had felt wrong since the moment they'd arrived. He hesitated. Professor, I don't think. But Dumbledore was already moving, crawling toward the lake's edge, his hand breaking the surface. The dead began to rise. Infurious, hundreds of them, pale and rotting and hungry, surging up from the depths with grasping hands and empty eyes. They came from every direction, climbing onto the island, reaching for Harry. And Dumbledore with terrible, relentless purpose. Harry fought. He cast every curse he knew, every spell Sirius had taught him, but there were too many. Too many hands grabbing at his robes, too many bodies pressing in from all sides. He felt cold fingers close around his ankle, felt himself being dragged toward the water. Fire. Dumbledore's fire, somehow, despite his weakened state. A ring of flame erupted around them, driving Back the Inferi, and Harry seized his chance. He grabbed the headmaster's arm and ran back to the boat, back across the lake, back through the cavern toward the entrance. They barely made it out of the cave. The dark mark hung over the astronomy tower. Harry saw it the moment they crested the tree line on their brooms, green and terrible against the night sky, the skull with its serpent tongue casting a sickly glow over the castle below. His stomach dropped. "No," he breathed. Dumbledore, barely conscious after the cave, managed to lift his head. His eyes found the mark and something in his expression shifted. Not surprise, Harry realized with growing horror, but resignation. Acceptance. "To the tower," Dumbledore said. His voice barely a whisper. "We must reach the tower." Harry, Astoria's presence flared through the bond, sharp with alarm. She'd felt his fear, his horror. "What's happening?" "Death Eaters in the castle. The dark mark is over the astronomy tower. We're flying there now." Death Eaters inside Hogwarts. A pause as she processed. "I'm going up. If they came through the 7th floor, someone needs to keep them away from the younger students." "Astoria, be careful." "I will. Focus on Dumbledore." They landed on the tower's ramparts, and Harry half-carried the headmaster through the door. The sounds of distant battle echoed up the stairwell. Shouts, curses, the crash of breaking stone. "Your cloak," Dumbledore gasped. "Put on your cloak, hide. Whatever happens, do not interfere." "Professor." "Promise me, Harry." Dumbledore's eyes met his, and despite everything, despite the weakness, the trembling, the poison still working through his system, they held absolute clarity. "Whatever you see. Tonight, whatever happens to me, you must not interfere. This is how it must be." Harry stared at him. Through the bond, Astoria felt his confusion, his dawning horror. "Harry, what's wrong?" "He's asking me to let him die." A long pause. Then, "Do you trust him? Did he, after everything, the secrets, the manipulations, the plans within plans, did he trust Albus?" "Dumbledore." "I promise," Harry heard himself say. He pulled the invisibility cloak over himself and pressed back against the wall, his heart pounding, his wand clutched uselessly at his side. The door burst open. Draco Malfoy stood there, his wand raised, his face pale as death. Behind him, Harry could hear more. Footsteps on the stairs, heavier, more numerous. The other Death Eaters coming to witness. "Good evening, Draco," Dumbledore said, as though they were meeting for tea. Harry watched, invisible, as Draco pointed his wand at the headmaster. Watched as Dumbledore talked. His voice gentle, almost kind, offering Draco a way out, protection for his family, a chance to escape. The path he'd been forced onto. Through the bond, he felt Astoria fighting. She was 3 floors below, in the corridor near the Ravenclaw common room, facing Death Eaters who'd split from the main group to hunt for victims. He felt her fury, her precision. Reducto, as a masked figure went flying into the wall, stupefy, as another crumpled, defindo, as a third fell clutching his throat. Older students had joined her, a handful of 7th years from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff who'd heard the commotion and come to fight. They formed a defensive line across the corridor, keeping the Death Eaters from reaching the lower floors, where the younger students slept. On the tower, more Death Eaters arrived. Fenrir Greyback, the Carrow siblings, others Harry didn't recognize. They surrounded Dumbledore, taunting Draco, urging him to kill. Draco's hand shook. His wand trembled, but he couldn't do it. Harry could stop this. He was right here, invisible, armed. He could cast a curse, create a distraction. Do something. "You promised," Astoria sent, feeling his turmoil through the bond. "Whatever he's planning, you promised." "I know." Then Snape arrived. He swept up the stairs like a black storm, pushing past the other Death Eaters, his dark eyes fixed on Dumbledore with an expression Harry couldn't read. The headmaster looked at him, met his eyes, and something passed between them. "Severus," Dumbledore said, His voice was pleading, but underneath it was something else. Something. That sounded almost like permission. "Severus, please." Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Every instinct screamed at him to move, to act, to save the man who had guided him for 6 years. He didn't move. Avada Kedavra. The green light struck Dumbledore square in the chest. Harry watched, frozen by choice rather than magic, as the greatest wizard of the age flew backward off the tower and fell into the darkness below. He had let it happen. He had watched and waited and let Dumbledore die. The Death Eaters were celebrating, laughing, already turning to leave. Harry felt something cold settle into his chest, not grief, not yet, but something harder, something that would become grief later when he had time to feel it. He threw off the cloak. "Potter," Greyback snarled, spinning around. "How?" Harry's sectum sempra opened 3 deep gashes across the werewolf's chest. Greyback howled and fell back, blood spraying across the stone. Electo Caro raised her wand. Harry's reductor shattered her shoulder before she could cast. Her brother tried to flee, but a blasting curse caught him in the back, and he tumbled down the stairs in a broken heap. Snape was already gone, fleeing with Draco, disappearing into the chaos below. The Death Eaters are retreating. Astoria sent through the bond. Snape and Malfoy just ran past us. Should I pursue? No, let them go. Secure the students. A pause, then quietly, "It's done then." "It's done. I let it happen." He felt her presence wrap around him through the bond. Not judgment, never judgment, but a fierce protectiveness. She had told him to trust Dumbledore's plan. She had known what that meant. "Come down. Come find me." He descended the tower slowly, stepping over the bodies of the Caros, past the bleeding form of Greyback. The sounds of battle below were fading. The order had arrived. He could feel Sirius through some instinct deeper than the bond, knew his godfather was fighting somewhere in the castle. The Death Eaters were broken, fleeing, their mission accomplished. In the corridor near Ravenclaw Tower, he found Astoria standing with a handful of older students, all of them battered but alive. 2 Death Eaters lay dead on the floor, blood pooling beneath them. A third was bound in conjured ropes, unconscious. She crossed to him without a word and took his hand. They walked together through the castle, past frightened students huddled in doorways, past order members securing corridors, past the great doors that stood open to the night. In the courtyard, a crowd had gathered around something on the ground. Dumbledore's body lay broken on the flagstones, his eyes open and empty, his silver beard spread across the stones like a fallen banner. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd, Astoria's hand in his, and felt the weight of what he'd done settle onto his shoulders. He had promised, he had trusted, and he had let Dumbledore die. "I'm here," Astoria sent through the bond. "Whatever comes next, I'm here." He held onto that because it was all he had left. She was here. For now, that was enough. Part II. Lord Aldrich Greengrass requested a meeting with Lord Black 3 days after Dumbledore's funeral. Sirius received him in the formal parlor of Grimmauld Place, a room he rarely used, one that still smelled faintly of his mother's preferred cleaning potions despite years of neglect. He'd had the house elves prepare it properly, understanding that this meeting required a certain formality. He had no idea why the head of House Greengrass wanted to speak with him. The families had never been close, the Greengrasses with their careful neutrality, the Blacks with their darkness and drama. But curiosity, and the instinct that this somehow related to Harry, had made him accept. Lord Greengrass arrived precisely on time, stepping through the flue with the practiced grace of someone who'd been making formal visits since before Sirius was born. He was tall, silver-haired, with gray eyes that reminded Sirius uncomfortably of his cousin Narcissa, though the resemblance ended at color. Where Narcissa's gaze was cold, Lord Greengrass's was calculating, assessing. Lord Black, the old man inclined his head slightly. Lord Greengrass, Sirius gestured to a chair. Please sit. Can I offer you anything? Tea, something. Stronger. Tea would be acceptable. They settled into their chairs, the ritual of tea service providing a useful buffer as they took each. Others measure. I appreciate you agreeing to meet, Lord Greengrass said once the tea was poured, particularly given that you have no idea why I'm here. The thought had crossed my mind. Then I'll be direct. The old man set down his teacup with precise care. My granddaughter, Astoria, is magically bonded to your godson, an oath of mutual secrecy and aid sworn when they were children. I only recently discovered the identity of her ally. Sirius went very still. Harry had a bonded ally. He'd known that much, had seen the aftermath of Earth magic at Diagon. Allie had watched Harry nearly fall apart after Dumbledore's death, only to be held together by someone he couldn't name, but he'd never known who. Astoria Greengrass, Sirius said slowly. The younger granddaughter. Yes. She's 15, 16. 15. She was 13 when she swore the oath. Sirius absorbed this. A Greengrass, a neutral family's daughter tied to the boy at the center of the war. No wonder Lord Greengrass looked like he'd aged a decade. How did you discover this? Harry Potter apparated into my home 2 weeks ago and helped my granddaughter kill 12 Death Eaters who were attacking our manor. Lord Greengrass's voice was dry. It was somewhat difficult to miss. Despite everything, Sirius almost laughed. That sounds like Harry. Indeed, the old man's eyes were sharp. I watched them fight together, Lord Black. I've never seen anything like it. Two people moving as one mind, anticipating each other's actions before they happened. That is not a simple oath of alliance. That is something far deeper. Sirius thought about the aftermath at Diagon Alley, the Death Eaters trapped in stone, the Earth magic. That had been so powerful, so precise. He thought about Harry's face whenever the bond came up, the way he couldn't speak about it, the way his eyes softened when he thought no one was watching. I don't know the details, Sirius admitted. Harry can't tell me the oath prevents it, but I know it matters to him. Whatever exists between them, it's real. It's real and it's dangerous. Lord Greengrass leaned forward slightly. My granddaughter is important to this family, Lord Black. She carries responsibilities I cannot discuss with outsiders. Her bond with your godson has complicated those responsibilities in ways I'm still attempting to assess. Complicated how? She is tied to the most wanted wizard in Britain, the one the Dark Lord most wants dead. Neutrality my family has maintained for 3 centuries is now tenuous. The old man's voice hardened slightly. 12 Death Eaters died in my gardens. If word reaches the Dark Lord that Harry Potter was involved, my family becomes a target. And if it doesn't, then we remain in an uncomfortable position, neutral in name, but bound by blood and magic to your godson's fate. Lord Greengrass met his eyes. I am not here to threaten or negotiate, Lord Black. I am here because my granddaughter's survival is now linked to Harry Potter's survival. I thought we should acknowledge that. Sirius considered this. The old man was being careful, revealing just enough to establish the stakes, without giving away anything he didn't have to. It was classic pureblood maneuvering, the kind of verbal fencing Sirius had learned to despise in his youth. But there was genuine concern underneath it. He could see it in the way Lord Greengrass held himself, the slight tension around his eyes. Whatever else he was, the man cared about his granddaughter. I watched my godson nearly destroy himself over Dumbledore's death, Sirius said slowly. Something held him together, someone. I'm guessing that was Astoria. It was. Then I owe her thanks. Lord Greengrass inclined his head slightly. And I owe Harry thanks for coming to our aid at the manor. He didn't have to answer her call. He came anyway. That's who he is. Yes, I'm beginning to understand that. The old man was quiet for a moment. The bond between Them, it concerns me, Lord Black. In Greengrass family history, bonds of this depth have occurred. Rarely, when they have, the bonded pairs became inseparable. When one died, the other followed. Within months, Sirius felt a chill run down his spine. You're saying they could die for each other. I'm saying the bond may not give them a choice. Lord Greengrass's voice was heavy. My granddaughter has tied herself to a boy who walks into danger like other people walk into breakfast. If he dies, she may die with him. That is not a fate I would have chosen for her. She chose it for herself. She was 13. And Harry was 11 when Voldemort first tried to kill him. They've both been making impossible choices since before they should have had to. Sirius's voice softened. I don't like it either, but I've learned that trying to protect Harry from his own choices only pushes him away. He needs people who trust him, not people who try to control him. Lord Greengrass studied him for a long moment. You love him, the boy, you love him like a son. He is my son, not by blood but in every way that matters. And Astoria is my granddaughter, the future strength of my family. The old man rose slowly. We may not be allies, Lord Black, but it seems we are bound together nonetheless, through them if nothing else. So it seems. Then I propose this, we maintain communication. Not alliance, not friendship, but awareness. What affects Harry affects Astoria, and vice versa. It would be foolish to remain ignorant of each other's situations. Sirius stood as well. Agreed, and Lord Greengrass, if Astoria ever needs help, if she's ever in danger, and Harry can't reach her, send word. Whatever our family's histories, I won't leave her to face something alone. Something flickered in the old man's eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or grudging respect. The same offer stands for your godson. The Greengrass family may be neutral, but we protect those connected to us, and it seems Harry Potter has become connected. They shook hands, a formal gesture carefully measured, and Lord Greengrass departed through the flue. Sirius stood alone in the parlor for a long time afterward, thinking about bonds and choices and the weight of watching people you love walk into danger. Harry had someone. After everything, the losses, the battles, the impossible burdens, he had someone who would stand beside him, no matter what. Sirius had to believe that would be enough. It was all any of them had left. Part I. The ministry had fallen. Astoria sat in the drawing room of Greengrass Manor, staring at the Daily Prophet spread across her lap. The headline screamed in bold black letters, Ministry under new management. Below it, a smaller headline, Harry Potter undesirable #1. The photograph showed Harry's face, his messy hair, his green eyes, his lightning scar, rotating slowly. Beneath the word undesirable, 10,000 galleons for information leading to his capture. Through the bond, she felt him, alive, angry, frightened beneath the anger, though he'd never admit it. He was at Grimmauld Place with Sirius, she knew, hidden behind the Fadelius charm, safe for now. But for how long? They're calling it a peaceful transition. Her father's voice was bitter. He stood by the window, watching the grounds as if expecting Death Eaters to apparate onto the lawn at any moment. Thickness is minister now, Voldemort's puppet, dancing on invisible strings. It was never going to stay peaceful. Aldrich sat in his usual chair by the fire, his expression unreadable. The Dark Lord has been patient, now that patience has paid off. And what does that mean for us? Astoria's mother clutched her teacup with white-knuckled fingers. What does it mean for our family? No one answered. They all knew what it meant. The pressure had been building for weeks. Subtle at first, invitations to events hosted by known death eater families, inquiries about the Greengrass position on the new order, veiled suggestions that neutrality might not be sustainable, then less subtle, visitors at odd hours, questions about Daphne's marriage prospects, pointed reminders that the Greengrass fortune was substantial, and that substantial fortunes attracted substantial attention. Astoria remembered the last visitor, Yaxley, his smile never reaching his eyes, his gaze lingering too long on the family portraits, the antique furniture, the evidence of old money and older blood. The Dark Lord values loyalty, he'd said. He rewards those who serve him well, and he has long memory for those who do not. Her father had smiled and nodded and said all the right things. But when Yaxley left, his hands had been shaking. They'll want us to declare, her father said finally. Publicly, they'll want us to bow. Then we bow, Aldrich's voice was calm. We attend their functions, we make the appropriate noises. We survive. For how long? Her mother's voice cracked. How long do we smile and nod while they tear apart everything we've built, while they hunt Muggle-borns through the streets, while they... As long as we have to. Aldrich's tone brooked no argument. The Greengrass family has survived. Worse than this, we survived Grindelwald. We survived the First War. We will survive this too. And Astoria, Daphne spoke for the first time, her eyes fixed on her sister. What happens when they find out about her? Alliance. The word hung in the air. Alliance. Such a clean word for something so complicated. Astoria felt her family's eyes on her. Her parents' fear, Daphne's suspicion, Aldrich's careful assessment. They knew about the bond now, knew she was tied to Harry Potter in ways they didn't fully understand. But they didn't know everything. They didn't know how deep it went, how much of herself she'd given to it. How much she would give, if it came to that. They won't find out, Astoria said, keeping her voice steady. The oath prevents anyone from revealing it, and everyone who's seen Harry and me together is either family or dead. For now, her father turned from the window, but the Dark Lord is thorough if he suspects. He won't, Aldrich cut him off. Astoria will return to Hogwarts in September. She will keep her head down, maintain her grades, and give no one any reason to look at her twice. The bond can be concealed. It has been concealed for years. Hogwarts, her mother laughed bitterly. As if Hogwarts will be safe now. Snape is headmaster. The Carrows are teaching. It will be a prison, not a school. All the more reason for Astoria to attend. Aldrich's gaze was sharp. Her absence would be noted. It would raise questions we cannot afford to answer. Astoria said nothing. She would go to Hogwarts because she had to, because her family needed her to maintain appearances, but she had no illusions about what waited for her there. The castle that had been her home for 5 years would become hostile territory, a place where every word was scrutinized, every action judged, every misstep potentially fatal. And Harry wouldn't be there. For the first time since they'd sworn their oath, she would face Hogwarts without him. And if Harry Potter is captured, if he's killed, her father's voice cracked, what happens to her? Then, silence. Through the bond, Astoria felt Harry's attention sharpen. He'd been listening, not to the words, but to her emotions, the fear, the uncertainty. I'm not going to be captured, he sent, and I'm not going to die. You can't promise that. No, but I can promise to fight like hell to keep it from happening. And I can promise that I'll take as many of them with me as I can if it comes to it. That's not comforting. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be true. She almost smiled. Almost. If Harry Potter dies, Aldrich said quietly, then Astoria will grieve, and then she will continue. She is Greengrass. She will endure. But even as he said it, Astoria saw the doubt in his eyes. He knew about bonds like theirs. He knew what happened when one half was severed. She didn't tell him that she'd already made peace with it. If Harry died, she would follow. Not from grief. Though there would be grief, but from the bond itself. The magic that tied them together wouldn't release her gently. Some prices were worth paying. The Dark Lord has summoned the heads of all neutral families to a gathering next week, her father said, changing the subject with obvious relief. A show of unity, they're calling it. Attendance is strongly encouraged. Then we attend. Aldrich rose slowly, his old bones creaking. We smile, we nod, we play the game. We've played for 3 centuries. His eyes found Astoria's, and for a moment something passed. Between them, an understanding that went beyond words. And we wait for the moment when playing is no longer enough. The meeting broke apart, her parents retreating to their separate corners of the manor to process what was coming. Daphne lingered, watching Astoria with an expression that mixed concern with something. Sharper. You're not telling us everything, her sister said quietly. About Potter, about what you've been doing. No, Astoria agreed. I'm not. Is it worth it? Whatever this is, whatever you've tied yourself to, is it worth what it might cost us? Astoria thought about Harry, about the bond that connected them, the magic they shared, the impossible things they'd done together, about the boy who had faced Voldemort again and again and refused to break, about the man he was becoming. Yes, she said, it's worth everything. Daphne studied her for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Then I hope you know what you're doing, little sister, because if this goes wrong, it won't just be you. Who pays the price? She left before Astoria could respond. Through the bond, Harry's presence wrapped around her, warm, steady, unwavering. I won't let anything happen to your family, he sent, whatever it takes. You can't promise that either. No, but I can try. A pause. We're in this together, Astoria, all of it. The good and the bad, the victories. And the defeats. Whatever comes, we face it together. She closed her eyes and let herself believe him. It was all she had. Part I. The attack on Bones Manor came 3 weeks after the ministry fell. Harry was at Grimmauld Place when the patroness arrived, a silver lynx that burst through the kitchen. Wallen spoke in Kingsley Shacklebolt urgent voice. Death Eaters attacking Bones Manor. Full. Assault. Need reinforcements immediately. He was moving before the message finished, grabbing his wand, shouting for Sirius. The order had been monitoring the Bones family for weeks. Amelia was too prominent, too outspoken, too dangerous. To the new regime. She'd been the head of magical law enforcement before the fall, one of the few ministry officials who'd openly questioned Voldemort's return. Now, with the ministry under Death Eater control, she'd become a symbol of resistance. They'd known an attack was coming. They just hadn't known when. Harry, wait. Sirius caught his arm as he reached for the door. This could be a trap, they know we're protecting the Bones family. Then it's a trap we have to spring. Amelia and Susan are in there. Harry shook off his godfather's hand. I'm going, are you coming or not? Sirius's jaw tightened. Then he nodded, drawing his own wand. Moody and Tonks are closest, I'll send word. We apparate in together, no heroics. No promises. They apparated to the edge of the Bones property and found chaos. The manor was under siege. The wards had fallen. Harry could see the shattered remnants of them, flickering and dying like embers. Death Eaters swarmed the grounds, some still firing curses at the building, others already pushing inside through blown-out windows and doors. At least a dozen masked figures moved through the darkness, their wands blazing with dark magic. And at the rear of the property, moving toward the gardens with terrible purpose. Voldemort. The Dark Lord walked calmly through the chaos, his pale face serene, his followers parting before him. Like water, he wasn't joining the assault on the manor, he was going somewhere else. Somewhere specific. Harry felt his scar burn, felt the familiar rage and hatred that always accompanied Voldemort's presence, but underneath it something else, something colder, a calculation that had nothing to do with Harry's emotions. Voldemort was here to make an example. Harry, Astoria's voice cut through the bond, sharp with alarm. She'd felt his fear spike, felt the proximity of the Dark Lord through their connection. I felt that. What's happening? Bones Manor. Voldemort's here, in person. I'm coming. No, he pushed the word through with all the force he could muster. Stay where you are. Your family can't afford to have you seen fighting Death Eaters again. If anyone connects you to this, Harry, you can't face him alone. I won't be alone. The order's coming, he took a breath. Give me your magic, like at the ministry. No hesitation. The bond opened. Power flooded into him, Astoria's magic merging with his own, amplifying everything he was. His senses sharpened, his reflexes quickened. The pain in his scar faded to a dull throb. He could feel her strength flowing through him, her earth magic humming at the edges of his awareness, ready to be called upon. I've got you, she sent. Harry, Sirius was staring at him, his face pale. Your eyes they flickered like never mind, let's move. They charged into the battle. The Order reinforcements arrived moments later, moody, his magical eyes spinning wildly as he assessed the battlefield. Tonks, her hair shifting colors with each curse she dodged. Kingsley, his deep voice calling out orders. Remus, his wand moving in precise, economical arcs. Suddenly the Death Eaters were fighting on two fronts, their confident assault becoming a desperate defense. Harry carved a path toward the manor, his wand moving in patterns he drilled 1,000 times with. Sirius with Moody, with anyone who would teach him. Death Eater's shield shattered, went down in a heap. A flash of green light, he dove, rolling, and the killing curse scorched the ground where he'd been standing. Each spell landed with more force than it should have, powered by Astoria's magic flowing through him. He spotted movement to his left, spun. Confringo, the curse caught a Death Eater mid-stride, sent him flying backward in a spray of blood and broken bone. They reached the manor's entrance. The door had been blasted off its hinges, and inside, the sounds of battle echoed off marble floors and ancient stone. Harry plunged through, Sirius at his back, and found Amelia Bones holding the line. The former head of magical law enforcement stood at the base of the grand staircase, her wand blazing, her face grim and bloodied. Her niece Susan was pressed against the wall behind her, clutching her own wand. 3 Death Eaters lay stunned or dead at Amelia's feet, but 2 more were pressing her hard, their curses forcing her back step by step. Harry hit the first with a reductor that sent him crashing through a priceless antique cabinet. Sirius took the second with a body bind that locked him rigid mid-curse. Potter, Amelia's eyes widened. What are you? You shouldn't be here. If the Dark Lord sees you, he's going to see me anyway. Harry looked toward the back of the manor, where he could feel Voldemort's presence like a cold spot in the air. The Order's outside. They'll secure the manor. Where did Voldemort go? The gardens, Amelia said, her voice tight. He walked right past the house, didn't even look at it, like he was going somewhere specific. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Stay here, protect Susan. Potter. I've faced him before. Harry met her eyes. Protect Susan. The Order will clear the rest of the Death Eaters. He left her staring and moved deeper into the manor, following the pull of his scar, the burning certainty of Voldemort's presence. The Dark Lord was in the gardens. Harry could feel the cold malevolence drawing him forward like a beacon. He found a set of doors leading out to the rear grounds and paused. Something felt different here. The earth beneath his feet seemed to hum with a strange energy, one that resonated with Astoria's magic flowing through him. Harry, Astoria's voice through the bond, sharp with recognition, the ground there. Can you feel it? I feel something. Druidic burial ground. The earth is saturated with death magic, centuries of it. A pause I can work with. This, when you face him, let me reach through you. The ground will answer. Harry burst through the garden doors and found Voldemort waiting. The Dark Lord stood in the center of an ancient grove, surrounded by twisted oaks that had been old. When the Romans came to Britain, his pale face was illuminated by wandlight, his red eyes fixed on Harry with hungry anticipation. Around him, a half-dozen Death Eaters formed a protective circle. The elite, the inner circle, the ones who'd proven their loyalty through blood and terror. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was silk over steel, carrying easily across the grove. "You've saved me. The trouble of hunting you down. I was beginning to think you'd spend the entire war hiding in that old House of Blacks. Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you." Harry kept his wand raised, feeling Astoria's magic coiled inside him like a spring waiting to release. "Hiding behind your Death Eaters, letting them do your dirty work. I thought the great Lord Voldemort did his own killing." Voldemort smiled, a terrible expression, all teeth and cold amusement. "Bold words from a boy who runs from every battle. Tell me, Harry, how many of your friends have died because you weren't brave enough to face me? How many more will die before you accept the inevitable? How many of your followers have I killed?" Harry shot back. "How many more will I kill before you realize you can't beat me?" The Death Eaters shifted, hands tightening on wands. Voldemort raised a single pale finger, and they stilled. "You've been lucky, Harry. Lucky and protected by magics you don't understand. But luck runs out. Protection fades." The Dark Lord raised his wand. "Tonight, we discover how much of your survival has been skill and how much has been chance." Harry raised his wand, and through the bond felt Astoria's magic surge, reaching through him and into the ancient soil beneath his feet. The ground beneath the Death Eaters erupted. It wasn't earth magic, not exactly. Astoria was miles away, working through the bond, channeling her power through Harry's body and into the ancient soil. But the ground here was eager, hungry. It remembered the druids who had consecrated it with blood, the rituals that had soaked it in death. Magic, the centuries of bones buried beneath its surface. It had been waiting, patient as only the earth can be patient, for someone who could wake it. Roots burst from the soil, not living roots, but something older, something that had been dead for centuries and now stirred with borrowed life. They wrapped around ankles, climbed legs, dragged Death Eaters down into earth that opened like hungry mouths. Screams filled the grove as Voldemort's elite followers were swallowed one by one. Dolohov, Rookwood, Travers, names Harry recognized from the Ministry, from wanted posters, from the nightmares of everyone who'd lived through the First War. The ground took them all. Harry felt Astoria's exhaustion through the bond, the strain of working magic at this distance, through this medium, but she didn't stop, couldn't stop. The earth demanded its due, and she was merely the conduit for its hunger. Voldemort watched his followers fall with an expression of cold fury. The last of them, Roel, his mask torn away, his face twisted with terror, disappeared into the soil with a final, gurgling scream. The grove fell silent, except for the settling of disturbed earth. Impressive. Voldemort's voice was ice, but his red eyes gleamed with something that might have been fascination. Earth magic, death magic, the power the prophecies spoke of, perhaps. He tilted his head, studying Harry like a specimen. I had wondered what form it would take. Harry said nothing. Let Voldemort think what he wanted. Let him believe this was some innate gift, rather than a bond with someone he'd never suspect. Voldemort raised his wand. But prophecies can be broken, and so can you. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked toward Harry and rebounded. The killing curse struck an invisible barrier, inches from Harry's chest, and bounced back toward its caster. Voldemort barely managed to throw himself aside, the curse scorching the ground where he'd stood, leaving a blackened crater in the sacred earth. For a long moment, the Dark Lord lay on the ground, staring at Harry with something that looked almost like fear. The protection, he whispered. It still holds, after all these years. Harry remembered the graveyard, Wormtail's botched ritual, the blood that was never taken. His mother's sacrifice remained intact, unbroken, love made manifest, shielding him from the darkest curse in existence. You can't kill me, Harry said. You've never been able to kill me, and now I know why. Voldemort rose slowly, his robes covered in dirt, his composure cracked. The protection will fade. Eventually, Blood magic always does, and when it does, you'll be dead long before that happens. Harry attacked. Reducto, confringo, sectum sempra. The spells flew in rapid succession, powered by Astoria's magic, aimed with precision born of years of training. Voldemort deflected the first two, his wand moving in blurs of motion, but his reactions were shaken. The near-death experience had rattled him more than he wanted to show. The third spell slipped through his guard, a deep slash across his arm that opened pale flesh to the bone. The Dark Lord screamed. Black blood sprayed across the sacred ground, and the earth shuddered. Hungry still, reaching for this new offering. "You've grown stronger," Voldemort hissed, clutching his wounded arm. "This power, it's more than I anticipated. The prophecy was right to warn me. Deep enough to hurt you, deep enough to make you bleed." Harry raised his wand again. "And you can't touch me, can't curse me, can't do anything but stand there and take it." For now, Voldemort stepped back, his red eyes blazing with fury and something darker, calculation. "But protections can be broken, Harry Potter. Powers can be understood and overcome. And when I find a way past your mother's magic," he smiled, and there was nothing human in it, "I'll make you watch as I destroy everyone you love." He disapparated. The remaining Death Eaters, the few who hadn't been swallowed by the earth, fled after him, apparating away in panicked succession. Within moments, the grove was silent except for the settling of disturbed soil and Harry's ragged breathing. He stood alone among the ancient oaks, feeling Astoria's magic slowly withdraw from him, leaving him cold and exhausted. Through the bond, he felt her exhaustion, deep and complete, the kind that came from pushing too hard, too far. "You hurt him," she sent, "really hurt him, and he couldn't touch you. The protection held. My mother's magic, it's still there. All these years, and it's still protecting me. That's why he needs the Horcruxes destroyed before he can kill you. The protection and the Horcruxes. He can't get past one without the other." Harry hadn't thought of it that way, but she was right. As long as his mother's protection held, Voldemort couldn't kill him directly. And as long as the Horcruxes existed, they couldn't kill Voldemort permanently. A stalemate, unless one side found a way to break the other's anchor. "We need to move faster," he sent, "find the Horcruxes, destroy them, before he finds a way around the protection." Agreed. A pause. "Harry, I'm proud of you. You faced him and you didn't break. You made him run." "We made him run. I couldn't have done any of it without you." "That's the point, isn't it? Neither of us alone, both of us together." "Together," he agreed always. The bond settled into a warm glow, and Harry turned to find Sirius standing in the garden doorway, his face pale with shock. "Harry, what the hell just happened? Where's Voldemort? Where are the Death Eaters?" Harry looked at the churned earth, the ancient roots still visible above the surface, the patches of disturbed ground, where some of Voldemort's most dangerous followers had been swallowed whole. "Gone," he said simply. "He retreated. We won." "Won." Sirius stepped into the grove, his wand still raised, his eyes scanning for threats. "I saw the ground move. I saw it at them. Harry, what did you do?" Harry thought about explaining. About Astoria, about the bond, about the druidic death magic that had responded to her call, but the words wouldn't come. Some things were too strange, too new, too fragile to be spoken aloud. "Later," he said. "Right now, we need to make sure Amelia and Susan are safe." Sirius studied him for a long moment, his godson standing in a grove of ancient oaks, surrounded by evidence of magic that shouldn't exist. Then he nodded slowly. "Later," he agreed. "But Harry, we are going to talk about this. Whatever you and the Greengrass girl have become, it's not normal, it's not safe." Harry thought about the bond, about the way Astoria's magic felt inside him, warm and fierce and absolutely right, about the things they could do together that neither could do alone. "No," he said quietly, "it's not safe, but it might be the only thing that keeps us alive." They walked back toward the manor together, leaving the hungry earth behind. Part II. The locket was fake. Harry had known it since the night in the cave, had felt the wrongness of it, or rather the lack of wrongness, the moment he'd pulled it from the basin. A true Horcrux would have pulsed with dark magic, would have made his scar ache, would have whispered to him in ways he couldn't quite hear. This locket had done none of those things. Now, sitting in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place with the proof spread before him, the knowledge became something harder, something that twisted in his chest. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. R.A.B. Sirius stared at the note, his face pale, his hands trembling slightly where they gripped the parchment. Regulus Arcturus Black, my brother. They were gathered in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Harry, Sirius, Aldrich, and Astoria. An unlikely alliance, bound together by the bond and by the shared goal of destroying the monster who threatened them all. Your brother turned against the Dark Lord. Aldrich's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the calculation behind his gray eyes. That's not how the story was told. The story was that he got cold feet, tried to leave, and was killed for his trouble. Sirius set down the note, his jaw tight. I believed it. Everyone believed it. Regulus was always the golden child, the perfect son, the loyal Death Eater, everything my parents wanted me to be. When he disappeared, I assumed he'd finally seen what he'd gotten himself into and tried to run. He laughed bitterly. I was wrong. He didn't run. He fought back. He found a Horcrux, Harry said quietly. He discovered what Voldemort had done, what he was, and he tried to destroy it. That's not the act of a coward. No. Sirius looked at the note again, something complicated moving behind his eyes. No, it isn't. The question is whether he succeeded, Aldrich said. The note says he intended to destroy it. It doesn't say he actually did. If Regulus died before he could finish the job, then the real locket is still out there somewhere, Harry finished. A soft pop echoed through the kitchen. Creature stood in the doorway, his bulging eyes fixed on the fake locket in Harry's hand. The ancient house elf looked even older than usual, his skin hanging in loose folds, his ears drooping. But his gaze was sharp and filled with an emotion Harry had never seen on his face before. Grief, raw, desperate, decades-old grief. Master Regulus's locket, the elf croaked. Creature knows that locket. Creature has seen it before. The kitchen went silent. Everyone turned to look at the ancient elf, Sirius with dawning horror, Aldrich with sharp interest, Harry with the terrible certainty that the puzzle was about to become much more complicated. What do you mean, creature? Harry asked carefully. What do you know about this locket? The story came out slowly, painfully. Each word dragged from the old elf like pulling teeth from a dragon. Creature had never been talkative, had never been forthcoming with anyone except the portrait of Walburga Black, but this story, this memory, seemed to demand telling, as if he'd been waiting decades for someone to ask. The Dark Lord needed an elf, Creature began, his voice barely above a whisper. He needed an elf to test his defenses. Master Regulus offered Creature. Master Regulus said it was an honor to serve the Dark Lord. Regulus gave you to Voldemort. Sirius's voice cracked. Master Regulus did not know. Master Regulus thought. He thought. Creature's eyes filled with tears. The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave by the sea. There was a lake inside, a black lake cold as death, and in the center an island. Harry felt his stomach clench. He knew this cave. He'd been there with Dumbledore, had watched the headmaster drink the potion, had fought off the Inferi, had retrieved this very locket, this fake, from the basin at its center. There was a basin on the island, Creature continued, filled with a potion the Dark Lord made. Creature, drink it. His voice broke. It was agony, fire in Creature's throat, fire in Creature's mind. Creature saw terrible things, Creature's worst memories, Creature's greatest fears. And the Dark Lord he laughed and watched Creature suffer. Astoria made a soft sound of horror. Through the bond, Harry felt her revulsion, not just at Voldemort's cruelty, but at the casual way he'd used and discarded a living creature. When the basin was empty, the Dark Lord placed the locket inside. He filled the basin again with the potion, then he left. He left Creature there, alone, dying, surrounded by the dead. "The Inferi," Harry said quietly. "They're in the lake." "Yes," Creature shuddered. "They came for Creature, cold hands grasping, pulling, but Creature is a house elf. Creature can apparate where wizards cannot. Creature escaped. Creature came home." Sirius was gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles had gone white. "Regulus knew. He knew what Voldemort had done to you." Master Regulus asked questions. Master Regulus was clever, cleverer than he let anyone see. He made Creature tell him everything, and when Creature was finished, the elf's voice dropped too. Barely a whisper. Master Regulus cried. He held Creature and he cried and he said he was sorry. He said he'd made a terrible mistake. He said he was going to fix it. He went back to the cave, Harry realized, to steal the locket. Yes, Master Regulus ordered Creature to take him there, to help him reach the island. Fresh tears spilled down Creature's wrinkled cheeks. Master Regulus made Creature promise to take the locket when the basin was empty, to destroy it, to never tell anyone what had happened. Then, he drank the potion himself. The kitchen was absolutely silent. "He drank it," Creature sobbed. "All of it." He screamed and begged and cried, and Creature had to watch, had to wait. Could not help his master because his master had ordered him not to. And when the basin was empty, Master Regulus switched the lockets, the real one for the fake. And then, Sirius's voice was barely audible. Then the Inferi came. Creature was weeping openly now, his small body shaking with the force of his grief. They dragged Master Regulus into the lake. Creature tried to save him, tried to reach him, but Master Regulus ordered Creature to go, to take the locket, to destroy it. So Creature went. Creature left his master to die alone in the dark, and Creature came home, and Creature has never stopped hatting himself for it. Sirius rose from his chair and crossed to where Creature stood. For a moment, Harry thought he might strike the elf, the old hatred between them still simmering beneath the surface. But instead, Sirius knelt down until he was at eye level with Creature. "He ordered you to leave," Sirius said quietly. "You were following his command. That's what house elves do. Creature should have found a way. Creature should have. You honored his sacrifice. You kept the locket safe. You kept his secret for almost 20 years. Sirius's voice cracked. "That's more than anyone else did for him, more than I did." Creature looked up at Sirius with something like wonder in his bulging eyes. "Master Sirius does not hate Creature." "I hate a lot of things about this family," Sirius said, "but not you, not anymore." He straightened. "Where is the locket now, Creature? The real one?" The elf's face crumpled again, but this time with something like hope beneath the grief. "Creature has it still. Creature has kept it safe all these years, hidden away, waiting for someone who could finish what Master Regulus started." He reached into the folds of his filthy pillowcase and withdrew something that gleamed gold in the kitchen light. The locket. Harry felt it immediately, the wrongness of it, the dark pulse of magic that seemed to seep from the metal itself. His scar twitched, a dull ache that promised worse to come. Beside him, Astoria stiffened, her hand finding his under the table. "That's it," she sent through the bond. "I can feel it even from here. It's foul, like something rotting." "A piece of Voldemort's soul," Harry agreed, "trapped in metal, anchoring him to life." "We destroy it now." Harry looked at Sirius, then at Aldrich. "Tonight, no waiting, no planning. Dumbledore told me what works. Basilisk venom or fiendfire? Can either of you cast fiendfire? Sirius and Aldrich exchanged glances, two men who'd been on opposite sides of pureblood society for most of their lives, now united by necessity. I can, Aldrich said after a moment. Fiendfire is dark magic, dangerous, nearly impossible to control. It consumes everything in its path and hungers for more. One mistake and it can burn down a building. A block, an entire city. He met Harry's eyes. But yes, I know the spell. Then we do it now, tonight, before that thing has a chance to affect anyone. Harry remembered the diary, the way it had slowly poisoned Ginny's mind. He remembered the ring on Dumbledore's hand. The curse that had been killing him for a year. Horcruxes are dangerous even when they're not being used. The longer we keep it, the worse the risk. They descended into the basement of Grimmauld Place, a stone chamber deep beneath the house, its walls lined with ancient wards that had been placed by generations of paranoid blacks. The air was cold and damp, smelling of mold and dark magic. Torches flickered in brackets on the walls, casting dancing shadows across the bare stone floor. Harry placed the locket in the center of the chamber and stepped back. Astoria moved to stand beside him, her hand finding his. Sirius took position near the stairs, his face grim. Creature stood in the corner, his eyes fixed on the locket, on the object his master had died to steal. The object that had haunted him for nearly 2 decades. Aldrich raised his wand. His face was calm, but Harry could see the tension in his shoulders, the careful control in his movements. This was not a spell to be cast lightly. One wrong thought, one moment of lost concentration, and the fiendfire would devour them all. Stand back, Aldrich said. All of you, as far as you can get. They pressed against the walls. Harry felt Astoria's hand tighten on his. Fiendfire. The flames erupted from Aldrich's wand, not orange or red, but a terrible, shifting white gold that seemed to devour the very air. They twisted into shapes as they burned, serpents and chimeras and things without names, all made of pure destructive force. The heat was immediate and overwhelming, pressing against Harry's skin like a physical weight. The fire struck the locket. The scream that emerged was inhuman, a shriek of rage and agony that seemed to come from everywhere at once, from the locket and the walls and the very stones beneath their feet. The locket thrashed on the floor like a living thing, the gold bubbling and warping, the glass cracking. Something dark and oily poured from the wounds in the metal, trying to escape, trying to survive. For a moment, Harry saw a face in the flames, pale, snake-like, terrible in its fury. Voldemort's face, twisted with pain and hatred, screaming as a piece of his soul was torn from the world. The fiendfire consumed it all. When Aldrich finally lowered his wand, his face pale with exertion, sweat beading on his brow, nothing remained of the locket but a puddle of molten gold and a fading echo of that terrible scream. Creature let out a sob that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his chest, from decades of guilt and grief finally finding release. Master Regulus, he moaned. Master Regulus would be so pleased. Creature has finally done it. Creature has finished what Master Regulus started. Harry knelt beside the elf, feeling the heat of the scorched stones through his robes. Regulus was brave. Creature. He died fighting Voldemort. You've honored his memory. The elf looked up at him with something like wonder in his bulging eyes. This boy who had once been his enemy, who had once represented everything he hated about the decline of the House of Black. Harry Potter is kind. Harry Potter helped Creature keep his promise. Harry Potter couldn't have done it without you. Harry offered his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Creature took it, his gnarled fingers surprisingly warm against Harry's palm. You kept the locket safe when everyone else would have failed. That matters. They climbed back up to the kitchen, leaving the scorched stones behind. The 4 of them sat around the table in exhausted silence. Harry, Sirius, Aldrich, and Astoria, the weight of what they'd accomplished settling over them. One down, Harry said finally. He looked around the table, at Sirius, who had finally found peace with his brother's memory, at Aldrich, whose neutral mask couldn't quite hide his satisfaction, at Astoria, her hand still warm in his, her presence a steady glow in the back of his mind, at Creature, who had finally fulfilled his master's last wish after 2 decades of grief. Dumbledore believed there were 7 total, he continued. The diary was destroyed in 2nd year. The ring, Dumbledore found that before he died. Now the locket, that leaves 4, the Cup of Helga. Hufflepuff, something of Ravenclaw's, the snake Nagini, and 1 more, something of Gryffindor's, or something Voldemort made himself. Hufflepuff's cup, Aldrich said thoughtfully. A significant artifact. It hasn't been seen publicly in decades, but objects like that leave traces. Old auction records, estate sales, collector networks. He steepled his fingers. I can make inquiries, discreetly, if it's passed through pureblood hands at any point. Someone will know where it ended up. And Ravenclaw's artifact? Sirius asked. Harder to say. Ravenclaw's legacy is more scattered, but the old families hoard knowledge as much as gold. Someone may have heard something. Breaking into wherever they're hidden. Sirius shook his head. This won't be easy. So was surviving the killing curse, Astoria said quietly. So was fighting off Voldemort at Bones Manor. She met Harry's eyes. We do what we have to do. And we have resources, Aldrich added, his voice careful and measured. The Greengrass family may remain neutral in public. We must, if we're to survive what's coming, but privately, we have an interest in seeing the Dark Lord destroyed. I can make inquiries. Carefully. The old families know things that aren't written in any book. Harry nodded slowly. The task ahead was enormous, hunting down pieces of Voldemort's soul while the entire ministry searched for him, while the war raged on, while people died every day. But they'd taken the first step. They'd destroyed 1 Horcrux. They would destroy the others. He looked at Astoria, felt her presence humming through the bond, and let himself believe that they might actually be able to do this. Then we keep hunting, he said, until every last piece of him is ash. The war was far from over, but they'd drawn first blood. The rest would follow. Part I. The full moon rose over Greengrass Manor, and Venus blazed in the western sky like a second beacon. Astoria stood in the ritual chamber beneath the manor, a room carved from living stone centuries ago. Its walls etched with protective runes that pulsed with soft green light. The chamber was old, older than the manor itself, built into bedrock that had been sacred long before wizards came to Britain. She'd been coming here since she was a child, performing the small rituals that shaped and strengthened her. Magic, the awakening at 7, the binding of earth at 11, the opening of the third eye at 13, the quickening of blood at 14. But tonight's ritual was different. The chamber had taken 3 days to prepare. The floor was inscribed with a heptagram drawn in chalk, mixed with powdered moonstone, each point aligned to a planetary influence. 7 silver bowls sat at the vertices, each containing a different offering. Virgin's tears collected over 7 nights, blood willingly given under starlight, crushed pearl dissolved in morning dew, essence of rose harvested at midnight, honey from bees that had never known winter, wine aged in oak from a tree struck by lightning, and at the apex, water drawn from a spring that flowed only during the full moon. 13 black candles burned at the outer edge, their flames fed with oils of myrrh and sandalwood. Runes had been painted on the floor in a mixture of her own blood and powdered silver, ancient symbols that predated Latin, predated even the Druids, passed down through the Greengrass line from mothers to daughters for 1,000 years. At the center of the heptagram, a bed of silk had been laid over a layer of enchanted moss that glowed faintly with bioluminescent magic. Above it, suspended by nothing but ancient enchantments, hung a mirror of polished obsidian that reflected the starlight filtering through the chamber's single opening. shaft carved through solid rock to align perfectly with Venus on this one night of the year. The ritual of love and beauty. The texts were ancient, passed down through the Greengrass line but rarely used. Not every generation had someone capable of performing it. The ritual required a bond, not mere affection or even love, but a magical connection deep enough to bridge souls. In the Roman era, when Vestals served the goddess, and such bonds were more common, the ritual had been performed regularly. But in the modern age, when true magical bonds were rare, most Greengrass women never had the opportunity. Her great-great-great-grandmother had performed it, bonded to a wizard in an age when such connections were less uncommon, perhaps one or two others further back in the family line, but Grandfather Aldrich's wife hadn't. Theirs was a traditional pureblood arrangement, respectful but not bonded. Astoria's mother certainly hadn't. Daphne likely never would. The ritual had been dormant in their line for over a century, waiting for someone who could meet its requirements. Astoria had the bond, and with it, the chance at a transformation and power that most of her family would never know. Always performed at 15, always under the full moon when Venus burned brightest in its 8th-year cycle, it was the most intimate of ancient rites, a sacrifice of innocence for power, of virginity for magical maturity. The texts described it as a flowering, a transformation from girl to woman in the eyes of magic itself. The power gained would mature further when the ritual was repeated at 21, completing the transformation. The texts also specified that it required a partner, someone bound to the practitioner by magic deeper than mere affection, someone whose soul was already intertwined with hers. Astoria wore nothing but a thin silk robe, white as moonlight, her feet bare against the cold stone floor. Ritual marks had been painted on her skin in the same blood and silver mixture, spirals on her palms, a crescent moon on her forehead, the symbol of Venus between her breasts. She had fasted for 3 days, drunk nothing but spring water and moonflower tea, bathed in waters infused with 7 sacred herbs. She was ready. "Are you sure about this?" Harry's voice came through the bond, tinged with nervousness that he couldn't quite hide. He stood at the edge of the chamber, dressed in simple black robes, his green eyes reflecting the candlelight. No marks adorned his skin. He was not the practitioner but the partner, the vessel through which the ritual would be completed. "We don't have to." "I'm sure." She crossed to him, took his hands in hers. "The ritual requires someone I trust completely. Someone bound to me in ways that go beyond the physical." She smiled, and some of her nervousness bled through despite her best efforts. "There's no one else I would want for this." "Astoria." He cupped her face in his hands, his touch gentle despite the calluses from years of wand work. "I don't want to hurt you." "You won't." She turned her head, pressed a kiss to his palm. "The ritual is designed to transform pain into power. Whatever discomfort there is will fuel the magic." "That's not what I meant." She knew what he meant. This would change things between them, had to change things. They'd been partners, allies, 2 halves of a magical whole. After tonight, they would be something more. Something neither of them could take back. "I know," she sent through the bond. "I want it to change things. I want you, Harry, not just as my ally, not just as my bonded partner." She met his eyes, let him feel the truth of it through their connection. "I've wanted you for longer than I should admit." His breath caught. Through the bond, she felt his desire surge, held carefully in check until now buried beneath duty and propriety and the 1,000 reasons why they shouldn't. But it was there. It had always been there. "The ritual," she said, stepping back, her fingers moving to the tie of her robe. "We should begin. Venus is at its apex." She let the silk fall. The candlelight painted her skin in gold and shadow, the curves she'd grown into over the past 2 years, the softness and strength that came from hours of physical training alongside magical study. The Ritual marks gleamed silver against her skin, pulsing faintly with gathered power. She wasn't ashamed of her body. The Greengrass women never were, but standing bare before Harry, feeling his gaze travel over her, she felt vulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with nudity. "You're beautiful." The words came through the bond wrapped in emotion, awe and desire, and something deeper, something that made her heart clench. "The robes," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "You need to remove them. The ritual requires skin to skin contact at the moment of completion." Harry's hands trembled slightly as he unfastened his robes. She watched him reveal himself, the lean muscles built from years of Quidditch and combat training, the scars that mapped his history across his skin, the ritual marks gleaming on his chest and shoulders, the evidence of his desire standing proud. Between his legs, he was beautiful too, in a different way, dangerous and gentle all at once. She took his hand and led him to the center of the heptagram, where the silk bed waited beneath the obsidian mirror. "The invocation first," she said aloud. The ritual required spoken words in the old tongue, words that had been ancient when Rome was young, passed down through generations of Greengrass women. She dipped her fingers in the central bowl, the moonwater mixed with essence of rose, and traced the sigil of Venus over her own heart. The silver mixture glowed where it touched her skin, sealing the ritual's intent. "De amoris et pulchritudinis audi me, goddess of love and beauty, hear me." The magic stirred in response, the air thickening with power. "Offero tibi virginitatem meme, donum quad semel tantum deri potest." I offer you my virginity, a gift that can only be given once. The bond pulsed between them, responding to the ritual, to the intimacy, to the magic building in the chamber around them. The obsidian mirror above them began to glow, capturing Venus's light and focusing it down onto their bodies like a benediction. "In cambio pedo benedictions tuas, potentium maturitatem pulchritudinem, hoc pactum facio. Libens, in exchange I ask your blessings, power, maturity, beauty. This pact I make willingly." The 13 candles flared bright enough to cast sharp shadows against the walls. The offerings in the 7 silver bowls began to glow, each a different color, each pulsing in time with her heartbeat. The runes painted on the floor blazed green, and she felt the magic of the chamber rise up around them. Like a tide. The invocation was complete. Now came the sacrifice. She pulled him down onto the silk bed at the center of the heptagram. His mouth found hers, tentative. At first, then deeper, more urgent. She tasted moonwater and rose on his lips, remnants of the ritual. Mixture from her own skin, and something underneath that was purely hairy. The ritual requires the blood offering she sent through the bond. That's when it truly begins. He understood. This wasn't about pleasure first. The ritual demanded sacrifice, transformation through pain, the virginity, the blood, the breaking of innocence. That was the offering the goddess required. She guided him down onto the silk bed, positioning him on his back. The ritual was hers to perform, hers to control. He was the vessel, but she was the practitioner. "Are you ready?" she asked, straddling him, feeling his hardness beneath her. Yes, his hands came to her hips, steadying but not controlling. "Whenever you are." She positioned herself above him, felt the head of him pressing against her entrance. The magic hummed in anticipation, waiting for the sacrifice. She lowered herself onto him. The pain was sharp and bright, cutting through everything else like a blade. She gasped, couldn't help it, and felt Harry's hands tighten on her hips, felt his anguish through the bond. But the ritual marks on her skin blazed with sudden light, responding to the blood, to the sacrifice being made. The magic ignited. The 13 candles flared so bright they were almost blinding. The offerings in the 7 silver bowls rose into the air, orbiting around them, their light casting shifting patterns on the chamber walls. The runes painted on the floor blazed green, and the obsidian mirror above reflected Venus's light down. onto their joined bodies with focused intensity. "Don't stop," she commanded through the bond. "The ritual has begun, it needs completion." The pain was already fatting, transmuting into something else. A fullness, a pressure, power flooding into her core through the connection between their bodies. This was what the ritual demanded. The mingling of blood and magic, innocence sacrificed and transformed into strength. "Move," she sent. "I need to move." She began to rise and fall above him, slowly at first, adjusting to the sensation. But the ritual wouldn't allow slow. The magic built with each movement, demanding more, demanding everything. The bond blazed between them, carrying sensation back and forth until she felt what he felt, the tight heat of her body around him, the desperate need for release, the love that he'd been hiding even from himself. And he felt what she felt, the building pleasure, the power coursing through her veins, the fierce joy of transformation. The ritual marks on her skin pulsed with their heartbeats, silver light tracing paths across her body. She could feel the magic reshaping her from the inside out, not just physical changes, but something deeper, her magical core expanding, strengthening, maturing in ways that would have taken years without this rite. "I love you," she sent, and she wasn't sure if it was the ritual speaking or her heart or both. "Harry, I love you. I love you." The words came back through the bond, wrapped in certainty. "Astoria, I." The climax hit them both at the same moment. The world went white. Astoria felt herself fragmenting, reforming, becoming something new. Power poured into her, not just the trickle she'd expected, but a flood, a torrent. The bond between them didn't just amplify, it transformed, deepening in ways she hadn't known were possible. She could feel Harry's heartbeat as if it were her own, could feel his magic intertwined so completely with hers that separation seemed impossible. The candles exploded into pillars of flame that licked the ceiling, then died all at once, plunging the chamber into darkness. They lay tangled together on the cushions, breathing hard, their bodies slick with sweat and ritual mixture. Astoria could feel the changes in herself, the new power settling into her core, the enhanced senses, the beauty that the ritual promised, already reshaping her in subtle ways. But more than that, she could feel Harry, every breath, every thought, every emotion. He couldn't finish the sentence, neither could she. "The ritual worked," she said aloud, her voice hoarse. "Better than expected, the bond. I can feel everything." Harry's hand found hers in the darkness, laced their fingers together. "It's like you're inside my head, inside my heart. Is that okay?" He was quiet for a moment. Then he rolled onto his side, pulled her against his chest, pressed a kiss to her sweat-damp hair. "It's more than okay," he said. "It's right. This is what we were always supposed to be." She closed her eyes, let herself sink into the warmth of his body and the deeper warmth of their bond. "I love you," she said again. Not through the bond this time, aloud where the words had weight and meaning and couldn't be taken back. "I love you," he answered. "I think I have for a while, I was just too scared to admit it. And now I can't imagine hiding it, from you or anyone else." They lay together in the darkness of the ritual chamber, two halves of a whole, and let the magic settle around them like a blessing. Tomorrow, Astoria would leave for Hogwarts. Harry would stay behind, continuing the hunt for Horcruxes, fighting a war that showed no signs of ending. They would be apart, physically at least, for months. But they would never truly be separated again. The bond wouldn't allow it. And neither would they. Part II. Hogwarts under the Carrows was a prison dressed in castle walls. Astoria had known it would be bad. Her family had warned her. Harry had worried through the bond. Even Daphne, usually so composed, had pulled her aside before she left to press a protective amulet into her hand. But knowing and experiencing were different things. The first day set the tone. Amicus Carrow, the new defense against the dark arts professor, though He taught nothing resembling defense, had made an example of a first-year Hufflepuff who'd failed to properly demonstrate the Cruciatus curse on a disobedient student. The child's screams had echoed through the great hall while Caro laughed, and the other students sat frozen with terror. Astoria had kept her face blank, her hands steady, her magic carefully contained. But through the bond, Harry had felt everything, her horror, her rage, her desperate desire to act. Not yet, he'd sent. You can't help anyone if you're dead or expelled. I know, but knowing didn't make it easier. 3 weeks into term, she'd found her rhythm. Keep your head down. Answer questions correctly, but not brilliantly. Show just enough competence to avoid attention, just enough compliance to avoid punishment. The Slytherin common room was safer than most. The Caros favored their own house. And Astoria's family name still carried weight, but nowhere was truly safe. And underneath the survival, she had a mission. The Grey Lady, Harry sent one evening while Astoria studied in a quiet corner of the library. Helena. Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's notes suggest she knows something about the diadem. I've seen her. She haunts the Ravenclaw Tower mostly, but sometimes she drifts through the upper corridors at night. Astoria turned a page in her arithmancy text, maintaining the appearance of study. She doesn't speak to students, not even Ravenclaws. You're not just any student. Harry's presence was warm in her mind, a comfort despite the miles. Between them, you have the bond, you have the shield magic. Maybe she'll sense something different about you. Or maybe she'll float away and ignore me like everyone else. Only one way to find out. Astoria found the Grey Lady 3 nights later, drifting through a corridor on the 7th floor. The ghost was beautiful in the way that all the Hogwarts ghosts were beautiful, translucent and timeless, frozen in the moment of their death. But Helena Ravenclaw's beauty carried a weight of sorrow that the others lacked. Her silver eyes seemed to hold centuries of regret. Lady Helena, Astoria said softly, stepping into the corridor. Might I speak with you? The ghost paused, her ethereal form rippling like water disturbed by a stone. A Slytherin? How? Unusual. Your kind rarely seeks my company. I'm not typical of my kind. No, Helena's eyes narrowed, studying her with an intensity that made Astoria's skin prickle. No. You're not. There's something different about you, something old. She senses the magic Harry sent. The shield, maybe, or the bond. Astoria inclined her head. I carry old magic, Lady Helena, as did you once, as did your mother. The ghost's expression flickered. Surprise, suspicion, something that might have been longing. You know who I am. I know you were Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. I know you stole something precious from her before. You fled. Astoria kept her voice gentle, non-accusatory. I know you've carried that guilt for 1,000 years. Who told you these things? Helena's voice sharpened. Who sent you to torment me? No one sent me. I came seeking knowledge, knowledge that only you possess. Astoria stepped closer, keeping her movements slow and unthreatening. The diadem, your mother's diadem, I need to know what happened to it. Helena recoiled as if struck. The diadem is lost, destroyed. I will not speak of it. It's not destroyed. Astoria held her ground. Someone found it, someone who corrupted it turned it into something dark and terrible. I need to find it, Lady Helena. I need to destroy it properly before it can do more harm. The ghost stared at her, centuries of emotion churning behind her silver eyes. You speak of the one who came to me before, the charming boy with the handsome face and the rotten soul. Tom Riddle, Harry sent. She's talking about Voldemort. Yes, Astoria said. He used you, didn't he? Manipulated you into telling him where the diadem was hidden. I was foolish, I thought. Helena's voice broke. I thought he understood the weight of carrying something that belonged to someone greater, the need to possess what was never truly yours. He seemed so sympathetic, so kind. He's neither of those things. He's a monster who's torn his soul apart and hidden the pieces in objects of power, The diadem is one of those pieces. Astoria let the truth of it show in her voice. Every day it exists, it anchors him to life. Every day it exists, more people die because he cannot be killed. Helena was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was barely a whisper. I told him where I hid it, in the forests of Albania in a hollow tree. He went there, retrieved it. Corrupted it with his evil. She closed her eyes. But he did not keep it with him, he brought it back. Here, to Hogwarts. He thought himself so clever, hiding his precious secret in the very castle where Dumbledore reigned. She knows where it is, Harry sent, his excitement bleeding through the bond. Ask her. Where, Astoria pressed, where did he hide it? In the room where everything is hidden. Helena's eyes opened, fixed on Astoria with desperate intensity. The room that appears only to those who truly need it. He thought no one would ever find it. Among the centuries of abandoned things. The room of requirement, 7th floor, near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Thank you, she said. Lady Helena, I promise you I'll destroy it. I'll undo at least one of his corruptions. See that you do. The ghost began to drift away, then paused, looking back over her shoulder. The magic in you, the old magic, the bond you carry. It will serve you well, but be careful. The diadem is not merely corrupted. It is aware it will fight back. I know. Astoria touched the place over her heart where the bond pulsed warm and steady. But I'm not alone. Helena Ravenclaw smiled, a sad, distant expression that carried 1,000 years of regret and perhaps a flicker of hope. No, she said, I can see that you're not. Then she was gone, fatting through the wall like morning mist. The room of requirement appeared on her third pass. I need the place where everything is hidden, she thought, packing before the blank wall. I need to find what was lost, what was abandoned, what was deliberately concealed. The door materialized, old wood, iron-banded, unremarkable. Astoria slipped inside. The room beyond was vast, a cathedral of junk, towering piles of broken furniture and outdated textbooks and abandoned experiments reaching toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Dust motes danced in the dim light that filtered from nowhere and everywhere at once. The air smelled of age and forgotten things. I'm in, she sent to Harry. It's massive. This could take hours to search. The diadem will have a signature. Dark magic, corrupted by Horcrux creation. Can you feel anything? She closed her eyes, extended her senses. The room was full of magical residue, centuries of objects. Imbued with minor enchantments, the lingering traces of student experiments gone wrong. But underneath all that, there, a pulse of wrongness, faint but unmistakable. The same rotting sensation she'd felt from the locket. Distant now, but growing stronger as she moved deeper into the maze of abandoned things. She followed it. The path wound through mountains of debris, past a cabinet that hummed with trapped energy, past shelf of bottles containing things she didn't want to examine, past a tarnished tiara resting on a bust of an ugly old warlock. She stopped. The tiara. It was beautiful, in a way, delicate silver filigree set with a sapphire that seemed to glow with its own inner light, but the beauty was a mask. Underneath, she could feel the corruption, the fragment of torn soul trapped within the metal, the malevolence that pressed against her senses like something alive and hungry. Found it, she sent. Be careful. The locket tried to defend itself. The diadem might too. Astoria drew her wand and reached for the tiara. The moment her fingers touched the metal, the world shifted. You think you can destroy me? The voice slithered through her mind. Not Harry, not the bond, but something cold and ancient and utterly wrong. You're nothing. A child playing at power. I've seen your fears, little shield. I know what haunts your dreams. Images flooded her mind. Harry dead at Voldemort's feet, her family murdered, Daphne's body broken and discarded. The bond twisted, corrupted, becoming a chain that dragged her down into darkness. Astoria, Harry's voice cut through the nightmare, sharp and bright. It's not real. None of it is real. Fight. It. She gripped the bond like a lifeline, let Harry's love and strength pour into her. The false visions shattered like glass, leaving only the dusty room and the malevolent tiara in her hand. Nice try, she said aloud, but I'm not alone. She threw the diadem to the ground, raised her wand, and summoned every lesson her grandfather had taught her about controlling the uncontrollable. Fiendfire. The flames erupted, white gold and hungry, twisting into shapes that screamed and roared. Astoria held them with every ounce of will she possessed, directing the inferno toward the diadem on the floor. The Horcrux screamed. It was the same sound the locket had made, that inhuman shriek of rage and agony, but somehow worse. The diadem thrashed and writhed as the flames consumed it, the sapphire cracking, the silver melting, the fragment of Voldemort's soul burning away to nothing. For a moment, she saw a face in the fire, young and handsome, twisted with fury, and then it was gone. She released the fiendfire, let it consume itself, stood trembling in the aftermath with sweat dripping down her face and her wand arm aching from the strain. It's done, she sent to Harry. The diadem is destroyed. Through the bond, she felt his relief, his pride, his overwhelming love. You're incredible, he sent. I wish I could kiss you right now. Soon, she allowed herself a small smile, even as her legs threatened to give out beneath her. Christmas holidays aren't that far away. Not soon enough. She gathered herself, checked that no trace of the fiendfire remained, and slipped out of the room of requirement. The corridor was empty past curfew, the Karos patrols focused on the lower floors, where students were more likely to be caught. One more Horcrux destroyed. 3 down, 3 to go. And then, finally, Voldemort could die. Part II. The goblin who managed the Black family accounts was named Ragnok, and he looked at Sirius with the particular disdain that goblins reserved for wizards who wasted their time. You wish to pursue claims against the Malfoy and Lestrange vaults, Ragnok said, his long fingers steepled before him, based on century-old marriage contracts. The contracts are valid. Sirius spread the parchments across the desk between them. When Narcissa Black married Lucius Malfoy, and when Bellatrix Black married Rodolphus Lestrange, both contracts included provisions for damages in case of, let's call it conduct unbecoming. Conduct unbecoming, Ragnok's lip curled. You refer to their activities as Death Eaters. I refer to their use of the Black family name to support a terrorist organization that has brought shame upon our noble house. Sirius smiled without warmth. The contracts are quite specific about that sort of thing. My ancestors may have been dark wizards, but they were particular about reputation. The goblin examined the contracts with painstaking care, his black eyes scanning every line, every clause, every loophole. Sirius waited. He'd learned patience in Azkaban, had nothing but time to think, to plan, to prepare for the day when he'd be free to act. This was that action. Striking at Voldemort's supporters financially was a pleasant bonus, but Sirius also knew the old pureblood families collected things, artifacts, heirlooms, pieces of history both light and dark. The Lestranges had been prominent for generations. They had connections to families that had vanished, fortunes that had been absorbed, secrets that had been buried. If they possessed anything of interest, this was his chance to discover it. The claims appear valid, Ragnok said finally. Gringotts will process the extraction of damages from the Malfoy and Lestrange vaults. The amounts specified in the contracts are substantial. I'm aware. The Malfoys may contest. The Lestranges certainly will, at least Bellatrix Lestrange will, as she maintains control of the vault in her husband's absence. Let them contest. The contracts are ironclad. Sirius leaned forward. But I'm willing to negotiate, particularly with the Lestranges. Ragnok's eyes narrowed. Negotiate how? The Lestrange vault must contain assets of value beyond gold. Historical pieces, magical artifacts. Sirius kept his voice casual. I might be willing to reduce my claim substantially in exchange for specific items. What items? I'd need to see an inventory first. Let Lord Lestrange, or his account manager, provide a list of what they're willing to offer as compensation instead of gold. Then we can discuss terms. The goblin studied him for a long moment. Goblins were not stupid, far from it, and Ragnarok surely knew there was more to this request than met the eye. But goblins also respected cunning, and they cared little for wizard politics, as long as the gold flowed properly. I will make inquiries, Ragnarok said. The Lestrange account manager may be willing to discuss alternatives to full payment. Do that, Sirius rose. And Ragnarok, time is of the essence. The longer this drags on, the more interest accumulates. It would be in everyone's interest to resolve matters quickly. 3 weeks later, Sirius sat in Grimald Place's kitchen, staring at a piece of parchment with hands that weren't quite steady. The Lestrange vault inventory had arrived that morning. 2 pages of items, carefully catalogued. Jewelry, rare books, dark artifacts seized during the First War, family heirlooms dating back centuries. And on page 2, listed among silverware and serving pieces, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, circa 950 AD. Gold with badger motif, family heirloom acquired 1946. Harry, Sirius called, his voice tight. You need to see this. Harry appeared in the doorway moments later, still in his training clothes from the morning's dueling. Practice, what is it? Sirius slid the parchment across the table, finger pointing to the relevant line. Harry read it, read it again, then looked up at Sirius with dawning realization. That's the Horcrux. Sirius's jaw was clenched. Has to be Hufflepuff's cup, trusted to Bellatrix for safekeeping. Voldemort would have given it to his most fanatical follower. Through the bond, Astoria felt Harry's surge of excitement mixed with disbelief. They have it. The Lestranges actually have one of the Horcruxes in their vault, and they're offering to trade it. Can you get it? She sent back. Sirius is already planning. I can feel it. The offer has to be substantial, Sirius said, already pulling parchment toward him, beginning to write. Enough that Lord Lestrange can't refuse, but not so much that Ragnarok suspects why I want it. Specifically, how much? 60% reduction in the claim, that's, Sirius calculated quickly, roughly 15,000. Galleons in debt forgiveness, for 1 cup. That's insane. Won't they know something's wrong? Lord Lestrange is in Azkaban, crushed by debt, and I'm a black with more money than sense-making. An eccentric collector's offer. Sirius smiled grimly. Ragnarok will think I'm overpaying. Bellatrix will scream. But Rodolphus Lestrange will take the deal because his alternative is financial ruin. 2 weeks of negotiation. Ragnarok returned with counteroffers. Sirius held firm. The cup for 60% debt reduction, not a nut less. Ragnarok examined the final parchment, a formal offer to reduce the Black family's claim by 60% in exchange for a single artifact. His expression gave nothing away. This cup is listed as a family heirloom of considerable value. The Lestranges may not be willing to part with it. The Lestranges, or Bellatrix Lestrange. There is a distinction. Lord Rodolphus Lestrange remains the head of the family, even from Azkaban. Bellatrix may control the vault in practice, but she cannot refuse a decision made by the lord of her house. Sirius smiled. I'm offering to clear 60% of a substantial debt in exchange for 1 cup. Any reasonable head of house would take that deal. And if Bellatrix Lestrange objects, that's a family matter, not my concern. Ragnarok's thin lips curved into something that might have been approval. You understand, Goblin. Thinking better than most wizards, Lord Black. I've had time to learn. The final negotiations took another week. Lord Lestrange, reached through channels that Sirius didn't. Azkaban proved surprisingly amenable. The debt was crushing. The cup to him was merely an old piece of silver with historical significance. He accepted the exchange without consulting his wife. Bellatrix, Sirius learned later, had been furious. But by then, the cup was already in Gringotts' possession, transferred to the Black family vault pending collection. "You're certain about this?" Aldrich asked when Sirius shared the news. They were in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, the same table where they'd destroyed the locket weeks before. "The cup is definitely a Horcrux. Hufflepuff's cup, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. The fact that Voldemort trusted it to his most fanatical follower. The way Bellatrix reacted when she learned it was gone, according to my sources, she nearly killed the messenger." Sirius's jaw tightened. "It's a Horcrux. I'd stake my life on it." "Then we destroy it." Harry's voice was hard, determined. Through the bond, Astoria felt his anticipation. She was in the Slytherin common room, pretending to study, but her attention was fully on the scene unfolding at Grimmauld Place. "Today, now." "The vault," Sirius said. "The Black family vault has ancient wards, even stronger than the ones in the basement. If anything can contain fiendfire, it's down there." They descended into the depths beneath Grimmauld Place, deeper than the basement where they'd destroyed the locket. Downstairs that seemed to go on forever, into chambers that hadn't been opened in generations. The Black family vault was a cathedral of dark magic, its walls lined with gold and silver. And things far more valuable, its air thick with protective enchantments. Sirius placed the cup in the center of the vault floor. It gleamed in the wandlight, beautiful, ancient, and utterly corrupted. "Astoria destroyed the diadem with fiendfire," Harry said. "She said it tried to fight back. We should be ready." "I've cast fiendfire before." Sirius drew his wand. "I know what to expect." He raised his wand. Fiendfire. The flames erupted, hungry and wild, twisting into shapes that screamed with voices not quite human. Sirius held them with iron will, directing the inferno toward the cup as it began to shake and scream. The Horcrux fought back. Images slammed into Sirius's mind. James and Lily, dead and accusing. Harry, broken and bleeding. 12 years of Azkaban stretching into eternity. He staggered, his control slipping. "Sirius," Harry's voice cut through the nightmare. "It's not real, hold on." Sirius gritted his teeth and pushed. The flames roared higher, consuming the cup, melting the gold, burning away the fragment of Voldemort's soul trapped within. The scream that emerged was inhuman, pure rage and agony and desperate, futile resistance. For a moment, a face appeared in the fire, young Tom Riddle, handsome and terrible, and then it was gone. The fiendfire consumed itself, leaving only a puddle of molten gold where Helga Hufflepuff's cup had been. Sirius lowered his wand, breathing hard, sweat dripping down his face. 4 down, Harry said quietly. 2 to go. Through the bond, Astoria sent her love, her relief, her fierce determination. "The snake and 1 more," she sent. "We're so close, Harry. We're so close to ending this." "We are," he agreed. "And when it's over, when Voldemort is dead and the war is won, we're going to have a life together, a real life. No more hiding, no more fighting, no more pretending we're not. Everything to each other." "Is that a promise?" "It's a vow." She smiled in the dim light of the Slytherin common room, surrounded by enemies and danger, and let herself believe that the future was finally within reach. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 remained. And then, at last, Lord Voldemort would learn what it meant to be mortal. Part I. The Patroness burst through the window of Grimmauld Place's kitchen at 3 in the morning. A silver lynx that landed on the table, with an urgency that made Sirius drop his tea. Kingsley's voice echoed through the house. "Hogwarts, now, he's making his move." Sirius was on his feet before the Patroness faded, already shouting for the others. Within minutes, the entire house was awake, Order members stumbling out of bedrooms, pulling on robes, checking. Wands. Harry came down the stairs 2 at a time, his face grim, his magic already rising. Through the bond, Astoria felt his determination mixed with fear. She was in the Slytherin dormitory. Already awake, already dressing. The castle had been on edge for hours, whispers in the corridors. Professors moving with purpose, something building that everyone could feel, but no one would name. "I'm coming," Harry sent. "I know, I'll meet you there." They apparated in waves, Sirius first with Harry, then the others, appearing in Hogsmeade and running. Toward the castle, the wards were down. Hogwarts' ancient protections, weakened by months of Caro control, had finally fallen. The battle was already raging when they arrived. Death Eaters poured through the gates, their masks gleaming in the light of 100 spells. Students fought back, the DA, the older years, even some of the younger ones who refused to run. Professors dueled in the courtyards, their magic painting the night in brilliant colors. And at the center of it all, advancing slowly toward the castle entrance, Voldemort himself walked untouched through the chaos. Harry raised his wand and stepped into the war. "Stay safe," Astoria sent, feeling him move forward, feeling the battle call to him. "Don't do anything stupid." "Same to you." She emerged from the castle entrance with Daphne at her side, both of them moving to join the defense. The Great Hall had become a triage center, Madame Pomfrey and a handful of others working frantically on the wounded, but the fighting was everywhere else. Corridors, courtyards, the grounds. Astoria found her position near the entrance, where she could use the earth most effectively. The grounds of Hogwarts weren't Greengrass land, but they were still soil, still stone, still the domain of growing things. She pressed her hand to the ground and felt the ancient magic respond, slower here. More cautious but willing. A group of Death Eaters advanced on the entrance. Astoria gestured, and the cobblestones beneath. Their feet buckled, throwing them off balance. Before they could recover, stone spikes erupted from the ground, and 3 of them fell, impaled through legs and torsos. "Good," Harry sent through the bond. She felt him fighting somewhere to her left, dueling with cold precision, keep the entrance clear. She did. For an hour, maybe 2, Astoria held the approach to the Great Hall. Death Eaters came at her in waves, and she turned the ground itself into a weapon, cobblestones rising like fists, earth opening to swallow feet and legs, stone walls erupting to deflect curses. Daphne fought beside her, her wand work sharp and efficient, covering Astoria's moments of concentration when the earth magic demanded her full attention. Through the bond, she felt Harry fighting elsewhere, felt his focus, his cold precision, the way he moved through the battle like Sirius had taught him. And then she felt him draw closer, felt his attention shift toward her position. He emerged from the smoke with his wand already moving, falling into position beside her without a word. A Death Eater charged their position. Harry's reductor caught him in the chest. Another tried too. Flank left. Astoria collapsed the ground beneath him before he could complete the movement. They moved together instinctively. When Harry stepped right, Astoria covered left. When she needed a moment to gather earth magic, Harry's shields protected her. They didn't speak, didn't plan, the bond carried everything. His intention to cast flowed through the connection a split second before he moved, giving her time to adjust. Her awareness of threats behind them reached him, and he spun to deflect a curse she hadn't even seen yet. Daphne watched them with wide eyes. "How are you? You're not even looking at each other." A curse flew toward her. Both Harry and Astoria's shields snapped up simultaneously, deflecting it. "Later," Astoria said. "Browse just in community forum betas. We use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies. Cookies and privacy policies. Accept. Books, book, Harry Potter, book Harry Potter." Plus, the Death Eaters attacking their position fell quickly after that. The coordination was too perfect, the coverage too complete. Within minutes, the entrance to the Great Hall was clear. "I need to find the snake," Harry said, his hand briefly touching Astoria's shoulder. Through the bond. She felt his urgency. Nagini was the key, the last Horcrux that could be destroyed before facing Voldemort himself. "Go," she said. "I'll hold here." He ran toward where he felt Ron and Hermione, through some instinct she didn't question, and Astoria returned to her defense of the entrance, feeling him move through the castle like a second heartbeat. "There are too many," Daphne said, breathing hard, a cut above her eyebrow bleeding down her face. "We can't hold them forever." "We don't have to hold forever, just long enough." Through the bond, she felt Harry moving with purpose, felt him hunting something, not Death Eaters. Not Voldemort, something else, something that made the connection between them hum with recognition. The snake, he was hunting Nagini. She felt the moment he found it, felt his burst of triumph mixed with alarm as the creature struck at him, fangs bared, but he wasn't alone. Ron and Hermione were there, and someone else, Neville, she thought, though the bond only gave her Harry's perspective. The snake lunged. Harry dodged. Ron fired a spell that missed. Hermione's severing charm caught scales but didn't penetrate. And then Neville, brave, determined Neville, brought the sword of Gryffindor down on the serpent's neck with a two-handed swing that severed head from body. The scream that erupted wasn't human. Voldemort knew. Somehow, across the battlefield, through whatever dark magic connected him to his Horcrux, he knew that Nagini had died. And he came for Harry. Astoria felt it through the bond, felt Voldemort's attention fix on Harry like a searchlight, felt the dark Lord's rage and fear and desperate fury. She abandoned her post at the entrance without thinking, running toward where she felt Harry, toward where the bond pulled her. She found him in the courtyard. Voldemort stood at one end, his wand raised, his red eyes burning with inhuman intensity. Harry stood at the other, his wand steady despite the fear Astoria could feel through their connection. Between them, the battle seemed to pause, fighters on both sides backing away, creating space, recognizing that this was the moment everything had been building toward. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, his voice soft and terrible. "The boy who lived, the boy who has defied me at every turn, who has destroyed what I created, who somehow convinced himself he could stand against a god." Harry said nothing. Through the bond, Astoria felt him gathering himself, preparing for what came next. "I should have killed you in the graveyard," Voldemort continued. "Should have ended you the moment I returned, but I wanted you to suffer first, wanted you to watch everyone you loved die, wanted you to know the futility of resistance." "You talk too much," Harry said. Voldemort's expression didn't change, but his wand moved. "Avada Kedavra." Harry dove. The green light missed him by inches, blasting apart the cobblestones where he'd stood. He came up casting, Reducto, Confringo, Defindo, but Voldemort deflected everything with contemptuous ease. Astoria raised her wand to help, but Harry's voice cut through the bond, sharp and commanding. "No. Stay back, this is mine. Harry. Please, trust me." She forced herself to hold position, to watch rather than act, though every instinct screamed at her to join the fight. Around the courtyard, others were doing the same, Order members and Death Eaters alike, all of them recognizing that this duel would determine everything. Harry and Voldemort circled each other, wands raised, magic crackling in the air between them. "You cannot win," Voldemort said. "You know this, you have always known this. I am immortal, boy, I am beyond death. What are you? A child playing at war, armed with borrowed courage and foolish hope." "You're right about one thing," Harry said. His voice was steady, calm in a way that made Astoria's heart clench. "I can't kill what's immortal." He raised his wand higher. "Good thing you're not immortal anymore." Something flickered across Voldemort's face, Uncertainty, perhaps. Or the first stirrings of fear. "What did you do?" The words came out sharp, demanding. "The fragment in your scar, I felt it, boy, I felt the connection. It should still be there, binding you to me, making you mine. But it's gone. What? We use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies and privacy policies. Accept. Expelliarmus." The spell flew from Harry's wand at the exact moment Voldemort cast the killing curse. The two streams of magic met midair, and the courtyard exploded with light. The connection between Harry and Voldemort wasn't gold. It was white-hot, searing, a thread of power. So intense it hurt to look at. And along that thread, something was flowing, not echoes, not spirits, but raw magical force. Harry's magic, pushing against Voldemort's, forcing its way down the connection. Toward the Dark Lord's core. Through the bond, Astoria felt what Harry felt. He wasn't trying to overpower Voldemort. He was trying to unmake him. The fragment in Harry's scar was gone, burned away during the ritual, consumed by the transformation that had bound him to Astoria so completely that Voldemort's soul had been expelled. But Voldemort didn't know that. Voldemort still thought Harry was his Horcrux, still thought that connection could be exploited. And Harry was using that ignorance as a weapon. "Finite," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible beneath the roar of magic. Not a spell, a command. An undoing. Finite incantatum, finite vidi, finite. The white light intensified, grew brighter, became almost unbearable. Voldemort's face twisted in rage. And confusion, and finally, terror. No, this is not, you cannot, I am immortal." "You were immortal," Harry said, past tense. The connection snapped. Voldemort's wand flew from his hand, spinning through the air to land at Harry's feet. And the dark Lord Tom Riddle, the last fragment of his soul now unanchored, unmade, collapsed to his knees. For a moment, no one moved, no one breathed. Then Voldemort began to scream. It wasn't human, that sound. It was the death of something that should never have existed, the unraveling of magic twisted beyond recognition, the final dissolution of a soul torn too many times to ever be whole. His body didn't crumble to ash as the Horcruxes had. It simply stopped moving, stopped breathing, stopped being, until what remained was nothing more than a corpse, kneeling on ancient stones. Silence. Then, from somewhere in the crowd of watchers, someone cast Incendio. Voldemort's body caught fire. The flames spread quickly, unnaturally, consuming what remained of Tom Riddle until there was nothing left, but smoke and ash scattered across the courtyard stones. Harry lowered his wand. Through the bond, Astoria felt his exhaustion, his relief, his aching grief for everything that had led to this moment. She was moving before she realized it, crossing the courtyard, pushing through the crowd of stunned onlookers. She reached him just as his knees gave out. "I've got you," she said, catching him, holding him up. Through the bond, she pushed strength into him. Not magic, just presence, just the steady reassurance that he wasn't alone. "You did it. It's over." "Is it?" He looked at her, his green eyes dull with fatigue. "Astoria, I think I don't know what I did. I just pushed and he." "You ended him." She pulled him close, her arms tight around him. "You unmade what he'd made of himself. That's what you did." Around them, the battle was ending. Death Eaters were fleeing, those who could, or surrendering. Those who couldn't. Order members moved through the wounded, helping those who could be helped. Honoring those who couldn't. The war that had consumed the wizarding world for years was finally, truly over. And in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by smoke and ash and the ghosts of battles past, Harry Potter and Astoria Greengrass stood together and let themselves breathe. Part II. The great hall had become a cathedral of grief and relief in equal measure. Bodies lined one wall, those who'd fallen defending the castle, students and professors and order. Members who'd given everything for this victory. The wounded filled the other side, Madame Pomfrey, and half a dozen other healers moving between them, doing what they could with supplies that were running low and hands that shook with exhaustion. And in the center, survivors gathered. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with Astoria beside him, their hands clasped together on the scarred wood. Through the bond, they were both too aware of the weight of it, the stares, the whispers, the way people looked at them, with everything from gratitude to confusion to something darker. Ron and Hermione sat across from them. Neither had spoken since they'd entered the Great Hall 20 minutes ago. "So," Ron said finally, his voice carefully neutral, "Astoria Greengrass." "Yes," Harry said, "we use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies and privacy policies. Accept. A Slytherin." "Yes. And you never told us. Never once mentioned that you were seeing someone." Harry felt the oath tighten around his magic, a warning, a reminder. He couldn't explain, couldn't tell them about the bond, about the oath, about any of it. The magic wouldn't let him. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't." "Couldn't," Hermione's analytical gaze sharpened. "Or wouldn't." "Couldn't," the word came out flat, final. Harry took a breath. "But I can tell you I should have told you that Astoria is important to me, that I love her, that she's been there for me through a lot of the worst parts of the past few years." "How long?" Ron asked, his voice softer now. "Since 4th year," Harry met his friend's eyes. "I wanted to tell you so many times, but there were reasons, good reasons, why I couldn't, why we had to keep it secret." "The war," Hermione said quietly. "If Voldemort had known, he would have used her against me." "Yes." Harry's hand found Astoria's under the table. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you, but the feelings, what she means to me, that's real. That's always been real." Ron's jaw tightened. "I wish you'd trusted us enough to tell us something, anything. We're your best mates, Harry. We've been through everything together. Trolls and basilisks and tournaments and bloody Horcrux hunts. And you couldn't tell us you were in love. It's not that simple." "Then make it simple." Ron's voice rose, drawing attention from nearby tables. He lowered it again, but the hurt was still there. "Just tell us why. Tell us what was so important that you had to hide this for 3 years." Harry opened his mouth, closed it. Some things he could say, his feelings, his choices, but the deeper mechanics, the oath, the bond itself, those remained locked behind magical restriction. "There are some things I can't explain," he said carefully. "Things about the nature of what connects us. But Ron, Hermione, I'm not hiding my feelings. I love her. She's been my partner, my support, my everything. And I should have found a way to tell you that much, at least. To let you know I wasn't as alone as you thought." "Can't or won't?" Hermione asked, but her voice was softer now. Thoughtful, she was watching him with that particular expression she got when solving a puzzle. "Harry, is there? Are you under some kind of magical compulsion? Something preventing you from speaking about this?" Harry said nothing, couldn't say anything. "Harry, is there?" Hermione was watching him carefully now, that analytical mind working. "You can tell us about your feelings, about her being important to you. But there's something else, something about the mechanics of it, maybe, that you can't discuss. Is that it?" Harry felt relief wash through him. "Yes, yes. Some kind of magical restriction," Hermione said, half to herself. "That would explain why you're choosing your words so carefully. Why you can tell us you love her but not other things." "Does it matter?" Ron's voice was tired but less angry now. "Whether he can't tell us the details or won't tell us, at least he's being honest about what he can say." "I wish you'd told us sooner," Hermione said. Her voice was gentle but honest. "Even just that you had someone, that you weren't as alone as we thought. We worried about you, Harry. We tried to help you. And all along you had her." The words hit harder than any accusation of lying, because she was right. He'd let them think he was alone, had accepted their concern and support when Astoria had been there. "You're right," Harry said quietly. "I'm sorry for all of it, for not telling you I had someone, for not finding a way to share that much at least. I should have. You're my family." "We are your family." Ron's voice was still hurt but softer now. "You and Hermione and me, we're supposed to be there for each other. All of it, the good and the bad." "I know, and Astoria, she's family too now. She's part of this, part of me." Harry looked between his two best friends. "I can't explain everything about how or why, but I can tell you that I love her, that she's been there for me through the darkest times, that I trust her with my life, and I'm asking you to trust my judgment on this, please." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, one of those silent conversations they'd perfected over 7 years of friendship. "I'm still hurt," Ron said finally, "that you didn't tell us sooner, even just that you were in love with someone. That would have been enough." "I know, I'm sorry." "But," Ron stood, walked around the table and pulled Harry into a rough hug, "you're still my brother. Even if you're an idiot who doesn't know when to ask for help." Harry hugged him back, relief flooding through him so intensely that Astoria felt it through the bond. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. This is going to take time to get over." Ron pulled back, then looked at Astoria. "And you, I don't know what you are to him, but you'd better take care of him, because if you don't, magical oath or not, you'll answer to me. EU's cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies and privacy policies. Accept." Astoria met his eyes steadily. "I will, I promise." Ron nodded, then returned to his seat. Hermione was still watching them both with that thoughtful expression. "The way you fought together in the courtyard," she said. "That level of coordination, it's remarkable. I've never seen anything like it, and I'll probably spend the next year trying to figure out how it's possible." She smiled, and this time it reached her eyes. "But that's for later. Right now I'm just glad you weren't alone, Harry, and I'm glad you finally told us about her." "Thank you," Harry said, "both of you, for trying to understand." "We'll get there," Ron said. "It'll take time, but we'll figure out how this works, the 4 of us." "The 4 of us," Hermione agreed. "Thank you," Harry said, "both of you, for trying to understand." "We'll get there," Ron said. "Eventually, probably, maybe." It wasn't forgiveness, exactly, but it was acceptance, and for now that would have to be enough. The conversation drifted to safer topics after that. What happened in the final battle? Who survived? What came next? But the underlying tension remained, a reminder that some secrets created distance, even between the closest friends. And there was nothing Harry could do about it. The oath wouldn't allow anything else. They were interrupted by Daphne, who approached the table with the careful neutrality of someone walking into a tense situation. "Astoria," she said, "Mother and Father are asking for you. They've set up in the entrance hall with the other families." Astoria stood, still holding Harry's hand. "Are they angry?" Daphne's expression was complicated. "They're processing. Grandfather is with them. He's doing most of the talking." "That's either very good or very bad." "It's grandfather, it's both." Daphne's gaze shifted to Harry. "They want to see you too, Potter. Apparently the entire wizarding world just saw you two together in that courtyard, and they'd like to discuss what that means for the family." "I'll bet they do," Harry said dryly. They found the Greengrass family in a quiet corner of the entrance hall, away from the main crowd of reuniting families. Cyrus Greengrass stood with his wife Millicent, both looking exhausted. Daphne hovered nearby, and Lord Aldrich sat on a conjured chair, his walking stick propped beside him, his eyes sharp despite his age. "Mr. Potter," Aldrich said, "congratulations on ending the war." "Thank you, sir. The entire wizarding world just watched you and my granddaughter fight together in that courtyard. Whatever you've managed to keep private until now is private no longer." Aldrich gestured to a chair. "Sit, We should discuss what that means. Harry sat, Astoria beside him. Cyrus and Millicent exchanged a glance but said nothing. They'd known. Since the Manor attack, but this was different. This was public. The Greengrass family has maintained its neutrality for centuries, Aldrich continued. Tonight, my granddaughter stood publicly with Harry Potter against the Dark Lord. That neutrality is gone. There will be political consequences. Families who see us as traitors to pureblood tradition, others who see us as opportunists. I understand, Harry said. Do you? Millicent spoke quietly. Our standing, our alliances, our reputation, everything we've built over generations will be questioned because of tonight. Mother, Astoria started. Let me finish. I'm not saying it was wrong. Potter saved our lives at the Manor. He's helped end the war, but you need to understand what you've committed this family to. She looked at Harry. Half the pureblood families will cut ties with us. The Daily Prophet will write endless speculation. Every interaction, every negotiation will be colored by the fact that a Greengrass is with Harry Potter. I know, Astoria said firmly. I chose this knowing the cost. Aldrich nodded. And I support that choice. The war is over. Voldemort is dead. The time for sitting on fences has passed. He looked at Harry. You saved my family. You've proven your character. The Greengrass family will stand with you publicly, and will weather whatever storms come. Thank you, sir. There will be questions, Daphne added quietly. About how long this has been going on, about what connects you. Let them ask, Aldrich said. You're not required to answer. He stood slowly, leaning on his walking stick. Now go. Both of you look exhausted and dawn is breaking. We'll handle the politics. That's what families do. When they finally returned to the Great Hall, the sun was rising through the windows, painting everything in shades of gold and red. That went better than expected, Harry said. EU's cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies and privacy policies. Accept. Did it? Astoria looked exhausted. My mother looked like she wanted to obliviate the whole thing. But she didn't, and Aldrich stood with us. Grandfather always does. She leaned against him. I'm tired, Harry, so tired. I know, me too. Through the bond, they felt each other's weariness. Physical, emotional, the kind of exhaustion that came from surviving something that should have broken them, but they'd survived. Together, as they always had, they'd made it through. Around them, the wizarding world was beginning to wake up to a future without Voldemort. A future that would be complicated and messy and full of challenges neither of them could predict. But they would face it together. The bond wouldn't let them do anything else. Part II. 6 years later, the sun rose over the Atlantic Ocean and painted their bedroom in shades of gold. Astoria woke slowly, her body warm beneath cotton sheets, her mind still heavy with the remnants of sleep. Beside her, Harry's breathing was steady and deep, not awake yet but close. Through the bond, she felt his contentment, his peace, the comfortable satisfaction of a man who'd found his place in the world and settled into it. She rolled onto her side and watched him for a moment, taking in details that never stopped being remarkable even after 6 years. The scar on his forehead was just a scar now, no connection, no fragment, no dark magic waiting to resurface. His face had lost some of the sharpness that war had carved into it, softened by years of safety and good food, and the kind of happiness that came from building a life rather than surviving one. They'd left Britain 3 months after the battle, left quietly, without fanfare or announcement, simply disappearing from London one autumn morning and not coming back. The prophet had eventually stopped speculating about where the boy who lived had gone. The ministry had stopped sending owls, requesting his presence at commemorations and hearings. Even their families had adapted, serious and Aldrich visited twice a year, once in summer and once at Christmas, and that was enough. This was their home now. A small villa on the Portuguese coast, purchased with black family gold and warded with every protection Harry and Astoria could devise. Whitewashed walls and terracotta tiles. And gardens that grew wild with herbs and flowering vines. A 10-minute walk to the nearest magical community, a handful of families who'd settled here decades ago, drawn by the warm climate and the distance from European politics, close enough for supplies and company, far enough for privacy. Perfect. Astoria slipped out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake Harry yet, and padded barefoot across cool tiles to the kitchen. The villa was small, 2 bedrooms, a main room that served as both living space and study, a kitchen that opened onto a terrace overlooking the ocean. Simple, comfortable, theirs. She made coffee the Muggle way. They'd gotten used to it, living here where magic was common. Enough not to require wands for every small task, and carried her cup out to the terrace. The ocean stretched endlessly before her, deep blue fatting to turquoise where waves broke against the rocks. Below, morning fishermen were already out in their boats, checking nets. A few early risers walked the beach path that ran along the coast. Normal life, quiet life, the kind of peace she'd never imagined when she was 13 and learning to kill Death Eaters in her family's gardens. "You're up early." She turned to find Harry in the doorway, wearing loose cotton trousers and nothing else, his hair even more chaotic than usual. He crossed the terrace and wrapped his arms around her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder. "Couldn't sleep," she said. "Nervous?" "Maybe." The second ritual was 3 days away. They'd been preparing for weeks, gathering materials, setting up the ritual chamber in the cellar beneath the villa, reviewing the incantations until Astoria could recite them in her sleep. Everything was ready, everything was perfect. And she was terrified. Not of the ritual itself. She knew what to expect now, knew how it felt to have magic transform her from the inside out. But this was the completion, the final step in a process that had started when she was 15 and desperately trying to understand what it meant to be the shield. 6 years of growth, of learning, of becoming the witch she was meant to be. And in 3 days, it would all come together. "It'll be fine," Harry said, as if reading her thoughts. Through the bond, he probably was. Better than fine. You're stronger now, more confident. This ritual is meant to complete what the first one started. It's not about pain or sacrifice. It's about transformation, maturation, becoming fully yourself. "I know," she leaned back against him. What if something goes wrong? What if the bond interferes? What if it won't?" He turned her to face him, his green eyes serious. "The bond is part of you now. It's not going to fight the ritual. It's going to amplify it. That's what it did last time, and that's what it'll do. Again, trust the magic, Astoria, trust yourself." She kissed him, brief and soft, just comfort and connection. "When did you get so wise?" "I learned from the best. We use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies. Cookies and privacy, policies. Accept." They stood together on the terrace, watching the sun climb higher, feeling the warmth on their skin and the ocean breeze in their hair. Through the bond, contentment flowed between them, his and hers. Intertwined, until neither could say where one ended and the other began. "There's a letter on the counter," Harry said eventually. "Arrived this morning, from your mother." Astoria groaned. "Of course there is. What does she want this time?" "You should probably read it." She retrieved the letter reluctantly. Her mother had been sending them regularly since they left Britain, always polite, always proper, and always laced with the particular kind of passive aggression that only pureblood mothers seem to master. She opened it and skimmed the contents. "My dear Astoria, I hope this letter finds you well, wherever it is you've chosen to sequester yourself. Your father and I continue to hope that you'll return home for the autumn season. The Malfoys are hosting a ball to celebrate Draco's engagement, and your absence will be noted. Speaking of which, when might we expect to hear similar news from you? You've been bonded to Mr. Potter for 6 years now. While I understand that magical bonds have their own significance, a proper marriage would go a long way toward easing concerns about your position in society. Many families still whisper about the irregularity of your situation. Daphne asks about you often. She's doing well, working at the ministry now in international cooperation. She's mentioned several suitable wizards who have expressed interest, and I have high hopes for a good match before year's end. Do consider visiting. The family misses you, even if we don't always understand your choices. With affection, Mother. Astoria read it twice, then set it down with more force than necessary. Let me guess, Harry said. She wants you to come home, get properly married, and stop embarrassing the family by living with a man you're not married to, bond or no bond. Close enough. Astoria picked up her coffee cup. She also wants me to attend Draco Malfoy's engagement ball, because apparently 6 years after he tried to kill me and everyone I care about, I should be thrilled to celebrate his happiness. Did he try to kill you specifically? He was a Death Eater, Harry. It counts. Harry laughed, genuine amusement that made something warm unfold in Astoria's chest. Fair point. Are you going to respond? Eventually. I'll write something polite about how we're very happy here and have no plans to return for any balls or marriages or whatever else she thinks we're missing. Astoria set the letter aside. The Greengrass family benefited from our role in the war. They're more powerful now, more influential. But they still can't quite accept that we chose peace over politics. Do you regret it? Not for a second. Good, he kissed her temple, because I quite like our life here. The ocean, the quiet, the fact that no one recognizes me at the market. It's perfect. It is. She turned in his arms, looking up at him. 3 more days until the ritual, then I'll be complete, fully the shield, fully myself. What happens after that? Whatever we want. Harry's expression was soft. We keep living here. We study magic because we're curious, not because someone's trying to kill us. We visit family a few times a year. We swim in the ocean and drink Portuguese wine and watch the sunset every evening. We live, Astoria, that's all. That sounds nice. It does, doesn't it? They spent the morning in comfortable routine. Breakfast on the terrace, a walk down to the beach, where Harry swam in the cold Atlantic water while Astoria watched from the rocks. Lunch at the small cafe in the village, where Senora Costa always gave them extra bread because she thought they were too thin. Normal life, peaceful life. The kind of existence that felt impossible when Astoria looked back at her teenage years. In the afternoon, they worked in the ritual chamber. The cellar had been transformed over the past weeks. Astoria had painted the floor with a heptagram, the same configuration as 6 years ago, and positioned 7 silver bowls at the vertices. The offerings were already prepared. Virgin's tears from a nearby magical family's youngest daughter, blood drawn from Astoria's arm under the full moon, crushed pearl in morning dew, rose essence gathered at midnight, honey from untouched hives, lightning-struck oak wine, and spring water drawn from a source that flowed only during certain lunar phases. 13 black candles waited to be lit. Runes had been painted on the floor and walls in blood and silver. At the center of the heptagram, a bed of silk had been laid over moss that glowed faintly with bioluminescence. And suspended above it all, hung by magic alone, an obsidian mirror waited to catch Venus's light. It's ready, Harry said, standing at the threshold. Everything's in place. The chamber will hold the magic easily. We use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies. Cookies and privacy policies. Accept. It had better. Astoria adjusted one of the candles minutely. This ritual is more powerful than the first. 1, if anything goes wrong. Nothing will go wrong. He crossed to her, took her hands. The first ritual was about sacrifice and transformation. This one is about completion and maturation. You're not the same person you were at 15, Astoria. You're stronger, wiser, more connected to your magic. The ritual will respond to that. And you'll be there. I'll be there. He squeezed her hands. Same role as before, the partner, the vessel, the bond. Carry what you need when you need it. We've done this before. We know how it works. She leaned against him, drawing comfort from his solidity. 3 days. 3 days, he agreed. Then it's done. The shield will be complete, the ritual cycle finished, and you'll have all the power your family's magic can give you. What if I don't need it? We're not fighting anymore. There's no war, no Death Eaters, no reason to be. The shield. You'll always be the shield. That's what you were chosen for. Harry pulled back to look at her. But being the shield doesn't mean being a warrior. It means protecting what matters. Family, home, the people you love. That's just as important in peacetime. Astoria nodded slowly. He was right, of course. The magic hadn't chosen her for war. War had just happened to coincide with her training. But the shield was about protection, about preservation, about ensuring that the Greengrass family and their magic survived. That purpose didn't end just because Voldemort was dead. They spent the rest of the afternoon preparing, gathering the last few materials, double-checking the ward work, rehearsing the incantations, until Astoria felt confident she could perform the ritual in her sleep. As the sun sank toward the horizon, they emerged from the cellar to find the terrace bathed in golden light. 2 more sunsets, Astoria said. Then it happens. Then it happens, Harry agreed. Are you ready? I'm ready. The night of the ritual arrived with a full moon and Venus blazing in the western sky. Astoria stood in the cellar chamber, wearing the same white silk robe she'd worn 6 years ago, her feet bare on the cold stone floor. The ritual marks had been painted on her skin, spirals on her palms, a crescent moon on her forehead, the symbol of Venus between her breasts. She'd fasted for 3 days, drunk nothing but spring water and moonflower tea, bathed in waters infused with herbs that heightened magical sensitivity. She was ready. Harry stood at the edge of the chamber, dressed in simple black robes, his green eyes reflecting the candlelight. No marks adorned his skin. He was not the practitioner but the partner, the vessel, through which the ritual would be completed. Are you nervous? He sent through the bond. Surprisingly, no. She crossed to him, took his hands. I was terrified before the first ritual, but this one, I know what's coming. I know it'll work. I trust the magic. And me. Especially you. She led him to the center of the heptagram, where the silk bed waited. The 13 candles burned with steady flames. The 7 offerings glowed in their silver bowls. The obsidian mirror hung suspended above them, already beginning to capture Venus's light and focus it downward. Astoria dipped her fingers in the central bowl, moonwater mixed with rose essence, and traced the sigil of Venus over her own heart. The silver mixture glowed where it touched her skin, sealing the ritual's intent. De amoris et pulchritudinis audi me, goddess of love and beauty, hear me. The magic stirred in response, the air thickening with power. This time it felt different, stronger, more certain, as if the magic itself recognized that this was the completion of something begun years ago. Offero tibi maturitatem meme, donum quod semel tantum deri potest. I offer you my maturity, a gift that can only be given once. The bond pulsed between them, responding to the ritual, to the intimacy, to the magic building in the chamber around them. The obsidian mirror began to glow, capturing Venus's light and focusing it down onto their bodies like a benediction. In cambio pedo benedictions tuas, potentium completum, sapientium fortitudinem, hoc pactum. Perficio libens. In exchange I ask your blessings, complete power, wisdom, strength. This pact I complete willingly. The 13 candles flared bright enough to cast sharp shadows against the walls. The offerings in the 7 silver bowls began to glow, each a different color, each pulsing in time with her heartbeat. The runes painted on the floor blazed green, and she felt the magic of the chamber rise up around them. Like a tide, the invocation was complete. Now came the transformation. She let the silk robe fall. We use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies. Cookies and privacy, policies. Accept. Harry's eyes traveled over her, and through the bond she felt his appreciation, his love, his steady presence. She was 21 now, fully grown, her body marked by years of training and life and the small scars that came from existing in a world that had once been at war. She wasn't the girl who'd performed the first ritual. She was a woman, complete in herself, about to become more. He shed his robes at her gesture, revealing the lean strength that came from swimming daily in cold Atlantic water and practicing combat magic for the pure joy of it. The bond hummed between them. Anticipation and love, and the particular intimacy of two people who knew each other completely. She guided him down onto the silk bed, positioning him on his back. The ritual was hers to perform, hers to control. He was the vessel, but she was the practitioner. "Ready?" she asked. "Always." She straddled him, feeling his hardness beneath her, feeling the magic humming in anticipation. The first ritual had been about sacrifice and pain transmuted into power. This one was different. This was about pleasure, about joy, about the transformation that came from perfect union rather than breaking. She positioned herself above him, felt the head of him pressing against her entrance. The magic waited, patient and hungry. She lowered herself onto him. This time there was no pain, only pleasure, immediate and intense, the feeling of being filled and complete and perfectly joined. She gasped at the sensation, felt Harry's hands come to her hips too. Steady her, felt the bond surge with shared feeling. The ritual marks on her skin blazed with sudden light. The magic ignited. This time, it was gentle, a tide rather than a storm, power flowing into her in steady waves rather than violent surges. The offerings rose from their bowls, orbiting slowly around them, their light painting intricate patterns on the walls. The candles flared, brightened, their flames reaching toward the ceiling. Astoria began to move, slowly at first, adjusting to the fullness, then with more confidence as pleasure built. Harry moved with her, his hands guiding without controlling, his magic flowing through the bond to merge with hers. "I can feel it," she sent, "the power. It's settling into me like it's coming home." "That's because it is," Harry sent back. "You were always meant for this. The magic knows it, I know it." She moved faster, chasing the building pleasure, chasing the transformation. Through the bond, she felt what he felt, the tight heat of her body around him, the desperate need for release, the love that had become so fundamental to both their existences that neither could imagine life without it. The ritual marks pulsed with her heartbeat, silver light tracing paths across her body. She could feel her magical core expanding, strengthening, reaching its final mature form, the shield power that had been growing since she was 5 years old finally completed itself, locking into place with a certainty that took her breath away. "I love you," she sent. The words felt inadequate for what she felt, but they were all she had. "Harry, I love you too." His hands tightened on her hips, his magic surging through the bond to meet hers. Always, forever, until the magic itself ends. The climax built slowly, powerfully, inevitably. Not the sudden shock of the first ritual, but a wave that grew higher and higher until it consumed everything else. When it crested, the world went white. Astoria felt herself transform, not breaking and reforming like before, but settling like a puzzle piece, finally clicking into its proper place, like a door opening onto a room that had always been there waiting for her to find it. Power poured into her, vast and ancient and utterly hers. The shield completed itself. the Greengrass family magic recognizing her as its full inheritor, its perfect vessel. The bond transformed too, deepened, strengthened, became something so fundamental that separation seemed not just impossible but meaningless. She was herself, and she was Harry, and she was them together, and all of it was right. The candles exploded into pillars of flame that reached the ceiling, then died all at once, plunging the chamber into darkness, broken only by the soft glow of the moss beneath them. They lay tangled together on the silk bed, breathing hard, their bodies slick with sweat and ritual. Mixture. Through the bond, Astoria felt Harry's wonder matching her own, the sense of completion, of rightness, of having finished something that had started so long ago it felt like another life. "It's done," she said aloud, her voice hoarse. "The ritual is complete, the shield is fully formed." Harry pulled her down against his chest, his arms tight around her. "How do you feel?" She considered the question. Her body felt the same, tired from exertion, pleasantly sore, warm. But her magic felt different, settled, complete, like she'd been living her whole life with something slightly out of alignment, and now everything had clicked into its proper place. "Whole," she said finally. "For the first time, I feel completely whole." "Good," he kissed her forehead. "That's what you were supposed to feel." They stayed like that for a long time, letting the magic settle, letting their breathing slow, feeling the bond hum contentedly between them. Eventually, they rose, dressed, and climbed the stairs back to the villa's main floor. Dawn was breaking over the ocean when they emerged onto the terrace. The sky painted itself in shades of pink and gold, and fishing boats were already returning to harbor with their catches. Normal life continuing on, completely unaware that something profound had just happened in the cellar. "We use cookies. By using our services, you acknowledge that you have read and accept our cookies, cookies and privacy, policies. Accept." Beneath a small villa on the Portuguese coast. "What now?" Harry asked, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Now," Astoria leaned into him, watching the sunrise. "Now we live, we swim in the ocean and drink Portuguese wine and watch the sunset every evening. We visit family a few times a year. We study magic because we're curious. We do exactly what we've been doing, except I'll be doing it as the complete shield, rather than the shield in training." "That sounds perfect." "It does, doesn't it?" She turned in his arms to face him. "No more hiding, no more war, no more fighting for survival, just living, being together, being ourselves. Is that enough for you?" "It's everything I want." Harry smiled, the kind of smile that transformed his whole face, that made him look young and carefree despite everything they'd survived. "Then let's do that, let's just live." They stood together on the terrace, watching the sun climb higher, feeling the warmth on their skin and the ocean breeze in their hair. The war was over, the rituals were complete, the bond was permanent and perfect in theirs. Everything else was just details. Behind them, inside the villa, Astoria's mother's letter still sat on the counter, asking about marriage, about propriety, about when they'd return to Britain and resume their proper places in pureblood society. Astoria would respond eventually. She'd write something polite about how they were very happy in Portugal, how they had no plans to return for balls or weddings, or whatever else her mother thought they were missing. She'd explain again that the bond was enough, more than enough, and that formal marriage would be redundant. Her mother wouldn't understand, she never did, but that was all right. Some things weren't meant to be understood by people who hadn't experienced them. The bond was like that, the rituals were like that, the deep, abiding certainty that they'd found their place in the world, that was like that too. "Come on," Harry said, tugging her hand. "Let's go swim. The water's cold this time of year, but that's the best part." Astoria laughed, pure joy, the kind she'd never expected to feel during those dark years of war, and followed him down the path toward the beach. They were complete. They were home. They were exactly where they were supposed to be. And that, finally, was enough.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.